Okay, so let's see. Okay, our connection's looking good. Hello, everyone on YouTube, in YouTube land, all 0 of you.
Good morning, everybody.
I doubt too many people are watching us on YouTube, and then in a couple of minutes, we're going to be streaming live right into our conference. So let me open up that window too to make sure that works. So yeah, 10 minutes actually, we're going to be streaming right into the window. I got to make sure my audio is off actually. I don't want to be that guy.
Thank you all for coming. The first day of spring. I hope everything's nice in your neck of the woods, and it should be a fun show today.
Yep. Yeah, so hopefully Paul will make it. I don't see him trying to get into the room yet, but I sent him the link, so hopefully he'll be here. Same with Gretchen. Hopefully we're in the right room. This is the Sunday one, right?
This is the Sunday one.
Today
Would the
is
Saturday
Sunday.
one work if we click that link? Was it still active?
So the Saturday one, I don't know what would happen actually if people tried it. That's a really good question. Hopefully, I mean, in fact, I know I'm in the Sunday one because the old one disappears from my control panel once it's over,
Okay.
and then only the new one appears. So,
We had a lot of good interactions yesterday. There was I'm sure you actually showed me the one of the great doctors, Dr. Ben Casella, was talking about COVID and the anterior and posterior segment problems that we've discovered over the last couple of years. And people were taking exception that he didn't post the other side of the equation, the hydrochloroquine and Vectum, which is kind of, that's not the other side of the equation, including every study that's come out recently. But he handled it beautifully.
yeah. I mean, follow the science, right? That's the important thing.
Right.
It's always
Exactly.
follow the science. There's nothing else, because if you don't follow the science, you're kind of back in the Middle Ages.
But because of the way this platform's designed, well, I had at my lecture, I know everybody did also, because I monitor a lot more interaction than in past events. So people aren't shy, and they ask good questions to me and even to Clark Chang about our particular topic.
Yep. So yeah, it's been a good conference so far. So we're going to be live here actually in the conference itself in 8 minutes. It looks like. So I can't imagine too many people are watching us on YouTube right now. Probably.
Yeah, but it's archived ever.
This is archived, right? So we can't say anything dirty, but yeah. And hopefully Paul and Gretchen will make it here.
Let's see, I got an email.
There are a lot of things that I love about the new platform that we're using, but the thing that I love the most is how easy it is to actually edit and alter the different classes and streams from an administrative perspective. So I was able to push back the live stream this morning for the lobby easily, right? Whereas before this was a challenge. When something was locked in, it was permanent. But
we're our own boss now, rather than having to rely upon other people to do our work. It's great. And Adam has done 99.99% of it, if not 100%. Okay, let's just see here. Everything seems to be working. I hope everybody got their transcripts if you're listening to me, because I got mine easily, and it should be accurate. Okay. I guess Paul hit some traffic, so he can't get here.
So he's in some Zoom room somewhere. He just texted me. He see it. I'm here. I'm all alone. I'm like, I don't think you're actually here.
Want me to send him the link? I'll
yeah,
send
if you
him
want
the
to
link again.
resend him the link, that would be a good idea.
I think it will be the only way we get him in there.
Because I feel like, are we wrong? Did we actually use the wrong link? But I don't think so. I think we used the right one. Today is.
Okay, let's just go over here and send a little email to Paul. Okay. Zoom link Sunday. Hopefully I'll get him here. He has plenty of time.
Yeah.
Paul always has good content and gives us a lot of history of optometry in any subject matter.
Yep. And hopefully Gretchen will make it in here too. I haven't seen her yet this morning, so.
Well, she goes to Starbucks first. Did
Right.
you go to Starbucks or did you
Oh,
make your own coffee?
No, I went to Starbucks. I can't. It's difficult to actually make my own coffee here in the mornings this early because if I wake anyone up, I'll be shot dead. I mean, on a weekend, being up this early, yeah, it's bad news. So
Even do you have a Keurig?
even a Keurig would be enough noise and enough tumult for me actually going up there to do stuff that my wife would literally kill me. She'd stab me in the eye for waking up. Because yesterday I was up at 4 a.m. To get ready for this, and it's much easier for me to actually just try to sort of slink out of the house and get Starbucks.
Do you find that you live life earlier on the West Coast? Because it feels to me like, when it's let's say the conference is over at 7 o'clock, it's getting to be my evening, but it's kind of the middle of your afternoon. Do you feel like you start the day earlier, end the day earlier because of all the thing that has to do with the East Coast, whether it be the stock market or news or things like that?
Yeah, I mean, I try not to, but the reality is when I wake up at 6 a.m., I always spend 20 minutes or a half hour doing stuff, dealing with people on the East Coast. Then I break away and handle real life.
Right.
Getting my son to school and everything else, and then I come back. So yeah, it's a little bit different.
People realize it or appreciate it. I mean, when you're an ODwire or Paul's an ODwire at 6 a.m. to handle a dispute because people are talking at 9 a.m. on the East Coast, it's really challenging.
Yeah, it's horrible. Oh wait, I think I see my dad. Let me let him in. There we go.
So I sent it. Well, let's find out whether he was using the. Well, he has to. He's connecting. He's connecting.
There's Gretchen.
Everybody's coming same time. Hey there, the whole team's here. Hi, Paul.
Morning.
Good morning.
And I don't know. Hey, Gretchen, how you doing?
I'm here, tired, but probably not as tired as you. Are we?
Yeah.
Are we live?
In 2 minutes, and well, we are sort of live. We're live on YouTube, but who's
Nobody
who's
cares.
watching there? But yeah, so we're almost live. Paul is almost making it in too. I let him in. I don't see him here though. Dad, are you there?
Oh, I see him.
I see him. I don't hear him. He didn't collect his audio. Well, he's not muted though. We're just saying that, Gretchen, it's funny, like for us, 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning, it's early on a Sunday, and they're 3 hours earlier. So I feel like people on the West Coast live life earlier and go to bed earlier, and at 6 o'clock at night, it's really late.
It was like that at Hawaii and I, that there were people out there at 5:36 in the morning walking and doing stuff, and the place rolled up its carpets at 9 at night. It was crazy.
Yeah. It's weird. I mean, you always feel like you're so far behind. By the time I drop Reed off at school every day, I get back to my desk. It's 9 a.m. here. Of course, it's 12, right, for you guys. So
Sure.
I'm already behind.
Halfway through our day.
A million things have happened. So that's why whenever I wake up in the morning early, I always take a half hour to look everything over, to get important stuff out of the way, then do normal stuff for around the house, then go back to work. So.
Anything happen? Well, I mean, I know that you were watching until everything ended. How?
For the most part, yeah. So the most part, it went well. I was telling Steve that, in fact, we're going to be live here in a minute. I can tell everyone else, but we successfully completed. It's well over 9,000 hours yesterday of CE cumulatively, right? So that's the number of credits we generated. So I would guess that if you include people who also forgot their OE tracker, it's probably more like 92 or 9,300 hours, which is a lot of CE yesterday.
That's wonderful.
Yep.
But no problems?
Very few. A few people couldn't. They didn't get their credits for whatever reason, but that had to do with their internet dropping out. So Kyler and I, last night, we sort of addressed everyone individually. There were few enough problems that we're able to actually look at the individual people who had issues, and look at the logs and try to see why they had problems. So.
What a win.
Yeah.
But if you do the math, and if there was 1,000 people, each one took 9 hours of credits, and you only can get 10 hours. So we probably had more than 1,500, maybe 2,000 unique visits where the West Coast was coming on later and the East Coast was leaving, going out to dinner, etc.
Yeah, so the West Coast coming on later was a real thing. We actually saw the numbers bump as the day went along. So it is a real
Really?
thing because we have so many people who take the courses on the West Coast. It's
Well, we're about to go live here.
oh right. So everyone, hopefully your audio is off on your little windows here. I don't want to be a hypocrite. Hopefully mine are off too. I didn't even think about it. Yep. Okay, so
no feedback from me, correct?
I sort of hear
That isn't
something
starting
now.
yet.
oh wait, I hear Paul, and so everything's starting here. So hello everyone, welcome back to another morning here at CEwire headquarters. And let me put up the welcome slide. Hello everyone. The lobby is now open.
Yeah.
We're open for business. Day 2.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. I think what Paul's trouble is that he has his
Okay, I
headphone.
think I'm okay.
Yeah,
Oh, we hear
there
him.
you go. I hear you. Looking good,
Yep.
sounding good.
I don't know. Every day is a challenge.
It's better than not having a day of a challenge. But
Yes, that is true. But you know what I feel like today? I don't know if you guys are watching the Apple TV show Severance, because this is what I feel like today.
yes.
So I literally feel like I have not left. I went down the elevator and up the elevator, and bang, I'm back in the same place here again. Yeah.
That show is challenging to watch. I love to hate it. I mean, it's, is that the right way of saying it?
Mhm.
And I can't wait for the end, but they're doing another season, so that sucks. You're not going to get any closure this
Oh,
year.
so there is no end. That's horrible.
There'll be a whole. No, they're doing one last season, therefore there will be an end, but it's not going to be this year. Do you watch that all? You'll get Apple TV, Gretchen?
I do have Apple TV, but I haven't watched that. So I've watched Schmigadoon.
Ted
I want to
Lasso?
watch Ted Lasso.
That's great.
And what else did I watch? Oh, I started watching Jon Stewart.
Well, you will be irritated by Severance. So
Yes,
Um,
it's
And so
irritating,
what is
but
this
it's
about? I think I'm confused with
okay.
Succession. I haven't seen
no.
that
So
either.
this is about a company who they insert a chip in your brain. You volunteer for this, where you separate your work life from your home life. And when you go to work, you don't know who you are. You don't remember anything. Your whole life is just work. And when you leave work and you go down the elevator, work is turned off. You don't remember anything that happened at work. You just go home and live your normal life. So
that might not be a bad idea for some of us.
It is a
On the
terrible. It
surface.
is a terrible idea in reality. When you watch the show, like the implications of it are awful, and that's why I'm saying this is what it feels like here. Like I never left.
and you have no idea what the show's about yet, and it's challenging.
Yep.
Okay, well, it sounds like I need to watch it now because I am intrigued by
Yeah.
the hard separation between personal and professional life.
Yeah. It's really disturbing actually. When you really actually watch it implemented, it's horrible. You start to feel for your other person who's trapped at work forever and can't
And you
leave.
start hating the other person also because of what they did to you, but you don't know what they're thinking actually.
Right.
Oh, okay. All right.
you're
Now I'm
in the in and
following.
outy.
It's like there's two of you.
Right, and in the in and outy.
Yep.
Okay. All right. I do need to watch this. It sounds intriguing.
So someone has a question here. Is there any way to add a prompt to alert that a class has already been taken? That is a good idea. The answer is
The
probably.
crowdsourcing CE Wire. I love it.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
I'm going to write that one down because it couldn't be that difficult to actually put a flat. Well, I take it back. I take it back actually, because behind the scenes, I mean, obviously anything can be done, but behind the scenes, when you take a class, let's say you took a class, you're taking a class right now, that same class, when we offer it again in May, internally in the system is different. It looks
Right,
it looks
Oh.
completely different.
You need the date associated with it, etc. One way, if you take it on demand, is if you click on the quiz, if it shows that you passed, then you know at least you took it on demand.
Right.
That's at least one thing you could do.
Yeah, for the live ones though, that's a really interesting point, and I never really thought about it. But that's one that I'll file away, and I'll talk to Kyler about it. How we can make sure that doesn't happen. So
They could also simply look at their transcript. It's pretty up to date, and if they see the course, they should not take it again.
yep. So anyway, other than that though, this has been kind of a uneventful conference in terms of disasters.
Yep.
Do not say that yet.
knock
We
on,
still have
knock on
another
some
day.
wood.
We're
Knock on
gonna
some wood.
chase it, man.
The software, we fixed the one problem that we had last night with the thing showing you that you're in 2 tracks at once, and oh my God, don't do that, that little pop-up warning. So we fixed that to be less aggressive. It shouldn't actually give you that warning now, unless it means it. So what was happening before was it was holding on to the prior class that you were in. So sometimes people would watch a class in a certain track, move to another track for the next lecture, and it got confused and it was remembering that old class in the other track, and it was saying, oh no, you're in 2 tracks even when you weren't. So that's what that bug was yesterday. So that was fixed.
I think especially if you leave after 45 minutes or so and you qualified for it and you go just to wait for another track, it doesn't know that you finished, etc.
Yep. So I just got an email from someone, can't access handout in room 3. So that's not an impossible problem. Let me actually see, it could really be. So it could very well be that I messed up one of the links or something. So let me look.
It's better than not being able to get into a class.
Right. So yeah, and so those links to all of the handouts that you see in each of the tracks, I actually manually made each one of those links. So
If we're relying on you going through with all those links, that there's a good chance that something
So
could.
effective management of the angle closure spectrum is the lecture I think he's talking about. Do you want to download? Allow? No, I got it.
Maybe he clicked the wrong link.
Yeah.
Or she.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the issue is.
Which classes do not have handouts per the speaker's request?
So they all have some form of handout because I insisted on it. There are, I think, 2 of them where I just fought and they would only give me the outlines, but almost all of them have complete slide decks. So let me actually just see if I can help
I think most of the speakers, even the ones that were reticent to give their complete slides, have their email addresses on their talk, so you can request it privately and they could decide whether to give the whole 9 yards.
Yep.
We are at 9:57 Eastern, guys. So in 3 minutes, first one will kick off. We've got corneal dystrophy, we've got human trafficking, and managing angle closure. So a lot of 3 different tracks there and all exciting stuff.
Yep, let me actually put up a schedule so people can see what you're talking about here. So here's
then we got a couple of 2-hour classes later on in room 1. So yeah, a nice variety of courses and topics and what people are talking about, and it looks like it's going to be a packed day.
Yeah, today is the day of 2-hour classes. So if you look at the schedule, I like the sort of block overview so you can really get a sense of it. But if you look, the afternoon today is where we stuffed most of the gigantic 2-hour long talks. So to kind of finish off the day. So yeah, it'll be an interesting one.
And tonight is the night that we go really late. So Joe Pizzamente goes until 9:30 Eastern.
Yeah, and again, I didn't mean to do that to people. It's running a little bit later than I had hoped, but there was just no other way to get all the courses in and also accommodate the speakers because people had specific days and times that they wanted to talk. So I had to do what I could to actually mix and match to make sure it all fit. And, Joe wanted the afternoons on the last day. So I'm like, okay, this is the best I can do because you happen to have 2 really long talks.
Right. But you know what? I've noticed that a bunch of meetings are starting to have later classes, and I don't know what the metrics are if people are liking later classes. So it'll be interesting to see from last time and then this time how the attendance is on those later classes, because it's later on the East Coast, but it's not as late on the West Coast. So you could finish that class and be finished right in time for dinner on the West Coast. So it'll be interesting to see the interest level of people taking a later class on a Sunday evening.
Right. So
especially with California being such a high population area, it should really give a bump.
Yep. So we just got a question here in the chat, which is an interesting one. Are the chats available later on demand? So that's a really interesting question. And the answer right now is no. But the good thing is we actually save all of those chat logs. So in theory, we could take all of them and place them in one of those silly links beneath the lectures for on-demand usage. So then we could just have a link like view old chats and maybe bring up all the old ones so you could see what was going on. And again, that's another one. I'm making notes of all this.
We're
Because
crowdsourcing. I love it. And it is Gary who's asking that question, and he's right. Q&A with speakers often bring out a lot of clinical pearls and interesting little nuggets that people are interested in. So that's a really interesting idea.
yeah, and so what I could also do is take those logs and append them to the discussion thread for each of the classes. Because again, that's a centralized place where everyone can go. There's a link beneath each talk discussion thread, and you click on it, it goes to the discussion thread for that lecture. So I could, in theory, append all of the chats right there as well.
That's another interesting idea.
I mean, that's something that I can do easily, right? Because I can pull the chat logs and just do it, tomorrow if I needed to. So no
Keep
tech.
those ideas coming, guys. Yeah. Great ideas coming from everybody who's out there taking the classes. Thank you.
Yep.
In fact, you saw one of the threads yesterday at Gretchen and Ben Casella's class without getting into details, and that's an interesting chat box to review.
Yes, absolutely.
Yep.
Of course.
And one comment here, it might be fun to have a school check in to search classmates that are attending. Yeah, that is true. And by the way, I don't know if people realize this, but if you see at the top of the screen in each of the lectures, you get a count of the number of people who are viewing. I believe this isn't just my superpower. I think anyone can do this. If you click on that number of people, it'll actually give you a list of everyone who's there. And then if you click on the person's name, you can send them a private message. So
yeah, I've seen that. It isn't just your superpower.
Okay, good. So everybody can do that. So if you want to contact somebody privately, if you see an old classmate, click on that little icon with the number of people, find them from the list, and then click on their name, and you can send them a private message, and they'll get an email, essentially, and then you can start communicating.
And Adam's powers are really working now. He's talking in all three rooms, introducing the lecture.
Yeah, people are sick of my voice at this point, but hopefully they're getting the point about how things work. So I haven't had too many questions about how I get credits, so I'm guessing people are listening.
Well, Kyler just commented that getting the link, the direct link to a past stream should let you scroll through the past chat. So the chat does stay associated with the video.
So that's interesting, to a past stream. So what Kyler means is, for instance, if you took a course in February, right? If we can find that link, the direct link to the February class, if you click on it, obviously the video is dead and gone, but the chat should be there from that event. So that's a little bit, it's a circuitous route though to try to find that. So I'll talk to Kyler about how we can make it easier to do something with those old chats. So that's a really good idea.
Thanks, Kyler, for sharing that information. Once again, Audentio rockstar.
They are here. Kyler went above and beyond last night too, and then Ian, who's another guy who you actually don't see his name anywhere, which is a shame. He's staying in the shadows here. I think he identifies himself as Audentio in the chats, but that's Ian. He's another guy who worked tirelessly on this, and he was again here all day yesterday, chatting with me last night. He's here this morning. So these guys are also, I guess it's like a severance situation. I feel like I'm sitting with them in that stupid room. We're all sitting here and we never leave.
That's right. That's right. And at least we have interest in what we're talking about. These guys, I mean, it's all Greek to them. So that makes it seem twice as long. So thank you for taking one for the team. Your dedication is truly, truly appreciated.
So we just got a thing here. My screen says no permission in room 3. And so let me see about this user if they've logged into an incorrect account. So one thing that's a little bit tricky to understand is that you have to register for the conference, obviously, to get in and see stuff. But I believe the way it's set up is that anybody can walk into the lobby right now. And the reason we do it that way is so that if people are having tech problems, like perhaps this person, they can actually get help. So the lobby has very little permissions on it, but the other stuff, you have to be registered for the conference. And it's possible that this particular user is logged into their incorrect ODwire account. they might have two ODwire accounts, they registered with one, and they're logged into the other. So I'm going to check that right now.
And that video is
Tyler
playing
is on
fine.
it,
And,
just responded and asked
Oh.
the same thing.
Yeah.
and the rooms are playing fine. There's about 600-700 people now.
Yep.
I commend the people getting up early.
And Kyler, if you want to just give his account access to the conference, if you want to do that for him, I'll find his OE tracker number and copy it over too.
Talk about service here at CEwire.
We try.
A lot of other places, go figure it out. That's not your right account. Can't do it. Figure it out. Good luck. Hope it works out for you.
Yeah, because it would be painful for him to actually have to log out of that one that he's in right now and then log into his new account. It's just easier for us to flip on the conference for his existing account and move the OE tracker number over. So I'm going to do that right now. So hang on for 1 second. I don't mean to ignore you guys.
No, you're not.
I'm doing a little work myself.
So I'll chat with Paul. Good morning,
I'm
Paul.
done.
You know, I'm looking here. How does review of optometry get away with it? I am deluged every single day by email from them, you know, marketing stuff.
Will they use Jobson or?
Because as we were talking, there are about 3 different things that came up on a Sunday.
Yep.
Adam, you were always worried about overloading with people with email. So how does review of optometry get away with it?
Well, you give them permission. When
Yeah, you
you
can,
sign up for something, you say that you are open to third-party emails. And so you say, yes, you want them, and you are free to unsubscribe.
Sending every different publication. Of course, I have 3 different emails, so I get triple.
Well, that's not their fault.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, Dad, so most people, if they get mad enough, will start unsubscribing. That's the thing that I don't want, right? I don't want people to get mad and unsubscribe. So that's why we don't deluge people with email, or we try not to.
So there's a temptation just to say, stop sending me stuff.
Oh, sure. And well,
You
Jobson,
sure can.
and
You can do that.
Jobson, you know, and Jobson, of course, they make a lot of money charging sponsors to send out e-blasts, and they'll send out as many as they can possibly get. So it's just not, it's not something that I feel comfortable doing.
And they have a way of sending it out to masses without getting it to go to spam with the way they send it.
Yep.
And also, too, the way that some, and I'm not saying that this is Jobson or any publisher, but some companies can get around it by having the email come from J&J or Zeiss or Allergan or Oculus or Insert, whoever. So when you unsubscribe, if it's happens to be a J&J, for example, email that sends you over the edge and forget it, I'm finally unsubscribing, then it will unsubscribe you from, say, J&J emails, but you might get more from, say, B&L.
Right, and that's dirty pool. They shouldn't be doing it that way.
I agree, and I'm not saying that these companies are doing it that way, but I'm saying that is a workaround around it, and it's a loophole, and it's not exactly on the up and up, but it works. And I know that there are a bunch of people who are unhappy with the amount of email they receive. But to your point, Paul, people might have signed up for these under several different email addresses, and that's part of it, that you're perceiving you are getting tons and tons more, but you're getting it times 2 or 3 or however many email addresses you've registered under.
Right. And this, by the way, this particular user who couldn't get in, he had 3 accounts on ODwire, and literally I just set him up with OE tracker numbers across all 3 because I don't know which one he's logged into and I don't care. So I just, whole shooting match. So he's all ready to go with the same OE tracker number on all 3 accounts. So
when you have nothing to do, or for that admin that I keep saying that you need, it would be a great thing to do to clean up ODwire logins and find people who, I mean, if you're able to attach them to, like Paul Smith is attached to 2 or 3 different logins for ODwire, then figure out which one is the one he wants and clean it up so that you don't have this problem.
Yeah, merging the accounts together. So, if I had time, I would. It just hasn't been.
I said in your free time.
Yeah, it hasn't been a huge priority up to this point, as you can imagine.
You can maybe add a
No, we're
field of
seeing
OE
it.
tracker, and they could, if they have the same OE tracker, then it kicks it to one
Well,
account.
the problem is, Steve, what usually happens is, so for instance, you get like people with like AOL email addresses or Lycos or whatever from like 2001, and you get the same person who registers with a Gmail address 8 years later, right? Because they don't even have access to that old mail anymore. So they just create a new account. They slightly alter the way their name looks so they don't get tagged as a duplicate. So for instance, this particular doctor who has 3 accounts had his regular name with an OD at the end, regular name with an OD at the end with periods in between the O and the D. That's how he skirted registering.
At least he's
3
creative.
times. He's very creative.
There's really only 40 people in ODwire
Right.
instead of 25,000.
Right. They
Right.
have all these
So-
duplicate.
So most
logins.
people do not go to this extreme. What happens is when they know that they have an account already, they'll just reset their password. They'll ask for a password reset.
Right.
But occasionally you get these situations. It's probably happened at this conference, I would say maybe 15 times, which is not bad for the first time we're doing this integrated with ODwire. So.
And I know Paul vets everybody to make sure they're an OD. So ODwire is a very secure site. You can't be Googled with your threads and things, but it'd be hard for him to find that somebody had another account with a slightly different name or email, etc.
Yeah, I mean, we could do it. It just hasn't been a priority yet. So, and perhaps now with CEwire, it is more of a priority because people are actually using their accounts for different things now, right? They're using it to actually get CE. So.
Wait a second. We need to back up a second. AOL 2001. I still have my AOL account from 1993. Thank you very much.
Oh my God.
I don't use it for much, but it's still there.
I will.
It was my first email address.
I will say that one of the speakers at this conference, embarrassingly enough, is still using his AOL account on a daily basis.
And I know who it is.
And I know who it is too.
I have nagged and nagged about. And at my unrelenting making sport of said person has a Gmail account, but that Gmail account points to the AOL account. So I almost feel like saying said person's name just to shame said person into at least using the Gmail account.
That is hilarious.
Is there any advantage for AOL? Is it not spam? Do people don't, big companies don't send it there because they figure the person doesn't exist?
It's just a legacy thing, I think, right? So people know that they can get you at your old email address, so people keep it around as a legacy thing.
I'm just keeping it because it's now almost, it'll be 30 years next year that I've had this email account. So yeah, I'm not going to get rid of it.
I mean, I keep my Michigan account, right? Because they let me. They're like, we all alums can keep their email addresses. So I'm like, all right, I'll keep it on file.
For as many students at Michigan, I'm surprised they allow you.
Yeah. Yep. So you're allowed to keep it, and then you have a forwarder set up, and that's how we have it. So, yeah.
Well, that's my SpaceDoc account, Gretchen. SpaceDoc is a fake account from MIT, but it sends it to Gmail, Hotmail, and Yahoo.
Yeah.
So if for some reason I can't access Gmail, if it's down, I can always go to Hotmail, I can go to Yahoo, and it's the same exact. You're sending it to 3 different places, like you said. It points to them.
Right.
Plus, you can't be spammed. If somebody's trying to hack you, and they're not really hacking anything there because it's just a fake email.
And it's an important thing, actually, that being able to keep that old email. So, for instance, you know what places don't keep those old emails? Places like Pacific. And how I know this is because we have people who sign up for ODwire using their Pacific email address, right? They graduate, and then within a year or two, all of a sudden that stuff starts bouncing. And people can't access their account, and then what do? I'm going to register for a second ODwire account using Gmail, right? So it's a classic thing where you have a student registering with their... So whenever I see somebody as a student registering with their school address, I cringe. I'm like, oh my God, this is just going to turn into a bounce in 2 or 3 years. So most people don't do it anymore. It was a lot more common years ago, I guess, before people really started understanding the importance of having sort of a permanent email address that's not going anywhere.
Well, a lot of universities do make it a permanent legacy address, and they can use that through it. I mean, mine did, and I know Syracuse does. My daughter, Columbia did. Yep. So
I'm frankly surprised that like Pacific and a lot of the other optometry schools don't, because their class sizes are so small. It's literally no skin off their nose to keep these aliases running. So I don't understand it.
Well, why don't we get Jenny Coyle on the phone and figure it out? Like, Jenny, man, make this happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're actually hurting the students at some level by deactivating these things, because any sort of contact they had with industry before or whoever under those email addresses, they're just bouncing now.
Interesting.
Yep.
It's amazing, by the way, I keep on going to the classrooms, how the classes keep on swelling the first 10 minutes. We're up to about 800 people now, and fine. By the way, I was very upset when my GeoCities website went away. Do you know what GeoCities is, Adam?
Yes, I remember GeoCities. It was a different time.
I clicked on it and it wasn't there. I cannot believe it. I guess people don't know what it is, but it was fun.
Oh my
So
gosh.
Steve, 800 total or 800 per?
800 total. It's early.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
people are
that's
going
what I
into the
think.
rooms.
I was going to be surprised if you said
Yeah.
per.
No, that's only when Mark Freeberg starts talking in a couple hours.
Yep. And Kyler just pointed out something, that on the schedule that we made, which I'll put up again so people can see it, I put all times as Eastern times always. I don't mess with daylight. I don't mess with anything. It just says ET. So whatever day that this thing is running, it's going to be whatever that time is in Eastern time. So
Gretchen and I rule the world, and you guys just follow along. You're
so
the tail wagging the dog.
for those of us who live on the West Coast, we are very familiar with doing this, right? Because you do so much business with people on the East Coast that expressing things in Pacific time just seems wrong. When I set up meetings, it's always in Eastern time. The clocks on ODwire servers, if anyone's ever noticed, they're set to Eastern time. People, depending on what time zone you're in, the times might look different because the system can detect what time zone you're in. But by default, everything is set to the Eastern time zone. So that's just a convenience thing. Yeah, I always get annoyed and frustrated when I deal with someone from Mountain Time, because it just throws off my clock. I'm like, where are you? Like, what time is this? I can't deal with this.
Well, what happened yesterday with Art Epstein when he's in Arizona, that weird state that keeps the same time, and he forgot about his class, but he got in right away when I told him he was a minute late, so no problem.
Yep.
It's great. That's great that he was able to jump right in like that, especially if he thought that he had, what was he? He thought he still had an hour to go, right?
Right.
Yeah, so that could have been bad.
Before COVID, he would have been at the airport doing his lecture, and because he was going so many places, now he doesn't go anywhere.
Yep. So by the way, today we don't have too many interviews. This is going to be just a fun day of slacking off here and just seeing what's going on at the conference. Richard Hom is going to be by later, and Brent from CCOP is also going to be coming on at 3 o'clock Eastern time, just for giggles. I want him to talk about what's going on with CCOP and learn more about the buying group. But that's about it.
I also added another one at noon our time. Scott Houseworth is going to jump on and just chat with us.
Nice. I don't have an infographic for him, so he's just going to have to deal with it.
I'm sure he'll be fine.
Unless I can make one really quickly. Probably not.
No,
When we go through get everybody to know the sponsors, is a good idea to show them at this time?
Probably, yeah. Let me run through those. And again, I was going to send out an e-blast about our sponsors last night. I ran out of time, though, dealing with everything else just closing up. So we'll get that out tonight to everybody. So let's talk a little bit about our sponsors. So thank you to our sponsors for sponsoring the event today, and actually all of the events, right? Because the sponsors are sponsors throughout the entire conference. They're here for the duration. So let's talk a little bit about them. So again, we'll push past the schedule here. And what a schedule it is. Okay, so thanks to Luno Technology. As you know, Luno has merged with OptiView, so now they have a full line of instruments, including OCT. And they're offering 0% financing on select models, along with $99 monthly payments for the first 6 months, which is an incredible deal if you can take advantage of it. 0% financing also is fantastic in the context of rising interest rates, right? So this is something special. I haven't shopped for a car in a while. I'm getting a little bit nervous actually to see what's happening out there now that interest rates are rising again.
Adam, my car was due in April, and I started shopping, and I just extended my lease because they're charging ridiculous amounts above MSRP and giving you nothing, and there's no inventory. You have to take what they get, and so
be careful.
Don't shop, and if you are shopping, shop with some trepidation.
Yep. So
I'm so grateful that we got our car June of 2019 because we were waiting till Alex graduated from college because we drive our cars until they die. And had we waited, we would be in a world of hurt that my old car probably would have died. And yeah, we wouldn't have been able to get anything because of inventory, pricing, and yeah, you are paying tons and tons over what the car is actually worth. So
the interesting thing is you could, if you're leasing a car, the residual, because I did it 3 or 4 years ago, is so little compared to what the car is worth. You can buy the car and keep it. That's a good, or you can buy the car and try to sell it yourself privately, and then you have to pay sales tax. But you can make a good penny on the car, but then you're stuck with buying.
But you still have to buy a new one,
right? And you get stuck with a higher fees and interest rates going up, and there's no negotiation. There's 3 cars in the place, and you can take this one, this one, and this one, whatever.
Right. And
it doesn't matter. It
and we're not going to. You can't negotiate for the pricing. Like, we will tell you what you will pay. You either pay it or you do not.
This will be somebody at the door. It could be a Hyundai or a Lamborghini. It does up and down the line. It doesn't make a difference.
Yep. So anyway, so 0% financing on Luna Technologies instruments. Check them out. Go to lunatechusa.com/CEwire or go to their discussion thread. I was mentioning it yesterday. We centralized sort of the entire place. I have my little Vimeo link up here. We'll talk about that later again. So that's a whole different discussion. But let me bring it up. So again, if you go to CEwire2022 and click on forum, it'll take you right to all of the sponsors pages. And you can see right here, you can easily learn more about what's going on with each one of them. If you need to reach any of the sponsors ever, hover over their name or their picture, click send private message, boom, that's it. And you can easily send anybody on ODwire and anybody basically at the CEwire conference, whether they're a sponsor or another participant or me or anybody, you can easily send them a private message. And when you do that, they'll get an email letting them know that you're trying to send them a private, secure message. That's another thing that I think is, one thing that I never really play up enough on the site is the fact that this is all secure. When we send out a private message to someone, people will get an email notification. The content of that message is encrypted, right? We don't send in the actual body of the message in those emails. It's just an alert. Hey, there's a private message for you. Come back to ODwire. And then when you get back there, obviously this is all encrypted. So all of the communication here is secure. So a roundabout way of saying that. So anyway, so check out Luno and contact them. They are waiting for you. So MacuHealth, makers of the MacuHealth supplement, MacuHealth Plus, with the triple carotenoid formula, and Vision Edge. And again, Vision Edge is just MacuHealth, but it's for the younger person who wants to focus sort of on performance, right? If you're trying to sell this to athletes, for instance, it's kind of an easier sell than talking to people about their eye health. Tell anybody.
Adam, usually when you refer to performance with vitamins and supplements, you're talking about other things. That's not what this is, right?
Not that kind of performance.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
They make a lot of claims, though, Gretchen. You just have to read the fine print.
So definitely check them out. They also have an omega-3 now that we actually tried on the air here the first time around. It's made with fish oils, but it's not really fishy. It tastes actually a lot like lemons. When I cracked the thing open, not a bad flavor.
You were very brave to do that. I don't know that I would have done that.
You know why I did it? Because I did it because I could smell. I've taken a lot of omega-3 in my life, and I could tell just by sticking my nose in the bottle that this was not going to be a super fishy experience. They weren't lying. I mean, these really don't smell like anything. Whatever they're doing,
that's great.
Whatever they're doing with to mask it with the lemon scent or whatever they have in it, it definitely helps.
That's good to know, because I really hate that fishy odor and fishy taste as well, because I was a little skeeved when you were doing that the last time, but yeah, you proved it.
Yeah, so it's real. It's not really fishy at all, so definitely check that out as well. And they're running a bunch of deals at the show today, so you can check those out. Again, go to their thread on the forum or contact MacuHealth at their website as well. They are waiting for you. And by the way, the folks at MacuHealth are super, super responsive. Emily at MacuHealth, again, she's another severance case, I think, because I think she's always sitting there, waiting for people's emails. One of the most responsive people I've ever seen. So if you have questions, definitely go check them out. Okay, So Oculus, makers of instruments including the keratograph and the pentacam, the so-called Swiss Army knife. You know, I mean, it does so many different things to the point where most people who have one do not use all of its functionality. They'll use it for, you know, one thing specially. Like, for instance, a lot of scleral fitters now have a pentacam, right? And that's what they use its functionality for, but it's an incredible instrument, so definitely go check it out. They actually have new models of the pentacam now as well. Even though the Oculus, their industrial design tends to stay the same over time, the pentacams all kind of look similar. The guts are different. And so they definitely have kept evolving it over time. So go check them out. They have a new instrument called the Myopia Master. So for those of you who are doing myopia management, it's a cool, very small instrument, small footprint designed to measure axial length. So Lacrovera, makers of punctal plugs. You can see they have a bunch of show specials here. Again, go to the forum. You can actually see what the specials are or look right here. They are also standing by waiting to take your order. Again, reach them in the forum or go to Lacrovera.com and check them out. Vicky from Lacrovera is their VP who handles all of this. And again, she's very responsive, always around on weekends. In fact, I was talking to Vicky about this, or we were trading correspondence. Lacrovera does a lot of they do a lot of shows. I don't know if you noticed, if you go to all the different events, you'll see them there. They also do some of the smaller shows. And Vicky, for better or worse, I think she goes around and actually does those. So I can't imagine going around to a bunch of regional shows these days, like traveling so much. That's got to be hard. But she's out there, so she's a road warrior and can handle it. So definitely check her out. So Vision Equipment Inc., Leo Hadley's company, dealing with refurbished equipment. He's always got different stuff. If you go to the forum, you'll see his inventory changes literally from day to day because, again, it's refurbished. He gets them from a variety of places. Tragically, he gets a lot of it from bank repossessed equipment from offices that haven't made it. And so if you're looking to outfit a new lane and you don't want to spend a fortune, this is actually a sort of great alternative because Leo actually refurbishes all of this equipment. It's not like, you know, it fell off a truck and he's just reselling it to you without testing it. This stuff is refurbished. He makes sure that it all works well before it gets sent out again. So if you're looking to save money, definitely give it a shot. As you can see from looking at Leo's ODwire profile here, he's been with us a long time. You can see he registered in 2008. So Paul has mentioned numerous times that we've never had anyone complain about a piece of equipment that they purchased from Leo because he backs the sale with service on everything that he sells. So definitely check it out. And if you ever see Leo at a trade show, by the way, if you ever go by his booth, one of the most fascinating things about his equipment is that he has some stuff that's almost like a time capsule. You know, he deals in relatively new equipment as well. So you can see he's got retinal cameras and so forth and OCTs that are relatively new. He's even got an Avanti for sale. But he'll also have older equipment, and it's fascinating going by his booth because you'll see old equipment that's kitted out like it's brand new. So
he doesn't have peach or green phoropters, does he?
Well, that's I've never seen anything that bad, but I have seen devices with CRTs in them instead of LCDs.
Okay.
So he really does have a wide variety of stuff, and it's so cool to actually go look at some of the old equipment. He cut his teeth, by the way, and what he still does a lot of are edgers. So if you look, he's got a video, I wish I could find it, of how they refurbish an edger. It's one of the coolest things ever. If you are into sort of like mechanical design, it's one of the most fascinating things watching how somebody rebuilds an edger to make it like new. Because these are actually complicated pieces of equipment. You know, a lot of moving parts, unlike most things in eye care, right, where the equipment lasts forever and there's not that many moving parts. Edgers have a lot of moving parts.
I found in my office you have to keep that service contract alive for edges because it always breaks. And if you have a service contract, they're there that day, the next day, all the big companies, and you really need it. If that's down, you don't have two, you're in trouble. Yeah,
and so what's nice about Leo with his edgers, again, this is where he started. That's sort of the part of the industry where he started in. You know, he'll offer, you know, service on these things, and buying a refurbished edger is not necessarily a terrible idea because when you buy one new, it's immediately used, right? It's almost like driving a car off the lot, and with so many moving parts, you know you're going to be doing service on it anyway. So why not get one that's been refurbished where someone's looked it over, right, and they know it works and it's working fine, and save some money up front. So, and again, it's funny. I actually do the same thing here with computers, right? It's very rare that I will have a brand new computer running.
Oh, really?
Never. Oh, no. I mean, I'll build. So, for instance, the machines that are doing the live stream right now is a machine I built myself. But I'll never buy like a new laptop. It's very rare. I'll always buy a refurbished one because the second I get it, it's used. And when you buy refurbs, a lot of the times the companies will really look them over before they send them out again. So,
But you have that ability that we don't have to rebuild something or fix it.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a little bit of a different situation for me, but my experience has been buying refurbished laptops. Let's say it's always been fine. If you buy from, this is a good object lesson. If you buy from a quality refurbished dealer. So, for instance, when I buy my Apple laptops, I always buy them from Apple from their outlet. So many people don't realize if you type into Google Apple outlet, you'll get to as part of the Apple website that they hide, where they sell all their refurbished equipment. And they sell it at a discount, but it's like new. The only difference is the box it comes in is like beige and not like fancy dancy Apple looking box.
And it is warranted to a certain extent?
Oh, it's totally warranted. Yeah, it's warranted by Apple. They back it like they would their new equipment. I think the warranty might be slightly shorter, but it's similar.
Sure.
So I haven't bought a new Apple laptop in a really long time. I'll always buy.
That is really interesting to hear. And you are somebody who is in the know about all of this.
Yeah, I mean, that to me, and again, it comes down to who's doing the refurbishing, right? If it's Apple, I trust them that when they have refurbished equipment, it'll be fine. Now, if it was like Lenovo, I have no idea. Like, I don't know what they do with the refurbs. They may just turn them right around again and not even look. But that's why it's important, and that's why when you're buying refurbed equipment, someone like Leo, he's looking at all of it, and it's going to work properly. So, I guess that was my point. We got off on a tangent. So CECOP USA, CECOP's a buying group. They're actually quite big in Europe, and now they're trying to make a splash here in the US. We're going to have Brent from CECOP on later to talk to us all about the company. And they're offering a deal right now at CEwire. We're going to talk to Brent a little bit more about this, but we receive 1% off every purchase when you add a new vendor and order from these new vendors through CECOP's website. So. And that's another interesting thing. I want to talk to Brent about what vendors they're dealing with, right? Because they obviously have deals with a lot of the majors, and I'm curious as to who those might be.
A little word for the masses. I'd like to discuss about what you talked about with all the equipment being purchased and people being reticent. You were at a conference where I bought a $90,000 piece of equipment 4, 5, 6 years ago, and I just signed the dotted line.
Yep.
That piece of equipment probably, number one, gave great care. Number two, is still working. Number three, paid for itself in spades. And people forget that, for example, when you lease something with $1 buyback, you're really buying it. So if you buy a $50,000 piece of equipment, the first year and a half, even 2 years, depending on your income, is covered by your tax savings. And during that time, you're generating income or generating goodwill or good care, etc. So I understand a new doctor who has large student loans, it's hard to do. But when you're established, at least somewhat, don't be afraid to add as much high tech to your practice as you can, whether it be for billing purposes, better communication, better education, or just good care. Word of mouth goes out to the public, and they'll flock to your office. So don't be afraid to spend money when the money is actually almost free for the first 2 years.
Yep, that is good advice. And I think
and if it doesn't work out, it goes to Leo.
Right, and you. But it works out most of the time, unless somebody has made an impulse purchase and they don't really have the volume or the wherewithal to use it properly.
Yep. Okay, so Innova Systems, and so they make a device. I think it's unique to measure a cone contrast testing, so they can detect disease earlier than you might otherwise find it. And we had lectures yesterday about this device, so definitely check it out. I think it's unique. I don't think there's another device like it right now on the market, and they're offering deals here at CEwire, so you can see $500 off each platform that they offer. And again, I think the lectures went over what each one of these platforms was, so you can take a look at what the instruments actually look like, or you can go to their forum page, on CEwire, and also they have pictures there, and you can watch some movies as well about how it all works. So Their stuff is turnkey, so basically, and they're doing actually, a lot of vendors are doing this today too, right? Back in the old days, sometimes you have to bring your own computer. These days, the vendors aren't really mucking around with that anymore. They want to set everything up for you, and that's what they do as well. So they give you everything in one turnkey piece. So check that out. And Arctic Medical Laboratories, they make a genetic test for you to figure out if your patients are going to have problems if you prescribe supplements with zinc, your macular degeneration patients. So a certain percentage of people don't do well with zinc. It can actually make the condition worse. And this genetic test allows you to detect who those people are with very high specificity. The tests basically you keep in your office. They're inexpensive and small. They're easy to take. You don't have to shove a thing up your nose. It's not like not like a COVID test, right? It's a swab for your cheek. So very easy test and inexpensive. So quite useful to detect which one of your patients might have a problem taking supplements with zinc. And that is it, I believe, for our advertisers today. So
yep,
check them all out.
And here we are at 10:35, and we've had only a couple of questions so far. Somebody just asked about when credits will post.
Yep.
So people are in the first class of the day, and wow, we're not going to have much to talk about today.
No, so, and by the way, David, if you're still there, so we'll make sure that you get your credits, and that goes for everyone else. If you have questions, just send them on in, and we'll make sure your credits post. The only problems we saw with credits not posting yesterday is if people had trouble with their connections. So remember, the computer has to make sure that you're watching. That's like a requirement that Arbo has, and so we have software in place to show that the person is still connected and watching. It's constantly checking in with your browser. Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? And if you are there, then it issues you credit. If you're not there, then it can't, right? It doesn't actually add to the time that you were at the event. And so what can happen sometimes is if you have an internet connection that's dropping out, it loses track of time, right? It's like you're not there, you're not there, you're not there. And then so it's not adding to the amount of time that you were actually at the show. And if you're not there for enough time, it won't issue the credits. And that's the only way that happens where people don't get credit. Because otherwise,
so the recipients have to tell them that they're there. What happens? How do they check it?
So they can check their transcript. Great question. So if they go to, you can always check your transcript here. The easiest way to get to it, I'll put it up on the screen so people can see. The easiest way to check your transcript, if you go to the CEwire website, there's a direct link back. You see this green thing at the top? It says certificates. If you click there, that'll take you right back to this little home that we've set up on ODwire, which is permanent for all conferences that you take with us from NORA 2021 going forward. So you can see there's one that says CEwire2022. When you click on it, it brings up your list of certificates. So I have none, right, because I've been trapped in this room with you guys for the past day. But if you have courses that you've completed, you'll see them here, and you can view them either as a single transcript with all of them on one page, or individual certificates that you can print.
Alternatively, you can go to the website where the lectures are being played and click on transcripts and see them there.
Yep. So there's a link that says transcripts. So this is a little less, it's not as polished, right? It doesn't let you print things. It just gives you like a running tab of what's going on. If you've completed a class, that trophy will light up. There's trophies right here. And if you've completed it, it'll be lit up.
The only thing you can't see is the amount of hours of that class and the COPE number, etc. But it gives you a basic idea. Exactly.
It's just designed to give you like a very quick heads up about what you've completed and what you haven't. But the real transcript page that you want to go to is on ODwire itself.
So when the system checks a person, does the person have to respond to the system?
No.
It's just doing it in the background. So it's keeping track of whether or not you're there for everybody who's using it right now, right? So for all 1,000 people, it's watching each one of them to make sure that their browser window is still open and that they're still watching. And if it's not, then they don't get the time added to their account. And you have to cross a certain number of minutes for each lecture in order to get credit.
Ours is a pretty robust system, Paul. I've been on places where every 15 minutes they'll ask a silly question, what color is a banana? And you have to answer it. If you don't answer, that means you're not there.
You're there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
But ours is just a simple software system.
Right. It's a technical solution to the problem as opposed to having people, actively enter something in. So, and it's worked, very well. We've made it more and more robust over from the last conference to this one, to the point where, very few people are having problems now. And the ones who do have problems typically are using internet that's in not so great places, or they're doing it, mobile from a car or whatever, and it's dropping out. So it's unusual cases. Like I said, we've registered yesterday over 9,000 hours of CE credit. The credits were actually issued. So
that's incredible.
Yep.
I mean, I don't think we do that at a major meeting, 9,000 hours in a day.
Yeah, it's true. We issue more credits than most organizations, right? I'd say outside of CECO, maybe, we probably issue the most.
And Gretchen, so nobody's going to sit in the room for 10 hours straight if you go to a large conference. They're going to go in and out, eat lunch, etc. Right. So they might get 3 or 4 hours. Here they could, at their convenience, literally get 10 hours at once. So it's very easy to do. And that's why it generates so many hours for them. And that's what they need. And hopefully a lot more education. And a shameless plug for CE in general and our platform specifically. After July, you're going to have to take quizzes with all this online interactive stuff that we're doing now today. And so get it now or get it in May, because in the future, it's going to be a little bit more challenging.
Yep. Yeah. And in fact, I want to talk about that today. I mentioned yesterday that I wanted to talk a little bit about CE, despite the fact that it can get us in trouble. I'm now really determined to attend that meeting, the ARBO meeting in June. So I let everyone know here, like I'm planning to actually go one way or the other, unless COVID.
Do we want to see if we can get Mike Olson to join this conversation?
Yeah, I mean, if Mike's around, I'd love to actually talk to him about it.
Let me text him. We might want to hold off until.
Yeah, that would, he'd add some insight.
Well, I'll go over my little manifesto first, and then we'll do it again with him, and he can laugh at me. So
this is great.
So. Yeah, because I've been thinking about it a lot, and ARBO wants us to respond to them by the end of the month with ideas, right? Because they want everyone's input as to what, should change. So I think one thing we have to do is sort of work from base principles, right? And we all have to agree to common ideas, because if we don't, it's not going to make sense, right? So the first premise that I had for CE, and you guys can agree with this or not. For many types of education, the distance between the lecturer and the learner is irrelevant in 2022. Do we agree with that? That for many types of education, that's the case?
Unless you're showing somebody how to lance a Chalazian and they're doing it next to you or something like that, it is irrelevant.
Right, so that's the big issue. So do you agree? I mean, that's the thing. Do we agree with this? Is there general agreement that there's certain types of education where it does not matter if you're learning about dry eye, or if you're attending like Friedberg's lecture on different kinds of retinal lesions? Isn't it more important to have clear pictures, right, of those retinas versus actually being in front of him?
Totally agree.
So I think that if that is the case, and we all agree that for certain types of education, and I'm not saying for all, right, because you're right, there are certain hands-on things that you're never going to replace those with CE online. It's just not going to happen. There's no amount of learning you can do online to learn how to do a patient-based procedure. It's just impossible. You have to learn by doing. But for a lot of the stuff, you don't have to learn by doing. I don't need to see Art Epstein up close. I really don't. I've seen it enough. It's great. I love talking to Art and hanging out with him, but I don't necessarily need to learn about dry eye at this point. And even Art would tell you he agrees.
And if it's a live dry eye lecture, if Art's in front of you, he's showing you the same slides that you're going to be seeing on the computer.
Yep, and
with the device.
And in fact, that's the thing. When you're watching at home, sometimes the quality is even better, right? Because you can control your environment. Mm-hmm. So anyway, so if we agree that this is the case, then the conclusion is that CE delivered over the internet, right, at a distance, can theoretically be equivalent or superior in quality to in-person learning, in theory. Right, you can provide an experience for that type of CE to be better at home, right? And again, I'll go back to Friedberg's lecture. You'd have a hard time convincing me that that lecture would be any better if it was given in a lecture hall with 500 other people sitting there.
In fact, I'll add that you could ask Feeberg a question about a slide when the lecture's going on and not interrupt his talk while live you are, and the flow gets disturbed. So
Yep.
actually in form is actually better.
Yep. So the other conclusion that I have drawn from all of this is that Arbo really should designate a new type of CE that reflects this parity and that also makes state boards aware of how the education is being delivered. So for instance, I don't think there should just be a thing that says, quote, live, right? I think that the state boards are going to want to know how the CE is being delivered, right? So if you want to call it live at a distance, live online, whatever, just something to indicate that, you know, it's equivalent to live, but it just happens to be that you're not in the same room as the person. But just put it at the same level of validity as being there in person, right? So it's not like reading from a journal. It's different. So that's my first conclusion, that I hope Arbo, they take this into account, because when they created the online interactive category, that was over 10 years ago. And I just think that they need to update this to reflect the parity between the different kinds of learning.
So when you say live, does that mean that there's an instructor right there in real time?
So that is a great question. And I think for some kinds of learning, having the instructor there in real time might be useful. So for instance, I look back at our experience with Nora, and I feel like a lot of people felt more plugged into what was going on at that lecture because the speaker was there live. Because remember, we had, for each one of those tracks, we had 3 speakers, and the speakers were actually interacting with each other during those talks.
Right.
So they were able to feed off of each other, and that's something it's much more difficult to get if it's pre-recorded. So
Clarify a little bit what we're doing today. The speakers are they alive
Yep.
to interact, but we're actually referring to them talking live, actually delivering the lecture
right.
in a live format, not just advancing slides, etc.
Yep.
And that's a totally different animal.
My feeling is that what Arbo is going to do is they're going to say that people have to be there live to get equivalence. Like the speaker has to be actually advancing the slides themselves in real time. And
That's what I think too.
and
It's easier just to default back to what we had previous to COVID.
Yeah, and I think, so this would be something new though, Gretchen, right? Because always before on the internet, even if you had a speaker there advancing the slides in real time, it wouldn't count as live education. There was no such category to be able to deliver that kind of CE using the internet. And I think they're going to create a new designation for that.
So what I was proposing is 3 designations: a live where the speaker is there talking live,
Yep.
live interactive, the speaker is there to chat and answer questions, and then on demand enduring, it's called, where the lecture is just being played and people are listening to lectures being played. So
Yeah,
I think it's a wonderful advancement. Yeah.
I think they have to make that distinction, and I think once they do, then it's going to be up to the state boards to decide which ones they're going to want to adopt as being equivalent to being there live in person. And my feel, yep.
You also have two different kinds of live. You have live, where it doesn't go out on the internet, whether you have live like a radio show or like a TV show. We have a live audience, but it goes out to the world. So
I didn't understand that.
I don't understand what you're saying there.
Okay, so I'll say it again. You can have a program where you have the entertainer, we'll say, call him an entertainer, who has a studio audience. These are the optometrists that are lecturing, watching him in person. But the same program is going out on the air to the world.
Right. What I'm saying is they're going to probably call that live at a distance for people who are watching it somewhere else. And
okay, that's live at a distance, but it can have an audience as well.
Well, sure, but then that's the regular sort of what they have right now. If you show up at CECO, you sit there with 50 other people, and you watch somebody talk, and that's probably going to be a thing too, right? Where people stream their stuff out live. But Arbo is going to right now, if they tried to do that, right? I mean, before COVID, let's say, if you tried to do that from a place like CECO, the people who are watching it at a distance would not get credit for it. Without it, they call it online interactive, so they get a lower level of credit. And what I'm saying is that they need to create something for people who are watching this live stuff at a distance where it's equivalent. and the states need to honor it as equivalent. And the state boards at this ARBO meeting need to come to an agreement on that. That if a speaker is there live, giving this talk and people are watching it online, it should be equivalent to being there in person.
Right. But Paul makes a good point. They could actually make a hybrid where people are giving a live lecture and it's also being streamed over the web to the masses that can't be there, and to the people who can't go miles and pay
Right.
hotel and airline fees. So it could be, that lecture could be live in any manner, shape, or form.
But then there's the other problem. So here's the other problem with CE, and this is where people get mad. The premise is that it is difficult or impossible to ascertain whether a learner has actually learned anything without some form of assessment, right?
And here we go. This is where you piss people off.
This is where everyone's going to get angry, but this is 100% true, and people know it intuitively, right? That unless you do some form of assessment, you don't know if a person has learned anything or if they played with their phone for an hour. And so, and that, by the way, goes for in-person lectures as well, right? Unless you do some form of assessment at the beginning and the end, or even just at the end, you don't know if somebody learned anything. So,
and if the state boards are there to protect the public interest, then they should want this.
Yep.
If they really do want this.
And so testing is, one form of assessment. There are others, and Mike Olson has gone on and on about it. Hopefully he'll show up later to continue to go on and on about it, where you could do things like measure a practice's performance before and after a certain lecture. Like, there are more esoteric ways of measuring whether or not somebody's learned something, but the most obvious and easiest way is by giving somebody a quiz, right? That's the easy way to ascertain whether or not somebody has learned something. So if you agree that this is the case, because I think we've done enough CE right now, right? We've issued hundreds of thousands of hours of internet CE at this point, and I am not convinced that I know if anybody's learned anything. Because how could I be unless they've taken a test?
Right.
And in fact, I think they should take a test before and after, because you want to see the difference, right? What did they know before coming in? What's their base level of knowledge before versus after?
Adam, do you have any stats on when anybody takes the on-demand CEwire, when there is a quiz required, that people can take it over and over again until they get it right? But do you have any metrics on how many people get it right without blowing it up a few times?
That's a good question. I've never looked actually to see how many people have to take a quiz more than once. The answer is very few, and I only know that because people have told me. We've had a few people who've confessed, like, yeah, I got a 60%, and I just kept at it over and over again. I didn't rewatch the lecture. I just kept going until I got that 70%. But as far as I know, most people pass on the first time. I'll actually have to ask Kyler for this one because we've had, I want to say, thousands of hours already of people who've taken CEwire2022 on demand. Like last night actually, I submitted, I want to say it was 450 hours worth of on-demand CE for the last week. So to give you a sense of how much on-demand CE people are taking. So yeah, we should have those metrics to see how many times people have failed. And I'll ask
And Gretchen, that's why it's good to have the handouts, because if you have a couple of questions that you have questions about, you go back and you say, oh, well, that was there in the lecture.
Right.
So it's like having a textbook to study from. It's not a problem at all.
So anyway, if we agree that you have to do some form of assessment, then an assessment mechanism is going to be required for any new online learning standard, and frankly, should be required for in-person learning as well, but they're never going to do it. Yeah. I would be shocked if they even brought up the topic. Could you imagine having to take a test at like Expo?
Do they do that for in-person CME, Adam?
So it depends. There are places that do give out tests, but here's the thing. CME, I love the way they do testing, and I wish ARBO would do the same, and I'm going to make this recommendation. You should have that quiz before you walk into the room. The quiz should come with you as part of a handout, and that's the way it happens with medical CE. You get a copy of the quiz, you can actually have it with you while the lecture's going on. You can look at it, you can refer to it. The questions are actually laid out in the order that they appear in the lecture. So for instance, you can actually follow the quiz as you're taking a lecture and fill it out as you go. This, I think, is a really useful thing. People say that's the stupidest idea ever, right? Because you think about the way things were in school, right? When you were in, from K through 12 and then in college, you would never have something like that. you'd think, oh, that's cheating, that's ridiculous. But for adult learners, I think this is actually one of the most useful things you can have.
Because hopefully the quiz is asking about the most pertinent parts of the lecture, what key takeaways the lecturer wants you to have. It isn't going to be a gotcha question like my senior year sociology teacher did in high school, would ask us some esoteric piece of knowledge that was in the caption in the textbook. I mean, it's going to be, how many millimeters of change do you see on Schirmer's when patients use blah, blah, blah dry eye treatment? Do you know what I mean?
Exactly. And usually the best tests really highlight what the most important things are to that speaker. Right. They'll lay it right out there. They don't make it hard. They don't do gotcha questions. And so you actually use the test as a way to educate yourself as you're taking the courses. So
the most important stuff you need to know.
I've done a lot of medical CME like that, and it would be fantastic if Arbo did the same thing.
A couple of things, Gretchen. The person who's giving the lecture, we've had problems in the past where they didn't cover the stuff in their quiz in the lecture. Now they're forced to.
Oh, geez. I mean, that's just a rookie mistake.
Yeah, that's writing the quiz on the plane when they wrote the lecture, 2 months before. The second thing is, I have no problem with, let's say, 400 people in the audience saying, hey, what did they just say? What's the answer? Because they're learning it anyway. It's yes, they're cheating, but who cares? They're learning the correct answer to that question, whether it be because somebody else next to them knew the answer. That's fine.
Yep.
Right. They know what patients are not good candidates for, say, LASIK, which is important.
Giving the test for live audiences. You can actually do it when people are sitting there taking the courses, because the speaker can highlight in some way that this is a test question.
True, but that would be a little bit too much to give to the audience, I think, to learn. And then they're just going to be waiting for that blue star.
Awake for sure.
Yeah.
If they had to fill out a test form while they were taking the course, there'd be no sleeping and no looking at the phone.
Right. Sounds good to me.
Yep. So anyway, they probably won't implement something like that, but I'm going to recommend it anyway because I just want to get it off my chest.
Just mention that. That's the reason it would be worthwhile doing it live.
So when I send my letter to Arbo, that's what I'm going to do, and I'll let them know, frankly, that I've taken a lot of medical CE, and this is how they do it, and it really works. It's useful. So
maybe even the states will change, and they'll have you have to take 15 credits of transcript quality CE.
Yep.
And therefore, some of the courses, just a small amount, will have this requirement. It doesn't have to be all of them.
So here's my other thing. So it's difficult or impossible to tell whether or not someone is actually present when you can't see them. That is true, right? It's hard to really know. And so even with CEwire, we're monitoring what the computer's doing, but what stops somebody from actually opening up their browser and walking out of the room, right? You could do that in theory, I suppose, right now, because there is no quiz or anything else that could stop you from doing it. So again, the conclusion is that you need some sort of monitoring mechanism, and whether that's like what we have, where we're measuring the time that the browser's open, but in conjunction with testing, right? So for any new online learning standard, you need to have something like that, a monitoring mechanism at the very least to show that somebody's doing something, and then maybe coupling it with testing. So I think a new CE standard needs to have, at the bare minimum, an assessment mechanism, some sort of time tracking, standards of technical quality. So this, again, is and I have a laundry list of stuff, and you've seen it here with CEwire, right? The speakers should be required to give handouts, and not just garbage handouts either, like full slides. Again, I had pushback at this event where some speakers didn't want to give me handouts. Some speakers who did give me handouts refused to give me high quality handouts on purpose. It was, I'm going to give you 6 slides a page handouts because the pictures are small and no one can copy them.
And
to play devil's advocate here, I kind of understand that in a way, because the lecture slides are the speaker's intellectual property. I do get having handouts. It makes it easier to refer back and learn, absolutely. But at the same time, it is sharing some of that information. And I mean, I get it. If you're sitting in a lecture, you can certainly take a an image, a picture with your phone of the slide, or if you're watching a Zoom lecture, you can certainly take a screenshot, but you have to go to a little bit of effort to do that. So both things can be true at the same time, that it does help people learn, but you also are sharing the speaker's intellectual property.
Yeah, but I would say that if they care that much, they should just watermark all of their slides. It's super easy to do now, right? Put a gigantic watermark on the thing, put multiple watermarks on them. You can embed invisible watermarks as well if you're really worried, right? If you're totally paranoid, put in something that people can't even easily see. And then if you think somebody, jacked your stuff, you could prove it later. So I think in the age that we're living in right now, the idea that you can restrict content is it's a folly, especially if you're trying to educate people. These lectures, like I'm thinking of Friedberg's in particular, right? So his lecture is all about bizarre retinal problems. And I think he even had a curse word in the title of his talk, like what the blank is this?
Which I loved, of course.
Yeah, so his lecture had, I want to say, hundreds of pictures. I mean, it was just rapid fire, one after the other after the other. And I can't imagine not having that companion PDF slide deck, right? Because for people, it's very useful to be able to go back and look at them over and over again in high quality. So again, Arbo's not going to listen to me in all probability, but I'm going to, forcefully advocate for this. That if you have a lecture, you should be giving people high quality handouts. And if you don't, there should be a good reason why you're not doing it.
By the way, I just heard from our CE expert, Mike Olson. He'll be jumping on in about half hour or so.
Oh, cool. Okay, so he can excoriate me. He can tell me why I'm totally wrong about all of this. But
I think he'll agree mostly, Adam.
So the other technical quality stuff, and I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I was watching some of the lectures yesterday. As you know, I forced people to use high def, and I forced ultra high quality, both video and audio, on people. And I feel like if you're going to be doing distance learning, there has to be some base level technical specification, right? You can't force people into a situation where they're suffering while they're learning. You have to make it as good as you possibly can. And Arbo has never actually enforced anything like that before, but there has to be some floor, right, for technical quality. There's no reason that there shouldn't be now. So I would, again, forcefully advocate for that there needs to be a floor, just because it helps people learn when they don't have to think about it. So for instance, if you look at our lectures today, because everything was shot in high def, the slides are all incredibly clear. They're not blurry at all. It's really easy to see everything. You don't have to suffer while you're learning, and I think that makes for a better experience. So.
But didn't you go through a bunch of extra work on your end, Adam?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
To make that quality really, really high?
So the work that I did, a lot of it was up front, where I had to explain to the speakers how to actually generate their content in high def. So it was on the speaker's end to try to adjust, and it wasn't actually a huge deal on their part. You just explain to people how, when they're working with PowerPoint, they just have to do a couple of extra settings that are not by default. So by default, PowerPoint, defaults to a relatively low quality. You change a few settings, it goes high quality automatically. The audio was something that I had to muck around with. And again, I don't know how Arbo would even enforce the standard, but I think that they should write something just to say that there's a base level of technical quality that the stuff needs to have. I don't think they have to go to the extreme that I did, right? I mean, I mastered the thing in Adobe Audition like it was a movie or something, but just because I didn't want to annoy people who are sitting here for 10 hours, I don't think people have to go to that extreme. I just did it because I like doing it, but there has to be something, though, so that people don't get driven insane.
Right. And some people can't do it. I helped Adam convert things to MP4s, but he would clean it up. And on my computer, it would take 35 minutes for an hour lecture to convert it over. Adam's is much faster, so he was able to really clean it up quickly.
Yeah.
Can speakers copyright their lectures?
So the lectures by default are all copyrighted, right? It's their material. So they hold the copyright. What I'm saying is that if speakers are really worried about this, they should watermark their slides. And that's very easy to do these days, where you can stamp a little notice on the slide, right? You can put a little logo on it, your name, who actually owns it. And they probably should for a lot of the stuff. So anyway, standards of technical quality. I know I'm a nerd about that. And in fact, that's what got us into trouble with Vimeo. I had that slide up there before, You saw.
Oh, yes. Let's hear the Vimeo rant.
Yeah, so, well, I mean, it's not even a rant. Like, they totally deserve to call me on the carpet because the quality was much higher of our slides. Everything was in high def at all the lectures. You know, they got mad. You know, they actually do the video transport for us, and they're like, hey, what the hell's going on with all your bandwidth usage over that weekend? What did you do? I'm like, well, we had an event. And everyone was watching a high def video, and it was thousands of people, and that's what happened. So they started charging me more to actually transport our videos, and that's just the cost of doing business. Again, I think that a lot of people won't do that, but I think they should. So, yeah. These are thorny problems, right? I don't think Arbo is going to listen to me about a lot of it. What I'm saying is that technically, this stuff can be done, and I think people should shoot for it, and they should do it. If you're going to do something that's equivalent to live, you may as well try to go for the best quality you can.
So the bottom line question is, if Arbo says, okay, you want to do it, are you willing to go out to every state and give this talk to the program chairman and other people in state organizations?
Am I willing to do what?
To teach people how to do this.
So again, it's not that difficult to do any of this, right? To technically make something in high def. I had a one-page sheet that I handed each of our speakers showing them how to do it, and they were able to follow it. It's not that difficult, you know, to actually render these MP4s in high def. You have to do it. You have to be willing to bear the expense of it too, right? When Vimeo comes and yells at you for streaming so much high def video, you have to be willing to put up with it and pay the extra fees. It's just more expensive.
Right. But basically, but you then double checked and fixed the sound systems and did something. So there has to be one quality control person in a given state if they're giving the course on the state level.
Well, no, the way it works right now is that Arbo just does random spot checks of stuff, right? They check your lecture up front when you're submitting it for approval, but in terms of the actual quality, they never really check. They have people who sort of like secret shoppers who will come in and take the courses. It wouldn't surprise me if one or two of the people who registered for this event are actually with Arbo and are watching us closely to make sure that we're not doing anything untoward. And they would just need to keep doing stuff like that. Which brings me to the final point. If you're going to actually have rules, you have to be stricter about enforcement. Otherwise, don't bother with the rules.
Well, I pointed out yesterday, it's just like buying cosmetic contact lenses at a state fair. I mean, yeah, these rules exist for a reason. And I realize that you can't enforce every rule to the same level, but I mean, come on.
Okay, so basically, the one question I would have if I were Arbo is, very nice, who's going to pay for this?
Well, obviously the people who produce the CE, like that's the other thing. To me, it's not my problem, right? Or to Arbo, it shouldn't be their problem. We've proven that one can do this and it doesn't cost $1 million, right? This has now been shown. I don't want to hear people complaining that these new rules are going to cost too much, because in reality they're not. They do take more time, right? And it requires a lot more care. But come on, right?
But you want Arbo to double check that this is happening. What you're saying now is Arbo is probably not enforcing many of the regulations.
Absolutely, they're not.
We don't have the staff. So how do they get the staff to? Who's going to fund them?
Well, so first of all, what you can do is you do, so you know right now how like Russia basically is isolated, and the people who looted Russia are now losing their jets and their yachts. One way that the U.S. government is doing this is by having a bounty, and they're saying, hey, if you happen to know where any of these yachts are located, please contact us to the general public. And so I think Arbo needs mechanisms in place where anybody, if they feel so inclined, can report people if they see violations. Because right now that doesn't exist.
Wait a second. So you're asking people to be narcs then?
Yeah, I am. I'm saying if these rules are important.
I would want to take everyone, for example, our courses could afford to give Arbo several $1,000s for the extra labor that we're causing for them. So if they said to you, hey, you're throwing tens of thousands of hours at us, and we just don't have the staff to do this, would you be willing, as a vendor, to pay for the extra work you're giving them?
But what extra work am I actually giving them?
Yes.
So I'm not giving them that much extra work. I'm asking them to randomly audit people. And I mean random, like don't do this targeted nonsense, right? Which is the other problem. When you have so few people there to enforce rules, what ends up happening is you get differential enforcement, which is another reason why it has to stop. Like, they've targeted us a few times, and I don't blame them for doing it, I guess, because we have so many credits, right? We're so big, so they look at us closely. But what I'd like to see is stricter rule enforcement, and I'd like to see, enough people come to the conclusion that they can do this. They can enforce the rules. It is not that hard. It's not going to take them tens of thousands of hours to come up with new technical standards. I think that's just a load of nonsense. I think a lot of their stakeholders, right, a lot of the producers of CE, they're going to faint, right? And that's what Arbo is scared of, is they're scared of pissing off the people who are making the CE. They're scared of the Jobsons of the world saying, oh, you can't do this, it's too hard. How dare you impose these new standards on us? We can't meet this.
Well, I think that if you gave them a spoonful of sugar to make the medicine go down, they would accept your talk much more readily.
What kind of sugar can I possibly give them?
Be narrow.
To take every vendor and have a charge for the vendor, and like a tax.
Sure.
On what they're making money. The states are going to make money. The regions make money, and we certainly make money, and we could afford to pay Arbo a little bit more than they're charging us. It wouldn't break us to do that.
Oh, sure. No, Arbo runs incredibly lean, too lean, in fact, for what they do.
That's what I'm saying. To try to give them a little more fat, so they can make this possible. And you could be a big sport and say, this is what we think should be done.
You're proposing them hire more people? Well, I'm not sure what you're saying. The money will be used for what?
To enforce, to make sure everybody's held to these standards.
So you have more hours for them or more people working for them?
$1,000, they could hire at least one sharp person to do nothing but this. And what would $100,000 be? How many courses are there nationally?
A lot.
Just look at the expos and CECOs and academies of the world.
Yeah, it's a lot, but
state meetings as well.
Yeah, so there's a lot. I mean, if you're talking about online specifically, it's a little less, right? There are very few folks who try to just work online exclusively. Even if you're looking at some, an organization like CECO, they do a lot of on-demand stuff. They don't do that much stuff live. So there are fewer, and if you're coming up with new standards for online CE, it's doable that someone should be monitoring this. But a lot of the stuff they can check up front. So for instance, right now, when I submit a lecture to Arbo, right, they ask for the bare minimum of information about that particular lecture. They could probably start asking for more, and should probably start asking for more. For instance, right now, when you submit a lecture to them, you can either send them a PowerPoint of the lecture or just an outline. That to me is garbage. What needs to happen is that they should have the PowerPoint, right? They should be able to see the
actual lecture, not just what I think I'm going to talk about.
Exactly. Like they need that actual lecture up front. That is what they should have. And I don't understand why in this day they still just ask for an outline. To me, that's garbage because I know those outlines are bogus. I've seen it, right? I know what an outline looks like versus the actual lecture. So, I mean, I think there's so many ways where they could tighten up what they're requiring of providers, and they just haven't. And I think I know the reason why they haven't, right? They don't want the blowback from people. And what I'm saying is I'm going to propose to them a lot of restrictive stuff and new rules that are designed to make CE the best it can be. I don't expect they're going to implement any of it. I really don't. I hope they do, but I don't think they will.
That's too bad.
I don't know if they're even thinking about this stuff. So you're presenting your manifesto, I would get to them earlier so they have it on the agenda to discuss these points, because it's very
They're-
difficult to incorporate.
They're
in their meeting.
collecting, yeah, they're collecting comments now. They're all due by the end of the month. I think there's
Good.
like a period right now. I don't think they're reviewing anything. I think they're just collecting, and then at the end of the month, that's when they start looking at everything.
I might
But they
change
do
the
have it on their
manifesto.
agenda, but for only 30 minutes,
Yeah, it's not
which is
enough.
troubling.
Yeah, and I mean, I know the people at Arbo, and I'll send over my comments, and I'll even forward it to them personally so they can look again.
You'd be willing to get up in front of an audience?
Yeah, why not? They don't want to hear from me though. They're not
You want to
interested.
know?
We're just one provider of many, and I don't know what the other providers want. I mean, I can guess what some of them want, right? So, the providers in general want the experience to be as easy as possible, right? I think if people had their druthers, they'd fire up Zoom, let Zoom go, just stick a speaker in front of a Zoom window all day and call it good, and doesn't matter what the standards are. And for me, I don't like that at all, because I don't think it works. At the very least, I think if I had to implement anything from my list here, that's the most important thing. You need that assessment mechanism, like 100%. And I guess number 2 would be stricter rule enforcement. So.
You might change the word from manifesto to
Agreed.
That's
advice.
That's just for us. That's for I mean, manifesto is actually more of a mission statement, right? It's designed. I mean, it's a terribly loaded word, but I think what it's designed to do is to get a group of people to think about something in a common way. And I think for us, the idea is to try to elevate the experience of CE online. How do you do it? Right? So everything that we do should probably be focused to that goal. How do you make the online CE experience as equivalent as possible to being there?
I think we should change it to screed. I really do like that word.
Hang on for 1 second, guys. We have more people registering for the conference, and as you know, when that happens, I have to let them in.
And it's amazing how they, I'm just saying how the audience, there was a problem with people not knowing how to mute, but the audience itself is now knowing how to tell other people that they're stupid. And
well, not even stupid. So the UI in some places is not great for certain devices, and we've tried to fix it in as many places as we can. So.
But we have a large support staff now of thousands helping out other people, which is great.
Yep.
And Adam, you should keep an eye out for when Mike Olson jumps on, because he should be jumping on at some point, like within the next 10 minutes or so. Just keep an eye on it.
So hopefully he won't be too mad with the things that I've written here, but I don't know.
And by the way, we're over. Talk, Gretchen. Go ahead.
I was going to say, just as a reminder, we have a guest joining at around noon as well. So, I mean, it's Scott Houseworth. So Scott and Mike can be on together because they're both Midwestern guys and they know each other, but just an FYI.
And
we're over 1,000 people at the lectures now. So, and of course, Mark Freeberg, he's only at 420. I guess somebody watched it last time, but he's still leading the pack.
Yeah, I'm actually sitting in room 3 right now with Dr. Thomas. It looks like he has 351 people. So
yeah, so where are we now? We had our 11:05 lecture. So you mentioned Mark Friedberg. What the heck is that and what do I do? Barry Iden talking about higher order aberrations and contact lens technology, and Craig Thomas talking about diabetic eye exam.
And a big thank you has to go out to Barry Iden, because he had notified us early in the week that he's having surgery and is going to be, I believe, in the hospital or whatever, and he might not make his lecture, and he made every effort to do it, and he's here recovering from surgery. So thank you very much, Barry.
Oh my God.
Yes,
talk about dedication from speakers, that he is recovering from surgery and still answering questions.
Well, for the $300,000 honorarium, he did do it.
Be careful. He's going to be expecting that check now.
It's Adams.
it's funny. I haven't really sat through the rooms here. I'm looking at everybody now. It's kind of cool. You're right. I think people are more interactive in general.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Craig's lecture, but Mark, they ask a million questions because the content is so cool.
That's awesome. I really love interactivity.
Yeah.
And
are people chatting in the lobby? Anyone have access to the lobby? You have, Adam.
Yeah, so we're all sitting here just waiting. Yeah, so it's mostly in the lobby. It's mostly questions about, I can't do this or that, or something's falling apart, or I don't have credits. It's mostly technical kind of questions. That's what we ask people to do if they have any technical questions. So what you have throughout the day is that people will pop into the lobby when something's going wrong. Typically, that's why people come in here.
That's why we're here.
Yep.
And there's only 5 people in the lobby, Paul.
Right.
So.
I was about to say
Yeah.
that, Steve. There's only 5 of them there
There's
now.
only very few
And 2 of them
people.
are us.
Very few people are in here.
When I go to the lobby, Adam, I get 2 feeds of sound. I don't know if it affects this live stream, but I get the lobby. I get kind of the 7-second delay and the live. So I try to go in and out, but it's not affecting you.
Yeah, you just want to quickly mute whenever you go into a room.
Yeah.
So you'll notice actually for the lobby, we're using a different transport for the video. I don't know if you've noticed, right? So Vimeo is actually handling the classes and YouTube's handling this live stream that we're on right now. So we're using 2 different services. So it's an interesting thing. YouTube tends to do better with live stuff, and Vimeo tends to be okay with the video on demand streaming as live. So.
Well, you know what? So I'm always in the lobby. Kyler's always in the lobby. Ian is always in the lobby. So right there, that's 3.
Yep.
And
so
Adam,
very few people here. And then of course there's whoever's watching on ODwire itself, right? On the YouTube side of things. I have no idea who's out there. So.
Yeah, like half a person.
Well, there are a few because people have actually commented on YouTube itself. So yesterday I got some comments there. I found them later. So, and now, we're up to 8 people. So it's, constantly shifting in here. And again, most people just come into the lobby when they have a problem. So for instance, we have someone right now who can't log on, and I'm going to guess dollars to donuts. His login problem is he has 2 accounts. 2 accounts on ODwire, and I'm going to actually look right now.
But that's really what the lobby's for. And how awesome is it that there are 2 Audentio people there, Kyler and Ian, and then I'm sitting there, you're in and out, Steve's in and out. I mean, we are just here to answer all these questions, and boy, Johnny on the spot service to get answers if you have a question about your audio, about not being able to get into a room, or your transcript. And
the difference, Gretchen, when we were on another platform before we Adam built this one with Audentio, we would send a support message and they'd say, "Oh, we'll get back to you on Monday or Tuesday." Really was.
It was horrible. Yeah. Of course, the way the system is designed, in theory, I don't want Kyler or Ian or anyone else around eventually, right? That was the goal when I initially started working with them, and they know it too. The idea is that the number of actual technical problems gets knocked down to 0, and then we can handle everything ourselves, and we're getting close, right? I mean, right now you're seeing most of the problems are not actually technical problems, they're user problems. Like I've logged into 2 separate ODwire accounts, and that's what really...
Or the audio is wacky or something like that, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Audentio has really hit this out of the park. They aren't really technical problems. It's just a challenge that we need to direct the user on how to fix.
Yep, and so I'm really kind of happy about it, that it's getting to that point. Because in the first go around, we were a little nervous about the technical side of things. There were a couple of technical glitches back in February, and now they've almost all been eradicated. So.
The fact that Collect, for example, knows the platform of ODwire and knows that the person can have 2 accounts. They've taken the bull by the horns and know our back end versus their own software themselves. So some of the problems are occurring because of that, and they had a very quick learning curve to get it right.
Well, yeah, I mean, they know more about the platform that ODwire is based on than basically any group of developers in the world, other than the guys who actually originally wrote it. So,
Steve, you monitor the competition. What do they do?
As far as what?
Support.
Oh, a lot of times everything freezes, and you try to support, you get no support. And at the end you get your credits, and the lecture never happened or something like that. Most of the higher quality ones are pretty good though, in terms of the quality of the video and the quality of the sound. Sometimes it goes in and out, sometimes it freezes, but it's not as bad as it could be, because these are major companies that are doing a lot of C credits, so they've got it down. But it's very simple, and they don't give quizzes because they don't have to now. Once they have to start giving quizzes, I think it's going to be a big problem for them. The other thing is they don't monitor. And like I said, sometimes I'll take something on demand and just go right to the quiz. I'm a halfway intelligent guy. I can pass the quiz most times without taking a lecture, and I get credit. And I never entered the room. I never did anything. So now, if my state board wants to take my license away, I have like 150 credits because I do all this stuff. So it's not a problem.
So basically, if people have trouble getting on, there's no one to answer their question?
Well, they have support, but it takes a long time for that person to get on. And I'm not sure if they just say forget it, because a lot of the CE has been free, and you get what you pay for. So if somebody can't get on, they're trying, it's very challenging, then they just give up. One of the bigger platforms is you can't even access your quiz for a couple of days, and that makes it ridiculous. And then when you do access it, you have to say, okay, I passed the quiz, give me my transcript. So it's not as automated as our system. So most of them are much more challenging. It's not as streamlined as ours. Hi, Mike.
Oh,
Well,
Mike.
look who it is.
Oh, boy.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello, comrade.
Okay, so
Hello.
how are things going? We're going to leave for lunch and come back in an hour after you answer that.
That's
Adam, do
fine.
you want to show them briefly your manifesto?
Sure.
Fair. No, the way things are going, I think I'd be taken away, and things are going pretty good. I think I'll just keep my mouth shut.
You are unable to keep your mouth shut.
That's not true. I have all kinds of secrets on many levels about things because of regulatory and stuff.
Well, I didn't say you couldn't keep a secret, but
Yeah.
you can't resist jumping into the fray to debate. That's what I mean.
I enjoy that. Yeah, I do.
So
You resemble that remark.
So
I do. I resemble that remark.
You have a black cat? How old is the cat?
Oh, you saw my kitty make a cameo. That was Pip, who shoved his way into the room. He will be 3 in mid-May, and he is one of our 3 black cats. And he's also the one who was deaf after an ear infection with treatment with an ointment that has a very rare side effect of causing deafness. So the poor cat is now deaf.
mhm.
Wow.
Good.
Yep. So that was Pip. Maybe I can get Huck in here later on. Huck is the same age. We got them at the same time. They are not related, but he is a long-haired tuxedo cat, and he is a very talky cat. So
Oh,
perhaps
nice.
you'll see him later on.
Or cat, you don't let him out.
You realize it's Sunday morning and we're talking about cats.
Yeah,
This is-
it's
I am answering a question that Paul posed.
yes. So meanwhile, let's get back to business here though, because I have been ranting and raving this morning, and people can agree or disagree. But Mike, I was actually thinking that I'm going to attend that Arbo meeting in Chicago. I'm going to crash the thing.
Okay, I'll sit.
Cool.
I would love to go too.
What am I hearing there?
That's Steve talking in the background. Steve did not mute himself.
Okay, so I'll actually send this to Adam and when it does the back end stuff and see.
It's a very sad organization you're running here.
Yeah, this is. Hey, Steve.
Steve!
Where'd he go?
He's on the phone. He stepped away from his
Sometimes it
computer.
takes a whole day to get it through, though.
Oh my God.
Say, so Ron Kleinman should have 10 credits. Did I give you my email?
Oh my God.
I'm gonna do the deed here and get rid of him. So hang on. Gone.
See, that's
He was
just
just about
how easy you can make someone disappear.
Gone.
Well, he was about ready to give his credit card number.
So
So why
he's-
just
man. All right. So Mike, do you see my screen in front of you?
I do.
So yeah. So my plan was to show up for the Arbo meeting. I don't know why. Just to give them my 2 cents as if they cared. I've never been to one actually, so which is why I kind of want to go.
Well, make sure they know you want to attend, because you can't just really walk in.
I know you can't just walk in. You can pay $500 and walk in apparently.
Yeah,
but
I looked at it yesterday. There's a fee. I mean, can I attend as a member of media?
No.
No? They want my 500 bucks?
Not that I know. You know, you could call Arbo. Tomorrow's Monday. Get hold of Arbo and see what their current policy is. I'm not Arbo anymore. I have something relevant to speak about, but you know, I've been off Arbo for a long time.
Oh, I know. I just wondered if you knew from your conventional wisdom.
Well, I don't know what changes. I don't keep up on all the little stuff, so I'd hate to give you bad advice.
Did you used to have the $500 fee that you could just show up if you wanted to, if you paid 500 bucks? Is that still was that a thing back then?
No, I think it's you have to have a reason to be there, because it's really an organization made up of regulatory agencies, you know, 66 of them, and while it's not secretive, it's not, you know, an open meeting that the public can just walk into. It's not designed that way.
Right. All right. Well, we'll see. I'll contact them, but I may also just slap down my 500 bucks, contribute to the cause.
Maybe that will help them hire people to enforce the new rules.
Yeah. So that's kind of what I was ranting and raving about today, actually. So I had my little manifesto here, just thinking about CE in general.
Okay.
And Mike, I think this first premise that I put up here, you agree with, right? For many types of education, distance is irrelevant.
I can do more than agree with it. You know, I'm part of a team presenting a poster next month in Chicago at ACCME. And we did a literature review on the effectiveness of online CE versus in-person CE. And really they're equivalent. Now we're talking about accredited CE events. We're not talking about just anybody who says, let's have a meeting and have a meeting, but talking about accredited CE that uses the things I rant about on ODwire about learning theory, physician learning theory, and effectiveness. And what we found was the evidence supports the two of them as equivalent. At times, online CE exceeds in-person CE.
Right. And in fact, I was thinking one of the biggest challenges that we've had is that people tend to lump internet CE altogether, and a lot of it is hot garbage in the way it's delivered, right? It's not designed to be good. They don't take steps to ensure that it's good. And it pains me when people try to lump together all distance learning, right? Because it's not all the same. Right. And so what I would love to see, what I would love to see from Arbo is that acknowledgement, and to have them come up with some stronger rules about what is and is not valid, and force us as an organization to hit those higher standards.
Well, the poster will most likely be shown or discussed at the meeting that you plan to attend, and I'm actually going to go to that meeting as well.
Cool.
So
I looked at the agenda though, and there are only 30 minutes allotted for discussion of this topic.
Well, in Arbo, a lot of the discussion takes place behind the scenes in the aisles. So whether or not they'll have 30 minutes of good questions from multiple state boards remains to be seen, doesn't it?
Yep.
Again, getting back, let's just talk about me, but getting back to my rants, how long have I been ranting about this and not much changes? You know, you see a lot of defensiveness, and the same politics will remain. If you're a small state association and you have 2 events a year and this is the time to get together, they will perceive online CE as a threat or at least a disruption. And when you move someone's cheese or disrupt things, they get upset, you know.
Do they take this seriously, or they've made decisions before this meeting even took place? Are they receptive to other ideas, Mike?
Who are they?
Arbo.
The Arbo staff and the Arbo board of directors are generally the progressive idea people. So I wouldn't look to the Arbo board of directors to be reactionary or trying to keep things the same. When you look at that group, When you look at the idea of having a national board, that came from ARBO. When you look at the idea of COPE, came from ARBO. When you look at the idea of having standards for commercial support, ARBO was the driver. And then when you look at CE accreditation, ARBO's the driver. So I wouldn't think you shouldn't see them as a problem. Various state agencies or Canadian provinces may not have the resources or share the viewpoints, or they may be subjected to special interests. And so that's just the reality of it. But that's the way it is.
Yep.
But when the meeting takes place, are they going to have a white paper already in their own mind about how CE is going to go on going forward after July, and any suggestions will be tabled for the far future?
You should have them on the call, not me, because I'm not on the board of directors, and I'm not shirking it. I really have no idea.
Yeah. Well,
I could easily write a white paper right now, and I don't feel like I'm an expert at all. When I go to this meeting, I'm going to feel like a complete and total idiot, which is not unusual for me. But there will be true experts in how to make CE effective and how to do this. That's what this meeting's about. Yep. And optometry usually isn't there. And in fact, the reason optometry is there is, once again, ARBO. So I sound like I'm here to promote ARBO, but I'm not.
Yep.
Yeah.
So anyway, I drew a conclusion here. I think you can agree with my conclusion too. You actually said it in those particular words. So equivalent or superior. So can be, but not necessarily is today. And
right, but in-person CE is not necessarily good.
Right.
I'm old now. I've been to CE that was little more than an advertisement. I've been to CE that was like a revival meeting. I've been to CE that simply was bad. I've been to CE where we went up and stopped the speaker because, frankly, the speaker was so bad that no one could take it. So, there's nothing magical about in-person CE, and I'm certainly not trying to attack anyone. This is just what we live with. This is where we found ourselves. And so I think it's better to accept that and try to adapt and do the right thing rather than to, be defensive and angry.
Right.
Isn't that the default position for optometry?
Pardon me?
Isn't that the default position for optometry, being defensive and angry?
I think it is. And I'm biased at this point in time because of the things I've experienced and the things that were said to me. And I don't really hold grudges over it, but I have a long memory. And I think, we're a defensive group,
Yep.
I've certainly faced criticisms for being an optometrist, and some of it might have been fair, and a lot of it was probably unfair. So you can have true discrimination, and sometimes you can have a good point. And a good point might be, you guys don't embrace the principles of physician learning and effectiveness in CE. You just want to have meetings and not adapt. Well, that's
a fair point for optometry, not only for meetings, but in general, I would say.
Yeah. And so, if you're defensive or you just have, these thoughts that you don't want anyone looking over your shoulder or anyone criticizing you, well, it's a critical world. And I don't want to look over anybody's shoulder, but the world does. We take federal dollars through CMS reimbursement, so government's involved.
Yep.
Licensure is a state function, so 51 jurisdictions in the United States are involved. You don't have to like it. This is the reality of it. And CE is to have continuing competency for providers that are licensed through state government.
Yep.
I don't think I sound like a communist. Maybe I do.
Well, so let me ask you this. So one conclusion I drew from this about what ARBO is probably going to do and what they should do is that for the state boards, I think they need clarity. So Mike, ARBO really hasn't changed the rules for online CE in over a decade, right, since you were there. There's this online interactive category for people who are delivering CE online, but that hasn't changed. And I'm hoping that they'll come up with something at the meeting that reflects a category of CE that is equivalent to being there in person, but being delivered over the internet. I don't know what they're going to call it, but I hope they call it something that's just different to reflect the fact that things have changed, right? 10 years on, that you can deliver this kind of stuff. And whether a person's sitting 10 feet for you or 10,000 miles away, it doesn't matter. As long as they hit certain standards, and hopefully they'll come up with something. I just don't know what.
And I think they will. I mean, I do think they're certainly discussing it. It wouldn't, if they didn't want to discuss it, I'm sure there are some jurisdictions that are forcing the issue, or some CE providers that are forcing the issue. So if they wanted to bury their heads, I don't think they could. And I'm not saying they did that at all either, because I think they have discussed it. And as you think about this, I'm sure whatever they decide, someone's going to be very, very upset.
Oh yeah.
There's just no way.
But here's the thing though, you can't.
It's going to change again in 5 years. You know, I mean, they're changing so fast. What if I can do simulations online that take me 15 minutes at work? So I have 15 minutes at work. I have a problem based on my individual practice, whatever that is. I see mainly disease, but maybe I see vision training patients, or maybe I do scleral contact lenses. And I have a real problem, and I can do a simulation that's accredited, that uses learning theory and gets back to me in 3 months or 6 months or 12 months to see if I've changed. And I can do that in a period of 15 minutes, not 50 minutes. Are you trying to tell me, Adam, that that's not excellent continuing education?
Absolutely. And of course, in medicine, they are starting to do things like that, right? The 50-minute blocks are not sacrosanct, right? Like you can do a lot of different things with medical C, and I know this because I take it, right? So
I know.
And so I'm hoping that ARBO starts also coming up with flexibility in that way. I don't think they will. I mean, I think what we're going to get out of this meeting is incremental at best, which is fine, right? Because I know things move slowly.
It's
I mean,
years ago when Steve mentioned a white paper, and there is a white paper on COPE that's available, and I the author is someone really close to me. He wears like blue hoodies, and and he put a lot of work into this, and other people helped too. It wasn't just me. There is a paper, and what you'll find now, many years ago, 10 years ago, more than that, the things that I rant about, they're not my thoughts. They're just known. And I wanted to go to shorter blocks of accredited CE time, but it's really hard to get that done when you have 51 jurisdictions, some of which have things in law that an hour of CE is 50 minutes.
Right.
Okay. So now you've got to change the law. And the problem the good people at COPE and ARBO have is if they advance too far ahead, people drop out. I'm not defending that. I'm not afraid of it. I don't mind saying that I wanted to push ahead a decade ago and let them drop out because I'm kind of an ass. Because if Minnesota has pretty good rules and laws, but if Minnesota said, we're not going to accept this kind of radical thought, it has to be 50 minutes. Well, then I guess Minnesota should do that. It's a states' rights issue, and let them do it. But I would not hold back COPE or progress. And I didn't win. But it gives you the idea these things have been discussed. They were discussed a decade ago.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
hopefully, we can start pushing it forward a little bit more. So one other thing that is in my manifesto is an assessment mechanism. I know that there are a variety of them, but right now, without an assessment mechanism, this is just garbage. I mean, yesterday we delivered, it's close to 10,000 hours of CE here yesterday. And I can't tell you definitively one way or another if anybody learned anything.
Right.
Truly, I can't, because we have no assessment mechanism because ARBO doesn't require one. And I'm hoping, and again, Lisa asked us for comments, right? There's a period of comments that's ending at the end of the month, and I'm going to be sending a pretty huge letter. And I'm hoping one of the things that she and everybody there takes into account is this idea that assessment mechanisms are useful, even though people hate them, and there's going to be bawling and screaming, and how dare you ask for this. But I want testing, because that's the easiest and most straightforward assessment mechanism, not necessarily the best, but I have a feeling it's the most realistic one, where we can ask for testing for our online talks. And I'd love to be able to hand that quiz out before the lecture, maybe even give the quiz before the lecture, give the quiz after the lecture, let the person sit there with the quiz as the lecture is going on so they can learn from it. I'd love to see all of the stuff built into a new standard. And I know it's not going to be, but I feel like I just have to write it down and send it to them, because otherwise I'm going to explode. Because I know what medicine does, right? And I know what works. I love having the quiz. I love following the quiz as I'm taking a class. I learn from it. I actually learn from the quiz itself. It's not a throwaway that the presenter makes at the last second because they have to. It's something that they create to help you learn as you're taking the class.
Mike, how do you feel about doing the same thing for live shows where you have the quiz in front of you and you have to pass that quiz and hand it in at the end of a live lecture, whether it be an expo, a CECO, an academy, AOA, etc.?
Okay, I have to see if I can answer these things in order. You guys are bombing me here. First of all, Adam, I'm not going to sit here and listen to you badmouth optometry.
You guys are morons, all morons.
And because not all of medicine CE uses quizzes and such.
That is true.
And to get to Steve's point, I would actually not be in favor of that, which makes me sound a little reactionary.
You're defensive and angry.
I am. I'm a defensive, angry person. Say, I have an anecdote about this. When I was on the Iowa State Board, and believe me, I made mistakes when I was on. You get thrown into these things. You get appointed by the governor, and you do these things. And just so since I was having fun gloating about some of the things I've done, I have put my foot in my mouth and made mistakes, and I regret some of my actions. Sometimes, though, I didn't. And just to be clear, when we thought it would be a good idea for the licensees to take basic life support, I was told I embarrassed optometry. So when you put that together, that's what you're up against. Okay, that's optometry. Those are my peers. So I don't think we need written tests and to hand them in, Steve. I don't think that necessarily proves anything, but I'm not against testing. I'm not against assessment. It might just prove that they got those answers right on that test. It might not really improve knowledge that's applicable to their practice. It might not change performance in practice. It might not change patient outcomes. There's a lot of it depends to this. It's like speaking to an attorney. So,
right, but if you take a course, let's say in human trafficking or low vision, and you have no intent on adding low vision to your practice, but just want to have
then why are you in there then?
To expand my knowledge base, etc. Just to learn more what other people are doing. How can I assess a different outcome in my practice if I just wanted to be able to communicate with a low vision specialist more so than I'm doing now, as an example? So not everything is going to improve your practice outcome, because not everything is relevant to your practice.
That's right. That's right. I agree with that. You're not always going to do all three of those things in every course you take. Absolutely not. Didn't mean to imply that.
Yeah. Okay.
But I wouldn't be in favor of a written test after every course and turning it in and having it graded. First of all, someone's going to have to pay for that. Second of all, I don't think at this point in time that optometry would do it. So even if we could prove, if we did a randomized controlled trial that was verified by someone else and it said, damn it, we really have to have a 20 question multiple choice test and a pre-test for every single course, we have to do this. I don't think it would go over. Right. I still get into arguments over a drop to dilate pupils, and it's 2022. So, I started out in 1986, and it was the standard of care then. No one's seen this patient before. We don't know anything about him. We should probably dilate the patient and look inside. And that's still controversial, but not in ophthalmology and not in other realms, just with us. So...
Yeah. Well, for online learning, though, this might be the thin edge of the wedge, right? Where you can sneak in testing because people are used to it already. So yeah. Whether or not, it's the best mechanism, and I doubt it is, right? It is something. And so I'm hoping that we can sort of use this as sort of a trial even to show that it is actually useful versus, in-person learning.
You could actually... I don't have any time. I'm completely exhausted, but you could actually design a nice little study. You have enough people doing this that you could design a nice study and lead the way. You've got lots of free time, Adam. I don't see how come you don't do this. And so, yeah. And if you went to the ACCME meeting, there's experts on this where you just stand there and go, I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
I think you should do that, Adam, because I was asking him about data earlier. I would love to see you do that or help you with it if that will encourage you. I think that's a great idea. Then you'd have some numbers to show.
Well, I guess the question is, though, I know nothing about this, right? I fell backwards into this. So it would be nice to actually speak to the experts about it to try to figure out what to do. But at the same level, I'm in my little position statement that I'm sending to Arbo, I'm going to recommend this assessment mechanism, and they can take it for what it's worth. I'm just starting to feel uncomfortable with the hundreds of thousands of hours of CE that we're providing and not having any sort of real mechanism to assess people's knowledge.
At the very least, you're going to start the conversation for them.
Yeah.
Well, one argument you'll receive, of course, is, who are you to want to assess my knowledge? And why are you saying that everything large, wonderful groups do is useless? Just who in the hell do you think you are, Farkas? I'm just warming you up. I did this on Arbo. I do it in other groups, and I'm not attacking.
I mean, Is the Arbo meeting, is it like the Thunderdome? Like, should I be wearing like leather chaps or something when I show up there? Like,
I will pay cash money to see you wear leather chaps, Adam.
I don't think you will face anything, but I assure you at times I would step to the podium, and this is actually stolen. You guys remember Richard Pryor?
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Richard Pryor was. For you young people, Richard Pryor was a comedian, and he was a black comedian, and he had a skit in like the early 70s where he was the first black president. And so he stepped to the podium and he was doing this, ducking, and I had to step to the podium several times in Arbo, and I was pelted with fruit. And it's okay.
You are so full of crap.
Not. When I was Arbo president, I introduced myself to one person. I'll keep everything confidential. And I was screamed at so bad I had to wipe the spit off my glasses. I still talk about it. Hi, I'm Mike.
That I can believe. Okay. But not pelted with fruit.
When I was secretary treasurer of Arbo, I got to go up and tell the House of Delegates we had no money whatsoever. that's not fun. And I was in Arbo. I don't remember what position I was over ABO and over standards for commercial support. And I assure you, it was extremely ugly. And not all of the delegates are quite as progressive as the Arbo board of directors.
That I can buy.
Okay. So yeah, you would get very tough questions and a lot of anger. Yeah. It can be pretty feisty. And other times it's just benign. But it should be feisty. That's okay. Exchanging ideas like that is really the House of Delegates idea.
Right.
So yeah.
Well, I have other statements, position statements here, so that have things that have bothered me. So
I'll hold you up with old man stories.
Hey, Adam, are you saying this is what grinds your gears?
It grinds my gears. That's right. So it's difficult or impossible to tell whether or not somebody's actually present when you can't see them, and that's another issue that we've had, right, with CE online.
Yeah. I think that you're an authoritarian. You're a fact.
I'm like Big Brother. I want to know everything that's happening at every minute.
And I think you'll face a lot of pushback on that one. I think the traditional argument is these are doctors and they have to take some responsibility for their own learning.
Yep. And I will tell you this though, like the data has shown us that 30% of people at this meeting, and I'm not joking, are watching it from a mobile device, like a cell phone or an iPad. They are literally watching it while mowing the lawn. And I'm like, and I understand that's the way of the world and it's the way things are going, but oh my God.
I'm not sure how to help you, sir. If I will say, since we're discussing in-person versus live a little bit, in-person CE, there's a photo of me with my head on the desk. And people couldn't wait to take it. And then there's like my best friend in the world looking dour at the person taking the photo because he's bored too. So it's just, and my forehead is on the desk and I'm out because the CE had nothing to do with anything I do. I wasn't learning anything. I wasn't engaged. Nothing was happening there other than I was getting seat time. Yep. And that's me, So you go to in-person meeting, there's always a bunch of people in the back. They're reading newspapers. Well, the newspapers don't exist anymore. They're looking at their phones. That's the way it is. You're not going to get 100%.
Sure. I mean, in our software, we've built in monitoring mechanisms to like just make sure that the window's in forefront and so forth. But there's no way for us to measure people's attention. So no. I think one problem that I have though with Arbo's rules is that they're not even enforcing this bare minimum standard of people are actually there. So for instance, they're issuing credits for an hour of CE where people literally didn't even show up at all. Right. And Steve has, taken classes where that's the case, where they've issued him certificates, and he's like, I wasn't even there.
all I did was take the quiz before, passed it, and never clicked on the class and during on demand. Yeah. Now, I won't get arrested because I have so much CE, it doesn't matter, but it can be done.
I understand, but I've been, again, if we just to get it back to in person for a second, then we can address rules and try to fix things. I've been to major meetings, Academy, that kind of thing. Academy has had a different way to check your attendance every single year. They've explored lots of different things. And at almost every one, there's been somebody who found a way to beat the system and, scan in, but don't go in and then scan out, even though you weren't there, you were out drinking coffee and stuff. There's always a way to do it. And we're not going to you can't fix stupid, and so I don't, Adam, again, he wants to live in a authoritarian society. I think Adam's Putin.
That's right. Putin's my hero, right? I want to just monitor everyone all the time.
I think you're with Putin. Yeah. And then now I forgot my point with the other thing. I can't remember what Steve said. I'm tired.
I can't remember either.
No, so we were just talking about how the fact that even though that there are these rules, right, about attendance or whatever, sure, some people are going to skirt them, but I'm worried that they're not being enforced at all online, or it's like the Wild West where Arbo is not actually enforcing these things. And again, I don't know if it's a manpower thing or whatever.
How do you propose they enforce attendance on online events?
So here's what
when you're Lisa Fennell and you have a small staff and you have some volunteer ODs.
Yep.
And most ODs won't volunteer. When I would go around and beg people to volunteer to be a reviewer, they always had a reason not to do this.
Was not being a narc one of them?
Right. So.
Well, yeah, it really was. I've seen people appointed to state boards who will say, well, I'm not a regulator. And well, see, you were appointed by a government. You kind of are, you know, but yet you're on the state board and you don't know what a state board does. And I'm sure that happens in medicine too. It's human nature. It's not unique to optometry, but I'm not really sure, again, without raising fees, and we know how that goes over. I'm not sure how you're going to have cope cops, because someone has to do the work.
Well, here's what I would propose, and my dad brought it up too. First of all, tax the providers. Like, I know we pay already to Arbo to get courses approved. It's obviously not enough. It's not high enough. If they are letting enforcement become so lax in terms of not even monitoring what online companies are doing with their platforms, right? Obviously, there's something wrong there. So I would say, first of all, increase the fees, right? Have a little more working capital for the folks at Arbo so they can enforce this stuff. And
this won't go over, by the way.
This will not go over well with anyone.
I'm not against you, but it simply won't go over.
I know.
When we discussed CE accreditation, one major group thought it should be $300. And then when you say, why would I make this up?
Yeah.
And then when you say, well, it can't really be that cheap, and you realize you're going to have to do a lot of the work. When we say, are the courses being presented as they should be, that's actually on the CE provider or administrator.
Right.
And we're not going to do that. And well, then you're not accredited. It's not going to work. And this just gets back to taking every single shortcut. You want to be a doctor, but you don't want to do the work. You want the title, but you don't want the responsibility. And it just doesn't work that way.
Yeah. And so this is what look, I'll tell you how biased I am. I have spent a tremendous amount of money building in mechanisms to make sure that these doctors are at least there, because that is what Arbo said was important. We're trying to follow the rules. I just want a level playing field where people are acknowledging the rules and they're following it. And if Arbo doesn't have enough resources to actually monitor this at a very base level, there's something very wrong. Or even build in a mechanism where you can narc on other providers in an anonymous way, even. Because Steve has attended a bunch of other CE where it's total garbage, right? They're doing garbage stuff, but we have no mechanism to actually report that. And I, as an administrator, feel really bad, having to talk to Donna or whatever, saying, "Hey, Donna, you might want to take a look at these guys." I'm not going to do that.
I think you can. Again, I'm not up to speed.
Right.
Again, for the tens of thousands of listeners, millions. I am not up to speed on the latest rules, but I believe you can fill out a form and report your experiences and what you've seen. And I think Arbo and COPE would want more people to do that. Now, after that happens, they might go, oh my God, look at what we have to deal with.
Right.
But I think that's important. And again, if we put it back on the learner, if we put it back on my people, shouldn't they want to do that? Shouldn't a doctor want his or her education to be good and worthwhile? Shouldn't they want what they're paying for to be important? They're taking time away from their family, time out of the office.
No, they want it to be as easy as possible.
Are you an optometrist? Did anybody talk to you?
Yeah.
Yes, I
Gee,
played one
yeah.
on TV.
They want just to get their requirements to keep their license in the great majority of cases.
Right. If they learn something or not, they don't care. Is it easy? Does it fit into my schedule? Does it tick a box? And I guess now we can ask Scott
And-
Houseworth his opinion as well.
And
Hi,
this is
Scott.
again, this is again, for some reason in the last few weeks on ODwire, as I read the comments, and I don't think this is unique to optometry, it's maybe just society right now, but the cynicism, nothing matters, what if it does, kind of a thing, is really not going to help my small profession in this century. If we want to thrive, we really can't just aim for whatever the shortcut is that checks a box. That's a really bad attitude. And I'm not sure how to address that. And the funny part is a depressed Swede is the one saying it. For the people that know me, I was very open about my depression, which has saved a bunch of people's lives and cost me some opportunities. And screw it, I don't care. I'm an old man. Because you wouldn't believe some of the phone calls I've had from people, and I'll never talk about that either. So I lost a decade of my life to major depression, and I'm basically back, baby. And I'm telling you, this negativism, this cynicism, whatever the shortcut is, we don't need standards for commercial support because we're going to slip under the wire. Well, that's a great message for a young optometrist. I'm 26 years old. I come out of school, and my peers, the boomers, okay, boomer, is going to say, just whatever shortcut is, nobody's paying attention, doesn't matter. You take federal money, you treat glaucoma, you can fire lasers. This education's just bullshit. That's a great message. It really is. Beat that one, Adam.
There you go. Well, so let me finish up then by putting up what I feel the new standards should be. And this is what I'm sending. This is what I'm sending to Lisa. You're right. I'm going to put on my Putin hat right now. I'm just going to be like the dictator of the universe and just say like, this is what I want.
Putin hat.
And so, I'll get shirtless and get up on a horse, right?
I'm in my house
with the leather chap.
Yeah.
So I can't be recognized.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm ready.
But here is what I want. And Lisa obviously will implement none of this, and I'm going to be laughed at, and they're going to throw tomatoes at me at the meeting.
Not her.
I know it's not up to her, right? So, yeah. But I'm going to send this anyway. So again, I want to see an assessment mechanism. I want time tracking that's real. I want standards of technical quality. I am tired, 100% tired of begging speakers to give me handouts. I'm sick of it. I want them to have to give me handouts, right? That's what I want. I want them to give me full handouts so that everyone can have them and learn from them when they're taking a class. And I want stricter rule enforcement, even if that means setting up a forum where I can narc on people so Donna can receive my little communiques without me having to identify myself.
Right.
Because
can we talk about these for a minute? How
Sure.
are we?
Yeah, I think we should.
Oh, hey, Scott.
Hey. So I'm going to jump in on you, Putin, here and say I'm one of the guilty folks that is really horrible about giving out handouts. And the main reason is that I adjust my lectures 5 minutes before I get on the podium.
Right.
So, I'm continually learning and trying to give the latest information and stuff that's clinically relevant. And that, it's a dynamic situation. So
yep.
I'm one of those guilty folks. I think the other portions of it that you put up there, I think I fully agree with. Apologize for my dog.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, I mean, so in terms of the handouts, what we're doing, at least at CEwire, is, right, I ask for them as PDFs, and I have a version control system set up right now. So a speaker can hand me whatever handouts they want as a PDF, 1 slide per page, and I could have it up there, 5 minutes before their lecture, because we have this version control file system set up, so they can even keep the old versions there as well to compare and contrast against. Because so many.
Is it reasonable though to adjust your lecture right before the class? I know that you might want to update based on, say, a new product approval or some controversy that has come to light since you first put together or sent in your slides or your outline or what have you. However, the vast majority of the time, I think the reason people are adjusting at the last minute is not for that reason, but just, oh crap, I need to update this, or oh crap, I haven't finished my lecture. Because I know from experience, at least in the past, that if you want to have just one laptop, I'm speaking purely from a live event standpoint right now. If you want to have just one laptop and have everybody's lecture loaded up, that really eliminates a lot of technical goof ups and complications at the time, rather than like, oh, let me put in this USB stick, or let me switch out my laptop. I mean, I get wanting, that's how a lot of people live their lives, including me, like doing things at the last minute. But sometimes it just makes everybody else's life harder. I'm just giving you a hard time and wondering, would that make things a little easier, albeit harder for speakers to plan ahead?
And I have, before Scott talks, because I agree. There's nothing in the COPE rules or standards that says a speaker can't modestly modify a talk, and no one ever said that from COPE. The issue that I will bring up, which is rare, this is not an attack, do not send people to my house, is when speakers present something that's almost completely different than what was turned in before.
Right.
And so it's, again, one of those things where a very small number of people ruin it for everyone else. But we're talking about CE, which is a mechanism to get a license through state government. And that is the common currency. And so if we need to be policed, one, that's really sad. Okay, that's really sad, for God's sakes. And two, it's a small number of people. But to add a little bit, because we're all talking and things change so fast, and you can have a talk prepared and then look online and oh my God, you're going to present information that's wrong, and you don't want to do that. So there's, and then I'll let Adam talk about wanting things loaded, because that sounds like a CE provider versus speaker thing, and I want nothing to do with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, Mike, we were talking about the technology has allowed us to do things that, since the time you were our president, so things have evolved, right? So if Scott does want to make a last minute change, we now have the capability to deliver those handouts right up until the last minute, whereas before it was a big to-do to actually make those changes at the end. So that's sort of my feeling, is that technology has evolved to a place where all the speakers should be providing us with these handouts, because they really do enhance learning. And if they have to make last minute changes, that's fine with me. One thing I will say, though, is Arbo allows you to hand in a handout, a outline, which in lieu of your slides. I think that rule needs to be changed completely. And I understand why they do it, right? Where you can just hand in this little incomplete one-page outline because it's easier for everyone. But boy, I have seen outlines that have literally nothing to do with the final product that gets presented. And if you want to find a way to skirt the rules, boy, that's the easiest loophole I've ever seen. Submit a one pager to Donna that's like has a little bit to do with the topic, but then the actual slides completely different. So
well, Mussolini, that's true, and it's the same stuff you already know. Some people just innocently run behind. Some people plan things at the last minute, and there are lots of loopholes. ACCME, which is essentially the COPE standards for integrity and independence, there are tons of loopholes. There are loopholes all over the place. Ultimately, if you speak to ACCME, they'll say, well, we really have to trust people to be educators first, and we have to trust doctors to be professionals. And there you go. Right?
How's that working so far?
Well, it didn't work well in medicine since Adam viciously attacked optometry. Scott missed that. It was awful. I was crying.
Glad I missed that.
Medicine is really the reason there are standards for commercial support, but that was because in 2007, the Senate Finance Committee went right up their butts and said, you'll clean up your act, or we're going to clean it up for you.
Right. And optometry, let me attack optometry a little more for everyone, because boy, oh boy, But and I will attack this time. Like I experienced the medicine stuff right up front, right when I was an intern or
Right.
whatever, and I was getting the $500 stipends for sitting there and eating steak and all this other nonsense.
That's right.
So I experienced what that was like before and now after. So medicine's gotten somewhat better, but I feel like since the steak dinners have gone away, they're trying to morph, right? They've morphed into something else, trying to push their marketing messages into education. And medicine's trying to do whatever it can to push back. It's so hard. Optometry, there is no pushback. All of this free CE,
Saying, bring it.
all this free CE that you're seeing, it might as well be an advertisement, and there's nothing that Arbo can do about it or has done about it.
I never like to say never. If I was still on Arbo, you'd see it. No, but I think there's always something we can do about it. I don't mean we Arbo. I mean we optometry. Or
But will we? Will we is the question.
Oh, I don't know. Again, remember when somebody had to deliver bad news at Arbo, they said, Mike, you do it. And that became my role. And it wasn't because I enjoyed it. I think what Adam said is basically right. I think there are still large areas of medicine that are driven by big pharma. And, if we talk about published literature, there are ghostwriters, there is a lot of bias. So I hope people understand Adam and I are kind of teasing. It's true. We're not teasing that it's untrue, but we're not really attacking each other. But optometry is slow. I would say, just so I get some more hate email, we're 15 years behind where medicine is.
Right.
And we don't need to be. We could hypothetically be ahead.
Yep.
Because we're small, we're nimble, and we're a regulated profession. We're not self-regulating. The only reason that we're not ahead is because of us.
Yep.
Of course. Absolutely.
One other thing, Mike, that I would ask for, and again, this is not going to happen, and they're going to pelt me with stuff if I show up at the Arbo meeting, there's a lack of transparency right now. So for instance, when you set up a meeting in Arbo systems as an administrator, one thing they ask you is, do you get any grants for this, right? So let's say you're holding a free meeting, right, where the doctor's not paying anything, right? They ask you point blank, how are you paying for this, right? What are the grants?
Right.
This is not transparent to people who are coming to a conference. And I'm wondering if it should be, right? People should understand exactly who's paying for this. And I'd love to just put it right up there, show people.
Is that not in the standards?
So you have to declare to Arbo how much they're giving, but nowhere do the learners actually know how much that is. If you discovered that, say, a company that made a device for dry eye paid $50,000 to advertise at a dry eye conference, right? Would that change your perception of that conference? Knowing that when somebody gives you $50,000, they're usually going to have just a wee bit of influence over the content that you're seeing at that conference.
Of course, I'm certainly not against you. I think this would go over very poorly. Remember, I was still at a place when I went off Arbo where I was trying to get speakers to have a disclosure slide. And a disclosure slide does not mean I am a bad human being and no one should listen to me.
Right.
It's a simple disclosure slide. You don't need to say, I'm not influenced, or this is bullshit, or something. Just do it. And I've been, again, to major muckety-muck meetings, and the disclosure slide is a denial slide.
Right.
Nobody saw me touch that girl. I mean, it's just... It's incredible.
I call it the slide 2 shuffle when I see it now, because it's always slide 2, and they.
And the thing is, they draw more attention to
right.
it. It's like, how can somebody? Well, I've got an OD and a PhD and an MOUSC, and I've done this for 30 years, and I just made it worse.
Yeah, right.
I don't. But yeah, you're right. But this would be taken, Adam, as nosing into everyone's affairs. You have no business knowing this. The negativity would be pretty awful. And I'm not against transparency. I'm just telling you that's the way.
I mean, just knowing how the sausage is made, where we don't charge sponsors very much to come to our conference. And even at that low level, the things that some people ask for are crazy. And so I can imagine if companies are asking 10 times as much, right? If they're giving you $50,000, $100,000, what kind of favors are they asking for at these events? It must be ridiculous. I mean, unless I'm a pushover and they can detect it, and that's why for $2,000 they think they can do whatever. But like, yeah.
After this, you probably won't get $10. I'm not against you. I think the push with COPE is to be equivalent to medicine, you know, and now I was part of that. Is I wanted recognition as equivalency, and I wanted the ability for us to be joint accredited, and we do have that, but we still have a lot of issues, and medicine has a lot of issues, because one of the things you'll get hit with is, who do you think you are? Medicine has a lot of issues. They're not perfect. Why, we're better than medicine, and I get hit with that a lot.
Yeah.
And it's just a diversion, right? It's a pivot.
Right. You never point out bad behavior by pointing to other bad behavior.
Right. So.
Yep. So Scott, aren't you glad you logged into this?
Yeah, well, it's an interesting discussion, honestly, and I think it's a timely one. I mean, you know, I do, you know, I'm one of those people that I always have a disclosure slide, even if I'm talking on something that really isn't necessarily relevant, just because I want to be transparent a little bit about, you know, what I'm doing, and I walk both sides, right? I do a lot of work with industry, but my heart really is in education and bringing up the standard of care that we offer to our patients across the board for our profession. So, you know, you have to tread carefully in those areas, so that you're not just a megaphone for any particular industry, and you're upholding the ethical standards for your profession.
Yep.
I think that's a fine line, and we really should try to make the message clear to our peers that that's really what the intent is behind all of this.
Run into problems, for example, Scott, when a piece of equipment comes out that's the only one that does a certain thing, yet Arbor has a problem with a lecture on that piece of equipment. But yet it might be an advance in the field that nobody else can do. And it's silly that we can't speak about that specifically, but have to talk around it with other aspects to make it more vanilla. And you're correct, by the way. And Adam's proposing something. I don't know if you heard that when you give a live lecture and you have a slide deck and you presented it or whatever, an outline, you could vamp and go off topic a little bit with a live audience, etc. Well, we propose to have a level of C, which is exactly the same thing, having a live presence where the speaker is advancing the slides, talking in real time, not what we have here, which is a tape webinar. And I don't see a big difference in that. And we'd like that to count as live. And do you feel that type of forum where the actual speaker has two computers, is working, maybe with a panel like we're doing now, and is speaking live, and you could again vamp and not change the slide? I spoke on, for example, presbyopic eye drops, and since I wrote the lecture in December and delivered it in February, things have changed. And but I can't change those slides. I can interact with the audience, but I'd like to be able to speak about that. But if I change the slide, I get arrested by Arbor, and I don't look good in orange. So how do you feel about that sort of platform where it's we did it for Nora, where it's a live, speakers are live, they're talking live, they're doing everything live, but people are watching on their computer rather than in person.
Yeah, I mean, I like that. I mean, it's convenient for the folks at home. It's you're able to tailor it time-wise so that, you know, people can watch it, you know, when it's most convenient for them too. So I think the reach is definitely there. I would have the same problem though, in terms of not being able to change content to update it, because as I mentioned earlier, that's one thing that I'm doing. You know, I prep for every lecture that way, not only revisit the old stuff, but make sure that I'm offering what I've learned since I wrote the lecture, which may have been 6 months ago. I think the requirement to turn those in so far ahead of time is kind of ridiculous, frankly.
But you might have a slide that you turned in ahead of time, and fine, it's there. But they might say, you know, I'd like to add something about this slide that we didn't include in it. I don't see anything wrong with that. You're trying to improve the education of the audience. So our board, I don't think would you know, have a problem with that either if it's good content.
It's not that intensive. The real thing that they look for is industry bias. Mm-hmm. And is to be, along the way of accepted care. If you're completely out there saying something silly, Silverberg is obviously a shill for big pilocarpine.
Maybe
The comments on ODwire Steve are pretty entertaining.
But Mike, so I have a question for you. So again, go back to my hypothetical here. You're running a CE conference. It's free, so docs don't have to pay anything, which that's a whole other kettle of fish. But
you and I will both say nothing's free.
But exactly. So you have sponsors who are each paying you $50,000 to actually, literally pay for this conference. How can one person at Arbo tease out if this is biased or not? Like, I have a problem with this, with Donna sitting there and thinking that she's going to be the arbiter of this whole thing when, she's not even an OD, right? Like, you could probably go in and say, oh my God, like this is horrendous. This is obviously being driven by industry. You can't do this. That's not happening right now.
It depends on who reviews it and what goes on.
I mean, Donna's great at looking for bottles, right? She's great at look, there's a picture of the label for the pilocarpine, right? She's good at that. But just the whole gestalt, like, oh my gosh, this entire conference is sponsor driven.
Face it, you're just attacking Donna. This poor woman.
I'm attacking Donna because she attacks me. No, actually,
in some cubicle, and you've got a grudge against poor Donna.
I love Donna because she follows the rules that she has been given so strictly. Like, she's great. She's like a machine. Like, you feed her the rules and she will follow them. The problem is the instructions that she's being given.
I think the idea as optometry grows into this, we may have to look at let's call them deeper mechanisms. So I don't think you're wrong to that. I'm not going to take part in this Donna abuse. This is but that's the thing. It's a growing pain, right? We talked about it a few minutes ago. You've got a small staff, you've got a bunch of volunteer ODs, and face it, we're amateurs. I mean, I can talk about accredited CE and how Coke developed and what goes on, and I'm an amateur. I am not
Should such a group be so small? Should such a group have so few people on staff to be able to enforce all of these policies? Or I'm just saying, if this group is looking out for public health and accrediting this CE, shouldn't they have more resources at their disposal if they're tasked with such a big thing?
The COPE reviewers are charged with certain things, and there's a training program for COPE review, but you have to have volunteer ODs to do it.
Shouldn't that not be volunteer? Shouldn't they be compensated? And shouldn't we be?
Who's gonna pay for that?
We should be adding it onto the CE.
There should be a tax for us as providers.
You got to pay for the review now, so whatever you get paid to speak, it's going to get cut.
But aren't we paying? We're paying for the review already, though, right? I mean, I pay a couple $100 per lecture. So
you're not paying very much.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
The market will only hold so much. If you compare optometry to medicine, you're talking about peanuts and fruit baskets, right? They have a lot more resources than optometry does. So any way you look at it, if we're going to do this, we're going to either need to pay more. I mean, I have the same argument when I talk about other things in optometry. There's the economies of scale. You've got an MBA. Why am I telling you?
But that's what I'm saying. If I have to do a job and I have 2,000 people, and someone else has to do a job and they can draw on 20,000. It's a whole different economy of scale. But if you upped the fees by 50%, most providers could still bear that easily because we're paying thousands of dollars in honoraria anyway just to have these people show up.
Okay.
So
that's not. I'm not saying you're wrong. Yeah. I'm saying that traditionally that's not how it goes over.
Right.
I mean, I really won't be surprised if COPE sees an alternative system where it's $300 and anything goes, or something a little bit better. Yeah, how'd that make you feel? But isn't that history? I mean, I was on optometry earlier about being cynical, And I don't want people to think this is grudge. It's important to know your history. How did our board certification thing go? Did we require residency? Were we a real specialty? You have to hold up your standards, and we're a small regulated profession. So it probably should cost more. You're not wrong. We're not arguing. It probably should cost more. Many things should probably cost more. And when you say that, you are slapped in the face, if not somewhere more sensitive. And I don't have the answer to that.
I mean,
Adam, you and I are both sort of aimed at higher goals.
Well, I mean, you always hear about people railing about big government and all this other stuff, but now I've been up close and personal with this process, and this literally is a department of people who are under-resourced. It took 3 weeks to get our credits into the OE tracker system because some poor schlub had to do it. I'm like, literally, they are underfunded. They need more people.
What's more?
Okay, so you guys are talking about the size, and like, to be honest, I have no idea. Like, what are we talking about in terms of?
It's like 5 people.
It's like 5 people.
Yeah.
For the whole country.
And how many reviewers do we have that are ODs that are basically saying, okay, yeah, I'd like to be a reviewer to help out in the process? We don't have a whole lot of folks doing that.
You have to beg them, and you come up to people who would be wonderfully qualified. Let's say we don't really know each other well, but let's say you just attacked me right here and told me just what an ass I really am about standards and how things are run, and I keep saying I'm not even involved anymore, and you just keep attacking, right? And so then I say, well, you seem very knowledgeable. Would you volunteer to be a reviewer for these courses? You maybe might take you a couple hours a month, and you can be involved in this process and have real input and maybe help make it better. And you know what they say? They say no. Do you know how many years I was on the ARBO board of directors? 10. Do you know how many people I spoke to in that time begging them to be a reviewer? Hundreds and hundreds. Yeah, like 2. So again, the problem's us. And when Adam says, when I tease him about Mussolini and big government, I'm actually asking my profession to help regulate itself. Who better? What would you want somebody else doing it? Why wouldn't you want to be
If you offered a reviewer you don't pay them anything, right, to review these courses?
Not a
damn. What if you offered them $50 to do a lecture? $100? Who's
going to pay for it?
Yes.
We talked about this before. I'm not opposed to your idea, but this is an old idea in ARBO, not a new idea. So tell me how we're going to pay for that.
You're going to charge us, the CE providers, a tax of an extra $50 or $100 to do it. And I would so readily pay this tax if it meant a more efficient process to get everything in, to get it done quickly. I know.
You're an outlier, dude. You're an outlier. You're nowhere close.
I'm with Adam on this. I'm with Adam on this.
I'm not against you guys.
And I'm not saying you are, but you look at the peer review process for medical journals, right? I'm a reviewer ad hoc for several journals. I don't get paid anything for that. I get to add a little check to my resume, I guess, maybe if I want to put that in there. But I mean, you do it because it's the right thing to do and you're contributing to science. This is contributing to our own profession. I think more people should realize that that's an opportunity for them to give back to the profession in a different way.
And Mike,
let me put it this way. I've begged people who are on state boards, people I know personally. You're on a state board. Let me just rehash this now. You're on a state board to protect the public. You're an OD appointed. You use CE to grant licensure and relicensure, is what I should say. And you don't want to be a COPE reviewer? Oh, I don't want to get involved with that. What the hell?
But Mike, have they ever sent out a request to the rank and file 40,000 ODs? I've never gotten that request. I was a test writer for the ABO for the test, and I think that qualifies me for something as well as some expertise. I've never gotten the request. And provide a CV, provide an expertise. If you send 40,000 out, then you're going to get some yeses. Even for no fee at all, just to be able to do it. But I've never received it. I don't know anybody that ever received one.
I think they actually have. I couldn't tell you the specifics. I believe that actually has occurred, but I couldn't tell you the specifics, so I won't say 100%. and you don't get much.
Can anybody do it?
Yeah, I think it's certainly worth a look. I'm not opposed to your idea. I think it has happened originally on. I don't know that it's happened in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Right. I still say if you offered $50 or whatever per lecture, you'd be surprised at the response that you got. Just judging by the number of Starbucks gift cards I gave away for people who attended this conference, little things can go a long way.
These are
Maybe
not bad.
You might get better off with $50 Starbucks cards than $50 cash. For some reason, it's worth more.
Of course, you're telling this to a guy that's not even on Arbo, so I think you need to switch your audience.
I know, but there are just so many things that I see in this whole process, having been so close to it now for the past 5 years. There are just so many opportunities where you could streamline it and make it better. It's frustrating that none of them are going to come to pass.
But that's change, Adam. It's change. Oh my God, we can't change anything because the sky will fall.
And who did I handpick for a COPE committee?
So you actually did ask me to be on it, but you know what would happen? I would turn into you. What would end up happening is I would jump off a bridge because what happened to you would happen to me.
I couldn't jump off.
But the stuff that happened to you would identically happen to me. I would propose all this stuff, and people would look at me like I had 3 heads, and that would be it. And then I'd be frustrated and I'd leave.
I think you have to get. Yeah, it takes a certain dedication. I don't know that you would have left, and it does take a lot out of you. I assure you, no one likes to be ostracized by large segments of their profession.
I mean, what's weird is that I'm on Arbo's side. Like, that's the worst part about this, right? They may not see it, but
I've always gathered that. Yeah, I've always gathered that, and I would never say that Arbo hasn't made mistakes or that COPE hasn't made mistakes. Earlier when Scott wasn't on, I said I made mistakes on the state board. I think back now, that was a long time ago, but I think back, and the good news is I didn't yank somebody's license or something who shouldn't have happened. They're not horrible things, but we learn by doing. And if you meet someone who says they've never made a mistake, they're just an ass, right? I mean,
and they're lying.
Yeah. Yeah. Tell me about how you want to enforce the rules, Adam. I'm curious to know.
Well, so since there's no money, I guess I have no idea. But other than give me.
Okay, well, let's say we can generate the money. Let's say we get a grant from, when you go back in time. Wait. I got a good point. This is good. When you go back in time to the standards of commercial support fiasco, which was really ugly, industry wasn't the problem. Industry said, we're used to this type of thing. We're not upset. I would speak to them directly, face to face, person to person, good relationships. And they said, we don't really have a problem with this. It was optometry that had a problem with it. It was the major CE providers and the politicians and the schools. They had major with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So now I forgot my point.
So enforcement, how I would do it. So
enforcement.
Okay, so there's a few.
So let's say we go to industry. What I was going to say that was important was industry. What they would say is, we don't mind, but we want a level playing field. You said it earlier.
Yep.
If you're going to do something and it affects, I don't want to name companies because somebody might think I'm really naming the company. But if it affects A, B, C, we want it to affect X, Y, Z equally. And that's fair, actually. That's not whining. That's good thinking.
Yep.
So we get money from someplace, and there's no strings attached. However, that is managed, and we have $500,000. Tell me what you'll do.
So I think there's a few different things. There's the industry support side of things, and then there's the actual providers themselves and the way they work, right? So I can't speak to industry. Industry is a much more complicated problem that I haven't really thought about how you would enforce it. But the other side,
they have compliance committees that sometimes we're really working.
Yeah. So I mean, so there are mechanisms there. It's the other side that bothers me more than anything else, where it's like anything goes online. that's driving me crazy. And that to me is a lot easier to enforce, because most providers of CE Online have certain platforms that they use. They're not constantly changing. And I would, if as a COPE administrator, I would expect that people at COPE and at ARBO would come to me and say, explain to me precisely how you work, right? That never happened. I want someone like Donna to come in and take me to the woodshed and say, how does this software actually work? What is it that you guys are actually doing, right? What mechanisms do you have in place to ensure that you're meeting our standards? That never happened. And I'm certain it's not happening with anybody else.
I could see developing a format. How do you track people on your site? How do you administrate a quiz, etc.? And then you want to get into particulars of the real IT stuff. What mechanism are you using to time things? What mechanisms are you using to make sure that the outline conforms to the lecture? Things like that. And it would be a simple form that everybody fills out beforehand.
Yeah, and as a provider, as a COPE administrator, you're not constantly changing platforms. You might do it occasionally, but it's infrequent enough that we really should be taken to task to prove that what we're doing is actually, working within the guidelines. And we've never had to actually prove it. The only time we ever get into trouble is if the software starts doing stuff that's grossly incorrect. Like, for instance, issuing on-demand credits or enduring credits for an interactive event. And the only way they ever pick that up is because in their systems, when they're keying the thing in, they can just see there's a mismatch, right? So you have to make gross mistakes before they even start questioning what you're doing.
What requirements are they actually to be an administrator of a COPE event? What is the criteria? Anybody can do it?
That's a good question. I mean, they give you this long form of the standards that you're supposed to adhere to. But what I'm saying is that no one's really actually checking anything.
Yeah.
I can't confirm or deny that. It might well be true. Yeah. I'll have to look into that now, and it's none of my business. So that'll be entertaining.
No, I mean, I'm just curious. I'm just curious as to what they can do, especially after July 1st, when they're going to have these new standards, right? I just, again, want a level playing field. I want to make sure that everybody, if we're going through the misery of actually trying to meet these things, like monitoring people and the amount of time they're on the site, I want to make sure everyone else is too.
For your third version of this, you really should get somebody who's currently versed, or get a couple people, get a COPE committee member and an ARBO director.
Right, get somebody like Susie who's willing to actually sit here for an hour and listen to this nonsense.
But can they talk, Ken?
Susie's off the board of directors, but she's on the COPE committee.
Oh, so there you go. So would she be willing to sit through this? So,
if she has time. She's a very busy person, but yeah, you'd find her quite engaging, and she's one, but she's my buddy, so I'm just going to tell you she's wonderful. But yeah, she'd do this. I knew you were a communist, but I didn't know Steve was. That was kind of.
I'm actually a progressive. I'm actually a Republican, but he doesn't like that. He's from Oregon.
Well, it's funny, what you find on ARBO. There's a variety of people that get put on the board of directors, and some of them are very conservative. Some of them are fairly progressive, and people kind of move to the same spot on this. So you actually see a system work. And so that's actually one of the encouraging, wonderful things is that when you get people who say, well, look, this is a profession and our mission is protect the public welfare. And it actually comes together pretty nice many times, not 100%. But many times.
The other thing I will say about the mass of ODs in general is that they will follow along with what you do for them. And if you have a standard that you want them to hit, most people won't have a problem doing it. Like, for instance, at this conference, people know, because we've told everyone what our standards are and how the software is monitoring them. So you have to make sure you stay for the whole time. I just got an email 2 seconds ago that this guy writes, "This is embarrassing. I dropped my keyboard around minute 25 in Craig Thomas's lecture and it kicked me off. I did get right back on immediately." So this doctor is telling me this because he's worried that he's not going to get credit for the lecture because he was kicked out for a minute when he picked up his keyboard. So it's encouraging, right? They'll follow along.
The problem with these conversations is that 10% of the ODs, will feel attacked. Right. Maybe a speaker might feel attacked, or a CE provider might feel attacked, or an advocate or somebody, or I said some negative things about state board members on this, even though I came from that area. But I'm also an association member and all that stuff. The people feel attacked, but 90% of these folks just want to do the right thing and really don't get too excited.
Yep.
And they just want to go along, get along. And if you make the education better, they're actually going to appreciate it.
Yep.
So you don't want the tail wagging the dog, right?
Yep.
I mean, the things I'd say are important and that I write on ODwire, even though nobody reads it, is that the important thing is, one, the patient, and two, the OD learner.
Yep.
It's not you, it's not me, it's not Scott. You know, it's the learner and the public. That's what it's supposed to be about.
Great.
Yep. All right,
So
guys.
let's say, before we go, let's say Scott is a terrible speaker, and he
I've heard that.
fills his talks with industry bias, and you're the administrator, and you speak to him and you say, I can't have this.
Yep.
And so you get, how many chances are you going to give him?
So this has happened before. We've done hundreds of hours now. It's happened 3 times where I've had to just put someone aside and say, like, just no, we can't do this.
Don't you know who I am? Don't you know who I am?
That doesn't work with me.
I have been speaking for 30 years. Who are you to tell me?
See, that doesn't work with me, right? Because I work with so many large egos throughout the day that, I can't be bullied at this point. I mean, look, I've lived with my father, right, for 51 years, so I understand big egos. So it just doesn't.
Yeah. Does it work
Paul's
with
not
other?
even
Does it
hearing you
work
say
with other
this.
people? Does it work
he's
with other
sleeping.
people?
I
And
mean,
I know Scott will do that.
it's funny. It works to the extent that people think I have power, and they don't want to push me that way because they're worried that they're never going to be invited back to do another talk.
You do have power.
Well, if I do, it's a very soft power because I just want to give people the best lectures possible. If you suck, you're not coming back. End of story. And that's not.
How long are we going to punish Scott? What if he wants to come back?
How long am I in the doghouse for?
I don't know. I just felt like picking on you. No, but you could share your perspective though with this too, because it might be fair or unfair.
So you're talking about CE jail?
I mean,
Yeah.
Jail?
So,
Yeah, I mean,
but think about it though. It's kind of like the definition of pornography, right? You know a shit lecture when you see it, right? You know commercial bias when you see it. Come on.
Does the average MD learner or OD learner know the bias?
I think.
Because I don't
Maybe
know that
not.
they do.
I think.
I don't know that they do.
Really.
I could figure out a way to put bias in my talks, and I'm a moron. I'm sitting there on the prairie in
I think
Minnesota.
people can put it in, but some people may not recognize it if they don't know who the speaker is and what ties they might have,
Right.
or what marketing messages might be coming down the pike.
and how
We
it's
see-
delivered.
we
I
see-
think how
we
it's
see-
delivered is
Yep.
really
Yeah.
pretty big.
We see
there, too,
things.
because-
See things get in New England Journal of Medicine, and British Medical Journal, all kinds of things that have bias, and so MDs and ODs don't think that giving them a pen influences their clinical decisions, but it does.
But some things are silly, Mike. If you do a lecture on, let's say, various drugs and you use one brand name and everything else is a generic name, that's a no-no. You have to use either old brand. I don't think the audience would recognize that or need to recognize it, and I don't think it's a violation. Yeah.
I don't. Okay, so if we talk about me personally, I don't get excited about that. This is just not where I'm aiming. If I'm going to aim at effectiveness and improving knowledge, performance, and practice and patient outcomes, I'm not really going to get upset over the word Tobradex.
Right.
Mhm.
And then the other side of that is saying Tobradex has no real educational value either. So if someone goes crazy because they can't use brand names, that's kind of telling too. But if I was a Coke cop and you said Tobradex, I don't care.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think we've beaten this dead horse straight into the ground, I think, for education. But
So My fee is $400 per hour, by the way. And
Who do
I
I
was
make
just
the
wondering-
check out to? I just make it out straight to you.
just,
A
just
lot
get-
less than we pay other guys. Good.
But hopefully I will see you at the Arbo meeting because I am planning to go.
I'm gonna try to attend. So
Awesome. Yeah, unless COVID has other plans for us, I guess. We'll see.
yeah,
Fingers crossed.
okay. Now we're back to ODwire. I guess the pandemic's over. Oh
I-
wait, I think so.
People wish the pandemic was over. I think that's what you're seeing. This is sort of wish fulfillment.
I think it's almost a form of denial.
Yeah.
Really. Because we have been traumatized. I think I lost one friend and my life got kind of sucky, and the hospital it's not that much fun to work in a hospital. I really like my hospital gig, and it's not really that much fun to work in a hospital during the pandemic. So, but I think what we're reading on there is educated people, nice people, but it's denial. And we're all capable of that. I'm not insulting anyone.
Yep. Yeah, I think with this new variant that's going to be sweeping over us in the next couple of weeks, we're going to see how that denial works out for people.
Yeah, well, it's already in Europe and the UK, and I'm afraid that by the beginning of April, it's going to be, I'm sure it's here already, but I'm sure that we're going to see a rise again here, which will completely suck, which is why maybe we shouldn't be pulling masks off quite yet.
Tommy, why do you hate America?
I hate freedom. I hate freedom, Mike.
Here
That's
it is.
what it is.
The thing is, that's the thing. They hate our freedoms. That's the thing. I don't understand. I don't get it. But well, thanks for having me.
Yeah, well, thanks for being here. And you know what's amazing? While we were talking, nothing has blown up.
I was going to comment about that we have had nothing for almost an hour and a half.
There are hundreds of people in each room, and nothing has blown up. I mean,
Knock wood. Come on,
wood.
knock it.
If you look at the chat in Freeburg room, it's amazing. There's so much interaction. It's almost like he's there live.
Yep.
A little
It's
plug for
almost
ourselves.
like he is.
Very interesting, though. Somebody asked him about the rapid cone test, and this is like the best retinal specialist in the world from Will's Eye, and he didn't know what that test was. So it shows how it hasn't penetrated ophthalmology at this point. I told him to go listen to the lecture.
Oh, and I should probably let everybody know we have that extra footage of his lecture. So we're going to have our special edition, our director's cut eventually of his lecture, because he went on and on for hours.
Yeah.
And so I had to cut out a bunch of his lecture, but I'll probably post in the chat letting everyone know.
He actually apologized at the very beginning that it's a little bit disjointed because he had made it too long.
There are worse problems.
Yes. Good content and better content. Well, we're going to have Richard in about 10 minutes or so, 9 minutes, if he remembers. I'm sure he will. Richard Home out of California. He's kind of part of the, well, I'll leave what I say.
All right. Well, I'm going to take a quick break. Thank you, Mike, for being here.
I'm going to wolf down a sandwich in 5 minutes, so I will also.
Right.
And
Scott, I'm so glad that you popped on and you inadvertently got sucked into this continuing education conversation. But I welcomed your input.
Thanks. It was yeah, I kind of went into this blind. It was it was an interesting discussion for sure.
Yeah, that isn't where I thought we would be, but we're just we don't have a whole lot of things scheduled for today, or even this edition of CEwire. So we're just keeping it loose, and we're here to address concerns from people. And thankfully, there haven't been many. But so really, this is just entertainment for us. So we have no agenda.
Awesome.
No agenda today.
All right. Well, thanks for having me. It's been fun.
Well, we can shoot the bull for a few minutes if you like, or if you want to peace out, that's fine too.
No, I've got a couple of minutes. Sure. What do you want to chat about? What's the hot new thing?
What's the hot new thing? Well, we were talking about our CECO experience, and I said that I think this was yesterday. I said that mine was not the typical because I wasn't doing the normal thing, and you were there for like 10 minutes. Yeah, it was a really, really fast trip for me. It was maybe, I don't know, probably about 8 hours.
started at 7, ended at around 4, and then back to the airport. So
Wow. So you might have even had a better idea of what was going on there than I did, because I didn't make it into the exhibit hall, and I was over at the convention center in the classes area for a little bit because we were going to shoot some video. So I did see some people wandering around, but it wasn't the usual look at how classes were, if they were full, what the traffic was. Although I did see a long line for the free lunch on Thursday, I think it was. There was a nice line of people there. That's the only indication I got of what the meeting looked like.
yeah, I even had probably a little bit less than that, because most of the meetings that I was in were actually peripheral. I was only in the exhibit, not the exhibit hall, but the convention center itself. I was only in there for a couple of hours. We were shooting a little bit of video there, and that was it. So everything else was external.
Well, I will say that the Starbucks line in the Marriott across the street got lengthy from time to time. However, I don't think it was nearly as long as the Starbucks line in the Westin in Boston for Academy this past year. So I think that we saw more people at Academy than we did at CECO on that, just using that as a metric.
Yeah. Yeah, I think actually Academy was I thought it was pretty reasonably well attended this year, considering we'd had so few in-person meetings really up to that point. So CECO, I couldn't really get a gauge for that, but it's usually pretty well attended. I figured with it being in New Orleans too, a lot of people like to come down to experience the city too.
Well, that can kind of go either way, because I think anytime you move a usual permanent fixture meeting like CECO is in Atlanta, and you move it, you can either A, attract more people because it's in a new location and I want to check it out, or B, you have fewer attendees because it's out of the usual routine. And well, I can drive it to Atlanta, or, what have you. It's just change can either bring opportunity or have fewer people. So, and it's the pandemic. I think we are not yet out of the woods in having that drive our meetings, because Expo East is, I am scheduled to go, but I may not be going now, just simply due to what I'm doing now is driven by client need, and we are having fewer client needs than we thought we were. So if I'm not needed, I won't go. And Adam has been debating on going, and from at least his very brief look and talking with people, that he's hearing that a lot of people aren't going, and I know you aren't going.
Right, yeah. We'll see. I'm hoping that you never know what, I guess, with the next wave of COVID, how that's going to really affect things as we go through the next few months. But yeah, I mean, I guess this kind of spirals off of a little bit of the conversation that we were just having, but with a lot of things happening online, I think there's still people that are not quite ready to kind of jump back into full meeting mode and still getting their CEs close to home because it's convenient. And yeah, I think we're still seeing the after effects of that.
Agreed. And New York, that's an interesting one, because New York, the city and the state, has considerably loosened up. And we've all seen communications from the Vision Expo meeting planners that they are going to be completely back to normal, not requiring masks, anything like that, which differs from what we have seen for last year's East that was delayed and in Orlando. And then West, the same, that there were testing and mask requirements, but nothing now. So that may attract people. But then on the other hand, the expos draw a large international contingent as well. If you think about Chinese or Italian or French frame manufacturers, for example, and there's a portion of China that's right now in lockdown. So we may not have the kind of international attendance that we're used to seeing. So again, really a push-pull based on the location of where the meeting is and where attendees might be. So I don't know how Expo East is going to look.
I don't know either. And I honestly, I haven't even done any international travel really since the beginning of the pandemic. So I don't even know what that looks like really at this point in terms of like requirements to get in and out of the country, or, those sorts of things. It's got to be changed somewhat. last I heard, we're still requiring some level of testing beforehand from a COVID standpoint. So yeah, I mean, as from an industry standpoint, you know, how much do you want to really invest in going international yet?
Right. And we personally, we opted out of an international trip that for our daughter's school graduation, we were going to go to England as a family, and we put it off the first year. She had stuff going on, and then COVID hit, and we took a look at it several weeks ago and said, you know what, we're going to wait. We're not going to take that risk. And now I'm glad that we have, because of what's going on with COVID in the UK. I mean, the worst thing you want to do is go somewhere on vacation and have things not open, not available. So that was just personal. So an AOA has been waxing and waning over the past several years as well. And I'm wondering how it will be this year. Given that CECO is a little dicey, it sounds like Expo East might be a little dicey. It might be that AOA is the first big meeting that has a sizable attendance.
Yeah. Yeah, and we have Arvo coming up here in Denver in a few weeks too, and that's a big international presence as well. So
Right.
I'll be in attendance at that. We'll give it a feel and see how that looks.
Now, would you attend even if it wasn't in your city? I think it depends on if you have a poster that you need to be there for as well.
No, I mean, before I even started presenting posters, you know, I would go probably about every other year just to kind of get a feel for some of the basic science that's being generated and what those things look like, because it's a look down the road, right? I really
that's why I like
that
it.
meeting. It's so cool. It's really kind of nerdy, and you know, some of the things you'll never see affect you in clinic, but there's a few things that you can get a look at way ahead of when you start to hear it arrive in clinic, you know, drugs and devices and just our understanding about how those things affect, you know, the physiology of the eye. So I really actually enjoy it. And even if I'm not presenting, I'd go.
So would like just take this year? Would you go if it weren't in Denver?
Yeah, I'd set aside time to go this year because I missed it last year. So this was my year to go.
So there you go. There you go. And now we have Richard Hom, who's joined us too.
Yes.
Hey, Richard.
Hi. Very well, thank you, Steve.
So what's new in California?
We got we've just got off some very successful legislation, legislative year. So we are one of the few states that can get approval for immunization of COVID and influenza. We're pushing for others. So immunization is one of the biggest public health concerns, and actually expands the scope of practice of optometry horizontally, not vertically, of course, but horizontally. So that's probably a horizontal scope of practice improvement is much more of a doable thing than a vertical expansion of scope of care. Well, I'm actually doing a lot of work in Medicare strategy, how to partner up primary care medicine, Medicare Advantage plans to optometry. This is rather new. Again, this is a part of my strategy for whole health care. Whole health care means that optometrists will be involved in potentially reducing the risk for diabetes in those patients who may be headed towards it. As we all know that at age 65, 80, over 20 to 30% of all people in that age group will have diabetes. Not necessarily prevention of diabetic retinopathy, but prevention of diabetes. And the way we do that is either by exercise and nutritional consultation, and also for the people under 65, trying to make sure that they can delay their diagnosis of diabetes as long as possible.
If you have another window open, that might be it.
Let me see where I'm at. Do you still hear it?
Yes. So I think you might have a website open that has some video on it.
Okay.
Or audio at least.
Is it good? How's it going now? Okay, good. All right.
Excellent. Okay.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So that's, the other part of strategy is trying to incorporate optometry with primary care medicine. We know that there are a lot of people already trying to, I got two windows. That's one for you and one for, which one do I close? Or I'm on both of them?
Well, one is when you're speaking and one is you. So now I'm speaking and now I'll go on that window.
I got it. Okay, got it. So, so that's what, we may not be able to solve all of the complications of medical and vision plans, but what we can do is provide more diversity and more avenues for revenue or services, because I believe that there's probably not much improvement in the way that we can improve revenue for the optometrists through the traditional means of eye care. So the only way to do it is to diversify, which is to increase revenue, is based on systemic primary medical procedures or activities. For instance, weight management is one of the biggest ones. There's already a recognized diabetes program called the Medicare Diabetes Prevention Program. It's a innovation program for the last 10 years, and they're starting to launch it across the country now. And that particular aspect, no matter what your license is, it doesn't require a license. You can get paid through Medicare, at least, the version, between $250 to $495 a year just to maintain the weight of an individual. Well, if you take that back to commercial, they are also kind of eager, and the repayment comes not from premium dollars, but from wellness dollars usually. And it doesn't come from the vision benefits or medical benefits. So there's the claim system, the claim approach is much different, because it's a preventative care claim code rather than a regular CPT procedure code.
That's
so there
great.
are a lot of avenues.
I remember when I did meaningful use, which was improving our practice through various means, and you're doing meaningful outcomes, which is even better.
Yes.
I can think of a lot of areas where that would work, and in our field as others. Yeah.
There's a new there's an emphasis, and I think that there's emphasis on called value-based care. And I think a sign of that is various payers, not just the one I work for, but other payers are actually questioning the kind of like the pattern of always coding a certain way without regard to the outcome. So for eye doctors, they're a little bit alarmed, because they say, well, why shouldn't we get paid, because we've always been get paid that way. But of course, now we're looking at outcomes, because we still are facing a situation that there's a limited pool of dollars, and and they have to go to people who will get the best outcomes, and also the best outcomes for the patient, as well as the doctors who are performing it. So eventually there is going to be discrimination against certain doctors who do not produce the results or outcomes that are desired. Now, there are a lot, in other words, just doing a test, just for the heck of doing a test, is no longer going to be good enough to get paid.
Well, insurances do that now. One thing I would say is that if people are graded on outcomes, doctors, but they practice in different demographic areas, how do you adjust for that? Because there's certainly be different outcomes in different communities.
Right. So, the way you compare outcomes is really based on still the fact that if you happen to have, a hypothetical situation is this: if you have a glaucoma patient, a suspect, and that glaucoma suspect never converts, then it really wasn't a glaucoma suspect in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And therefore, you probably shouldn't get paid as a glaucoma suspect, and therefore all the work you do will be routine, and all the tests you do will actually have to come out of your pocket rather than the pocket of the patient or the plan. So and another possibility is if we compare two doctors, both with similar practice patterns, one doctor can solve a particular case in 2 or 3 visits, and the other one takes 6 visits. Well, the plan's going to say, well, you have similar outcomes. We're going to pick the one that's most efficient. That's value-based. That is something that Medicare has been working on. So therefore, it's not something new on the vision plans. It's Medicare. So as Medicare starts to lock into value-based care, it's already happening in inpatient care right now. And the only reason it's going to outpatient care is CMS says that once inpatient care reaches 65% value-based care, then it'll start working on outpatient. So, in the inpatient world, it's called DRGs, diagnostic related groups. In the case of outpatient care, is really called bundled payments as a basis of visual care. That means for every type of diagnosis, there is going to be a set bundle of what you can charge for, and anything above that you won't get charged. Anything you do, you will be considered a value-based caregiver. So I think the time where you can test anything you can do, any test you do just because you own the equipment, is not going to be a reality, because Medicare has, which many people don't realize, Medicare says that your care must not only be necessary, it must be appropriate and reasonable. So if you just talk about medical necessity and one visit, there's a glaucoma suspect, that's why I can do 10 OCTs. Well, that's not reasonable and appropriate, because glaucoma doesn't change once a month. It changes a year. So you can't be charging it. You would think that doctors would understand that, but there are enough doctors who bill that way, like once a month or 12 in a year, that this is why the rules come up. And I know it's not necessarily a large number, but it is enough number that these rules are having to be created and applied.
Now, we're focused on CE here and trying to be the best quality, and hopefully tell Arbor what our goals are and have them improve it. How do you feel things should change going forward to improve outcomes of the patients? Because that's what you're most interested in, by the doctor knowing more. We think this platform, for example, is okay, but we prefer to give quizzes, and we can do that. And really now the doctor says to listen to things. So we think there's a lot more layers of things to do, including live online, where the speakers are there live, like we're doing now. What's your opinion on that? Again, you're all about outcomes, but I think outcomes are related to education.
Well, in outcomes, you either the COPE approach is that you say a shortcoming, and then you say what the shortcoming is solved by the education. That's what you would do in the case. Now, in the case of insurance, what we do as an outcome is that you have to sign up for some way to have a feedback loop, because many doctors and their EMRs don't have sufficiently good ways to measure their outcomes, or they don't pay attention to it. So you can do registries, whichever registry you want to choose, and they will actually bounce back what your profile is. And then what happens is that, because claims-based care isn't the best way to check outcomes. Registry is one step higher, because then the progression of the condition, you match it up with the claims, then you really are going to have a very robust system to find out the feedback. So again, providers and doctors have to have a feedback loop. Again, and that's based either on, if they don't belong to registry, it's going to be their claims history. If it's going to be based on, if they are part of a registry, which is much more efficient and productive, they can actually do preemptory behavior patterns or practice patterns that can shape their outcomes much faster than a claims-based approach. So that's the parallel I see in regards to CE and the way of insurance doing value-based care.
Do you speak to other states and other insurance companies to make it more of a national approach rather than a California approch?
In regards to
everything, what you're doing with outcomes, because if you're doing it only in your little neck of the woods, our profession is so disjointed. I'd like it to be more together.
So actually, I'm speaking nationally, because I represent Medicare. Medicare is I'm involved with Medicare in 50 states. So, so the company that I work for is involved in Medicare in 50 states. So it is we know that if we get a historical basis, that all of a sudden that you used to do OCT like once a year on 20% of your 10% of your patient, and all of a sudden you do it on 80% of your patients in 1 year, then we know you just bought a piece of equipment, you're trying to pay it off. And then what happens is that, so we look at historical patterns and see if there's a dramatic increase, and Medicare does that. So that's why Medicare, and when it was $70 to $80 for OCT, in 1 year it went from 800,000 procedures per year in all Medicare to 8 million the next year. So that glaucoma didn't get worse in 1 year. It's just that there was a flood of new technology, which everyone needed to pay off. And all of a sudden, they actually charged. Now, the interesting thing is I just heard a CE about 10 minutes ago, and they had a pretty fair, depiction of the value of OCT in regards to glaucoma care. And I would say that, although this is the opinion of one speaker, that we really have to say that the OCT is not the final answer regarding whether you should treat or not, because still it's up to the doctor, and there's no single tests that will tell you to treat or not. So this is the type of things that we really are too dependent on technology usually, and we're not necessarily looking at what the true definition of the disease is, which is progression in addition to other types of markers. So and the outcome is that you have to show that you have to be clinically significant. Like any type of research study, you can have some type of change. Yes, I see an OCT change, but is that clinically significant to make it classified as glaucoma? That's what we have to go and retreat back and say, maybe I don't need that OCT test to tell me exactly. Maybe I need to do back to color photographs for changes.
Was that CE on this platform or somebody else's?
It was the California Optometric Association.
Okay.
Just happened to be in the same day. And that's probably why you heard the little thing, because I actually was on that same CE. Now I got off of it. Now I'm going to be back on after this.
So you get credit even though you're not there.
Well, no, I can't. I just turned off. Yes, but I turned it off, so I don't get credit. Once you log off, you don't get credit.
Okay, just kidding.
No, but I would say this is that they have. It turns out they have over 900 California optometrists are on that platform this morning. So and so there's where a lot of people are. But I would say also this is that. Online education is a fact of life. We have to really understand that that's probably the way to go, and we have to accommodate that. Another thing we have to really accommodate is a new thing is online examination procedures. That's going to be a fact of life. Even though organized optometry may be upset about it, the technology is slowly getting to be so good that remote procedures is going to be a reality. Now, whether it can be approved for, by state optometry laws, I bet that if, as soon as one state changes its law to accommodate that because of consumer interest and pressure, all other states will follow. So
that's good, because that's something that Adam was advocating earlier on in talking about changes to CE in the optometric space. So, and you're right there with us.
Right. So in California, we actually have to pass a legislative law because the state board cannot do it by themselves. So this is where the difference is. Some state boards, they can do it themselves, and some state boards can only wait for the legislature to do it. So California has gone as far as it could in allowing for live CE as being equivalent to being in place. So it's all based on the definition of COPE. Once COPE changes that definition, then the online CE is not available. So right now, that's if it needs to go any further, it would have to be from an active legislature. And you know how the political process is. It takes 2 to 4 years to change any optometry law for any reason.
Well, that very well might change in July, the whole platform of online CE. We'll see what happens at the ARBO meeting at the AOA. So we'll be with open ears. Actually, Adam's going to be there.
Well, I think that online CE is a fact of life. As a matter of fact, I teach a college course at Western University on insurance, and I actually was faculty at NECO, and I actually heard the arguments about yay or nay distance education. Well, at New England College, they actually have an online degree program. So this is how much they are embracing the efficiency, utility, and versatility of online education. It's a fact of life.
What procedures can be done remotely? I'm curious.
Well, so there are 2 types of procedures that you can do. One is, you can do a retinal photography, and you can also do a autorefractor or aberram or whatever, and that can be transmitted, and that's remote. That's the minimum requirements, in my opinion, to tell somebody that they're, they have some problems. You have much more advanced and comprehensive procedures remote, where there are various companies that will actually duplicate the examination room environment and have it live at the same time. That's one thing.
That's pretty cool, yeah.
Right, and then you have you have other organizations that you can accumulate the data and store and forward it to a reader, or in most cases, in the world of ophthalmology, they really have kind of like an open ticket to just do whatever they want. And so whatever the optometry laws are, they don't affect ophthalmology. So we are actually being restricted unfairly to compete with ophthalmology. So in a lot of respects, that puts us in, the reality is ophthalmology is actually going to be the answer for most of online or creative ways to do examination. That's put us in a competitive disadvantage in the world of eye care, and unfortunately, but that's the way it is.
And that's because of our regulations and our disjointed state laws.
Exactly. And so, most of the online retailers are bypassing optometry completely by hiring ophthalmologists. Like in California, we have a limitation on number of offices that someone can operate. When they just hired an ophthalmologist, and they now control 35 offices. So they just bypass, everything. So, and we actually have to have same state license. Well, in ophthalmology, they don't have to have same state license in order to do remote care. So again, we're still being held at a disadvantage, unfortunately, in my opinion. Personal opinion only.
It's not going to change. It's the same old story. We're statewide rather than national, and even with education, it differs so much in each state. California allows this platform to be live. Florida doesn't allow any CE at all online, except if it's California. Florida CE. So it's so.
Well, I want to also talk about something brand new in the world of insurance, if I may.
Sure.
Okay, the newest thing on horizon, which is probably in Indiana, Kentucky, Texas, is what they call delegation of vision care and medical eye care out of the regular medical plan. It's called a carve out. So more and more states right now, I guess, like I said, Indiana, Kentucky, and soon to be Ohio and Texas, one or more vision companies were able to negotiate a complete carve out of ophthalmology and optometry care and routine out of the medical plan. They administer, they process, they credential, they do everything. And no longer will the optometry be able to send a claim straight to the medical plan. So that's going to be new, and that's already happening since 2021. And so there are more and more states are going to embrace this particular approach.
Wow. That's certainly a negative for optometry.
Well, it's not necessarily negative optometry because, for example, there's one or more medical plans where all of the claims are being reviewed by non-eye people. And so therefore, they actually could deny more care than they could because they don't understand eye care. So there is a chance that you can actually get more care approved because now eye care people are reviewing it rather than non-eye care. Because in the area of eye care, no other non-eye care person wants to deal with it because they don't understand eye care at all. It's the most foreign subject in medicine, eye care. They don't recognize the measurements. They don't understand the abbreviations. And when they look at a chart, it doesn't make, it's like really like Egyptian, scrawling for all that matters.
And our codes are totally different. The ophthalmology codes versus the regular ICD-10s.
So I think it's a positive approach that eye care people review and process claims rather than non-eye care people.
As long as they don't get paid to deny claims on a percentage basis.
Well, I think that there's in some states where the delegation is going to be initiated, there is going to be a slight percentage difference, but it's not a lot. It's maybe 10% difference. Now, that's a business decision. We can't argue about that. In other words, one of the reasons for being able to carve that out is it's a business decision to pay optometrists less. Sometimes it's not. It's the same, equal. In some states where the law allows requires that any payer pay optometrists and ophthalmologists for the same CPD code, has to be the same reimbursement. So those states that will be followed. In the states where there's no explicit, then there's going to be a slight difference in cost. But I think right now it's about 10% difference, which is, in California, it's 52% difference. Big difference.
you find that the thing we're talking about for Medicare, that it is national, that the private insurance companies follow along what Medicare does, like they've done in the past, the Blue Crosses, the Horizons, the United Healthcares, etc. Aetnas.
There's actually no requirement for any private insurer to follow Medicare. Absolutely not. So in other words, for example, if a drug is approved in Medicare space by FDA, Medicare has to cover it. Private insurance doesn't.
Yep,
so there's no law that requires it. And so like the LCD for Medicare does not translate directly over to commercial. They can create their own LCD. So therefore, there is, there's no requirement. So the adoption to Medicare drugs, procedures is about 2 to 4 years behind what Medicare does, if at all.
Well, that certainly puts behind the 8 ball.
Yeah. So in other words, and also let's take the case of new therapies and new procedures. They are given a T code, which is a level 3 HCPS code. Those recently Medicare said that that Medicare payers had to accept all T codes. That's a recent regulation, right?
That's great.
However, most plans realize, look, we don't think that it should be like that. So what they've done is, we're going to let you submit the claim, but we'll pay $0 on it.
Mm-hmm.
It's across the board. So what happens in that case is the fact that then the provider has to send records in. It's like we call prepayment review. Send records in and say, why should we pay it? Give us the medical reason. So prepayment review is going to occur when you have such a drastic regulation saying we must approve all T codes. In the commercial space, there's practically no coverage for T codes almost.
There's also the other aspect that certain instrument companies and procedure companies do not want to get a code. They want it to be cash pay. And does the insurance company, whether it be Medicare or private insurances, have a say in that? Or they could just say, well, it obviously is a medical procedure that's needed.
So despite what people think, despite what the companies think, there is a lot of discussion or inquiries by these instrument companies to say, well, what does it take to get coverage? So even though publicly they say we want to get private. So the reason for this is just my thinking. If you, let's take the case of dry eye.
Yeah, perfect.
Right. So right now it's practiced maybe 2,000 people, doctors, and it covers about maybe 15,000, maybe 200,000 people. But a company cannot survive selling pieces of equipment to only those doctors. They need to sell it, period. They need to sell more. They need to make more. So the only way you could make more units is to get approval. And say the same case with myopia management. Myopia management only works if it's in the hands of more doctors. But right now, there are vendors who say, well, we are very glad that we helped 3,000, 5,000 people. Well, we have over 15 million people who are diabetes. So, and all the drops, all the special contact lens and glasses, they don't want to be able to fight over just 3,000 to 5,000 patients or those super specialist doctors. What they're saying is we need to sell millions of them in order to justify producing it. So if we want the innovation in myopia management to occur, or any type of care, we have to be able to let the companies be able to sell as many of them as they can, because otherwise they just won't last. It just was not profitable enough.
It's funny, you actually hit the two exact areas I was thinking of.
Well, one of the advantages of my particular portfolio and company is now that I work at is far-ranging strategy and far-ranging effects of how we can change the behavior of doctors to accept. So I really feel that one of the roles I do is to popularize eye care. Put eye care in more hands than ever before. In other words, I'm not going to tell the doctors what to do, but I want to be able to say, let's say myopia management. There's 20% of all children between 7 and 8 could benefit. So one of the things I do is I change the plan design so I can put the person in your chair at least twice a year from ages from 8 to 19. So give them extra time to be seen. Now, what the doctor does with that, hopefully more doctors will understand how to do myopia management. But I will see an uptick in patients who want to have, can you tell me, do you do myopia management? So it really behooves doctors to learn as much about myopia management. And so I personally took 50 hours of myopia management over the last 2 years from various programs throughout the all the optometry colleges. So although I don't practice it, I have a good enough knowledge in order to propel and really launch programs that are focused on getting more people, more children in the doctor's chairs.
Right. Cool. All right. Well, Richard, it's coming up on to 1/2 here, so we're going to have to let you go in a second. But thank you so much for coming here today.
Thank you, Adam,
Thank
and
you
thank
very
you,
much.
Steve, and everybody.
It's always good to see you. So you know,
Okay.
and hopefully,
And how come,
and
how come
hopefully,
you don't get older? What are you doing?
It's remarkable, isn't it? It's like a vampire. He never ages. He's got to be living right.
Okay, you guys. We'll talk to you guys later.
All right. Thanks, Richard. Catch you later.
Okay. Bye.
Nice. Compare him to a vampire.
Well, you know what I mean. It's what I couldn't think of
He's the
another
same, yeah.
immortal being, but yeah, he never changes. It's kind of
A
interesting.
zombie would have been worse. Yeah.
Zombie, yeah. Oh my gosh. Well, yeah, so it's coming up to 10:30 here at Pacific time, and what we're going to do is take a break, I think, and I'm going to put up a Luna webinar that's about an hour and 24 minutes about automation, and then we have an interview when we get back at 3 p.m. Eastern.
No interviews. We did pretty good. Well today.
Yeah, my gosh. Well, it's been fun, actually. Mike Olson, you know, you let him go, and he just goes, so having him around is a good thing. And there hasn't been too much in the way of trouble as far as I've seen in the lectures. Friedberg's lecture, by the way, got some tremendous reviews. I was reading the comments that people left about his lecture. Boy, people really love it.
And to see the interaction, it's pages and pages.
Yeah.
People aren't shy because, I mean, he's great. And if everybody was him, we'd actually
Oh my gosh.
be a successful conference.
Yeah.
That tells you, bring him back again.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he even said that people said, "What are you going to talk about next time?" And he said, "I haven't decided, but it'll be this, this, and this." And it's always like something really cool. Like if last time he spoke about OCTs and when you can't do them if somebody has macular degeneration, you're treating glaucoma. So things that you don't even think about, but are really relevant. And it's always well done. And when we apologize for something that was done too long, is amazing. But like you said, do the uncut version.
Yeah.
But just include that there's profanity and nudity.
What I'll do is I'll have a link to the director's cut and the on-demand stuff if people want to watch it. They can't get credit for it, right? Because his lecture, again, Arbo rules. It's supposed to only be 2 hours long, but he has at least 3 hours of content. So
yeah,
we'll make a special version of it. So, all right, cool. Well, I'm going to let this webinar go then, and we'll be back right before noon. And then we have Brent Alford from CCOP, and we'll talk to him about what's going on with them. And hopefully nothing will blow up in the interim. So we'll see you in a little bit.
We hope. Thanks,
All right,
guys.
see you in a bit.
Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another ODwire webinar. Now tonight, before we get started, let me just lay down some ground rules here for everyone. First and foremost, I know everyone here is asking themselves, where is my Starbucks card? And well, congratulations on making it out tonight, and that will be emailed to you tomorrow. So be on the lookout for it, and thank you for being here. Second thing, tonight, before we get started, I want to remind everyone that this is an interactive session. And you'll see on the right side of your screen, there's a questions box. Feel free to type into that question box. I will take your questions and hold them aside. And then at the very end of the presentation tonight, we're going to have a little Q&A with the panelists who are here. And speaking of the panelists, let's just dive right into this. So tonight's lecture is all about, as you can see on the screen, growing and scaling your practice with wavefront-based technology. Now, it feels kind of strange, actually, because of the pandemic. I know most of us are not traveling, right? And it almost feels like we've been in timeout for the last couple of years. But, you know, despite the fact that we're not going anywhere, technology has moved on, right? And new products are coming out all the time. And in this past year, we actually started returning to conferences. A few of us, anyway, we dipped our toes in the water. And so at these conferences, there have been panels and a lot of really interesting talks that have been given that unfortunately many people haven't seen, right? Because so few people are traveling. But fortunately, through the miracle of technology, a lot of these have been filmed. And tonight what we're going to show you is one of these panels that was actually done at Vision Expo West, all about growing your practice with wavefront-based technology. The folks at Lunar Technology recorded it. And it was a panel with some folks that I think everybody here at ODwire knows very well. We have Dr. Rasa, Dr. O'Connor, Dr. Gerson, and Dr. Hoff. You've all seen them before in other ODwire shows, and they're here on the panel, and then we're going to do a Q&A at the end. And I just have to let everyone know that unfortunately Dr. Gerson can't be here with us tonight, but you'll see him in the video. So we'll go over some more introductions in the video itself. And again, if you have any questions, just use the question box. I'll hold your question aside, and then at the very end, we'll have a pretty spirited Q&A.
Welcome, everybody, to our presentation. My name is Dan McNulty. I'm president of Luno Technology North America. Our company has brought wavefront technology to the U.S. market way back in 1994. I'm excited to have on stage with me four clinical excellence leaders, each of whom use Luno technology products in unique and innovative ways. I'll go ahead and ask the panel to start introductions. Dr. Ross, you want to introduce yourself?
Sure, I'm Dr. Rasa. I am the owner of Big City Optical from the Chicagoland area.
And I'm Greg O'Connor, and I've been in private practice in Malibu, California for 41 years.
Jeff Gerson, and I'm in practice in Kansas City.
My name is Michelle Hoff, and I'm a clinical instructor at UC Berkeley School of Optometry, where I just recently retired after 30 years.
I'm going to breeze through our introduction slides because I forgot. So there's Dr. Rasa. We met Dr. O'Connor. And if you see anything that you want to cover that we missed, because I missed the slide, go for it. Anything you want to cover? Shall I move?
You can move.
We'll move. Dr. Gerson and Dr. Hoff. Okay, so what we decided as our theme for today is pictures are worth 1,000 words. And each one of our users up here have submitted a range of pictures or images that incorporate our technology into their practice. So we thought we'd walk through different images that they provided and ask the particular person to speak to their image. Whose image is this one? Is this a Dr. Rasa? You want to speak to kind of why this image? What are we looking at?
Absolutely. So this image, as you said, is worth 1,000 words. And the way this is presenting is a typical pre-test area in my practice, downtown Chicago, where footprint is very expensive, and we want a small space and to be able to accomplish a lot in it. The way the setup works is that the patient checks in, they already filled out their medical history in the portal, or when they came in, that is already visible in my EHR. They're escorted to this pre-testing area. They're first analyzed with the lens analyzer, their habitual RX. Their wavefront is ran with the eye refract, which compacts the information from me on their refractive status as far as their uncorrected VAs, the patient's VAs with the habitual RX, and also the VAs with the eye refract wavefront information. With several subjective options given by the artificial intelligence and geared by my technician. We also have the prescription that is the manifest reflection suggestion. Then the patient turns around and we run big part of the items that are required on the comprehensive exam, which analyzes the anterior segment. It gives us the idea of the patient's wavefront once more to verify what we just received. Also gives me the pachymetry, topography, anterior chamber angles. It gives me any weaknesses that might be visible on the lens, and also gives me the posterior side wide field image of the back of the eye. And also the NCT readings that are recorded at the same time. All of this information is uploaded into my EHR within seconds. And at that point, before even meeting my patient, I already have a lot of data to review and to design in my mind the plan that how I'm going to address their chief complaint, the recommendations that I will make, answer their perceived problems coming in, and also discuss the unperceived reasons of me seeing the patient, especially with the health information that is collected, and to make the right recommendations and consultation for the patient. All of this that you see here in this setup is taking less than 10 minutes to gather and be ready for me to put on my EHR.
That's kind of amazing. That's one thing I noticed about this picture. There's one chair, right? They're not moving. They're just swiveling, which is really, really neat. And you're not.
Your flow of this data gathering, stepping away 6 feet with the handheld Samsung iPad.
Impressive. All right. I think you got your work cut out for you, Dr. O'Connor. Is this your picture?
This is my picture.
What are we looking at?
What we're looking at is photographs taken from the two of my exam rooms in my second location in Malibu, which I opened about a year ago. I opened it to be more technician-driven and oriented demographic, and Luno technology fit what I needed perfectly. What you see in the photograph on the left is in the foreground, that is the Visionix VX40 lens analyzer. Optometric technician Jennifer is holding the Samsung iPad that controls the entire operation. The patient has her head in the eye refract instrument itself, and she's using the compact digital eye chart that is very versatile. It can produce a number of different displays, including children, to keep their attention. And is again done. She step by step that reflects very accurate refractive findings, and then lensometer top, the wavefront aberration, reading next, refraction found underneath it, and then the patient comes in wearing any prescription, and Jennifer can toggle about different three as the patient what they prefer, and then this is really been a wonderful experience for Jennifer. She was my optometric technician before Luno technology, but you can really see her self-esteem build as she uses this really, I think, beyond state-of-the-art technology. And she feels so empowered that she's gathering so much powerful diagnostic data from the patient. And often the patients actually think that she's the doctor, and I don't really let on otherwise.
one of the things that really impresses me about you in particular is, look, you've been in the industry or in OD for more than 40 years.
Yeah.
Yet you're employing technology that's cutting edge,
Right.
empowering your staff. What is the response of your patients to this? Do they question the results? Are they uncomfortable, or how do they respond to the technology?
We've had it a year now, and we haven't had a single incidence of that. The patients feel very comfortable with Jennifer conducting all the diagnostic data gathering. They're very impressed by the technology. Dan and I were having a conversation before, and the genius who created all this actually did work on the Star Wars program for the Reagan administration way back when. And I said to Dan, wow, it's amazing how many of my patients, after they experience this, go, wow, this is like Star Wars. So no, they don't miss me at all. Doesn't bother me.
You're just in the back,
well,
waiting for the data, right?
Yeah, and I love it because, as Dr. Rasa was saying, it's all the presentation anymore. That's what's important. You have so many options now to tell your patients about that I think for you to be well prepared to give the presentation is where your time and energy should be focused.
I love that. Thanks for sharing. That was great. Next up, I think we have Dr. Gerson. This is your image. Why did you pick this one, and what are we looking at?
Yeah, so luckily in Kansas City, we're not quite as space confined as you guys are, but it's obviously still an issue. But kind of along the same lines as use of space, really, for me, a really important term is efficiency. And how can we create efficiencies in our office, whether it's with our space or it's with our time or our technicians' time. And so what I really like about this picture is it shows my technician Kira that she's using the lens analyzer that you described to read someone's glasses at the same time while someone's having their autorefraction done and the eight instruments in one. And so getting all those tests done at once with one instrument, with one press of the button, takes about 90 seconds or less. And so within 90 seconds, I have autorefraction, topography, Ks, pachymetry, and some anterior segment data, lens opacity data, NCT if I want it. And at the same time, Kira is reading the patient's glasses. So right away, we have all that information in less than 2 minutes. And so to me, this really what this picture shows is just a model of efficiency. How much information can we gather in how little time? And as we've already heard, having it all put into our electronic medical record so that when I enter the exam room with the patient and I pull up on the tablet, I already have all this information. And it makes doing the digital refraction that I do so much easier because not only do I already have a starting point, I essentially already have my ending point before we ever start. So that's why I like this, just because of the efficiency that it really provides.
And I want to tease a future picture that you have with the digital refraction, but I won't because I think it's too good. But let's keep in mind efficiency and Dr. Gerson. So now this is an interesting one. Dr. Hoff, everybody knows a lens analyzer is a lens analyzer is a lens analyzer. They're boring and not that important. That's not true.
That's not true.
Right.
You're right. You're right. I do have to say I bring a little bit something different to the panel here. I am a lens geek, and I am happy to say I am a lens geek. I've been in the vision care industry for over 30 years. I started in vision care in 1984, and I just love anything that has to do with vision correction, and specifically lenses. By the way, this is my superpower. Glasses are my superpower, and I've had my superpower since I was 4 years old. And so I love to share anything I can about lenses and how lenses are made and what they do. And so when I got my VX40 lens analyzer at the university, I mainly bought it because we were putting lenses on a manual lensometer 6 millimeters apart and looking at what happened to the prescription 6 millimeters apart, spaced along. And I found this instrument and I was blown away. So a lens analyzer is not the same as a lensometer. As many of you know, manual lensometers require a high level of skill and training to get reliable information. Automated lensometers, same thing. It's a little more convenient because you can push the button and you might get a printout. It might send the information to your autorefractor or your autophoropter. But the wavefront lens analyzer that Luno has, the VX40, is by far light years, to use the Star Wars analogy, light years ahead of itself. Wavefront is, you can measure a much larger area. As you can see, it's a 44 by 65 millimeter swatch of the lens. It's got a point matrix to it, and it's super fast. So again, you get the convenience of information in about 45 seconds. The beauty is there are 3 different maps. So you can see here that you can change the display excuse me, to see 3 different maps. The first map that you see, which is on the upper left, is the power distribution map, and that shows you the power along the lens from the distance prescription, which is in the green circle at the top there. That's the distance reference circle. The cross that's just below that is the optical center, or position of 0 prismatic effect. And then the blue circle at the bottom is the near reference circle, or where the optimal or greatest add power is. So having those landmarks is very important, and I'll talk to you a little bit more about those later. But the next map over from that is the cylinder map. We call it the delta sil because it's the change in cylinder from the actual prescription, what's happening on the lens. So that map to me is worth its weight in gold. I've learned so much about lens design and lens performance and lens characteristics from that. The scale that's over there on the left hand or the right hand side, the delta sil scale, if you think about it in terms of colors, pink, purple, and coral are really friendly colors because they're the areas of clear, comfortable vision for your patients. So if your patient's looking through pink, purple, or coral, they will have a good visual outcome. The other colors, the yellow, the orange, and the green, I call those cautionary colors. And those are where your patients are going to have symptoms of blur or swim. And so you want to stay away from, or you can predict what their visual experience is going to be if they're looking through those areas. The particular shape of the map I'll talk to you about in a couple slides later on is really important. But also the distance between the top circle and the bottom circle tells you the length and position of the corridor of the lens itself. And lastly, the bottom map is your prism distribution map. That tells you what the prism is doing away from the optical center of the lens. And so, for example, the point-by-point distribution, you can actually touch anywhere on that screen and see what's happening optically on there. And so if I have a patient who has prism at near, I can touch that and see, are they seeing the prism at near? Or I can check the power all along the corridor and see how is that power or rate of change happening along that corridor. So not only is this instrument very easy to train your staff with, you could put somebody, who came from a different industry into your office and say, here, put these glasses in there, measure them. But your staff could grow along in knowledge as they learn how to read these maps. And that's kind of what we do. I mentioned that I retired from Berkeley, but I'm retired but working. I guess that's what we say. I'm retired but working. I work with some other lens geeks at Sightline Ophthalmic Consulting, and that's what we do is we teach people how to use the technology of this instrument to its fullest extent.
So Dr. Hoff is an optical Jedi, to continue the Star Wars analogy. Yeah, exactly. We have clinical application specialists at Luno, some of whom are fairly well tenured, and after a 10 or 20-minute discussion with Dr. Hoff, their mouths are agape and they go, I never knew all that, So thank you for your knowledge. I look forward to some more slides.
You're welcome.
More pictures coming up. Let's advance, and I think next up is again a Dr. Rasa. Dr. Rasa, what are we looking at here?
So this is another picture displaying my practice and how 2 of my optometric technicians are displaying how to perform the eye refract readings. One thing that I have to really agree with Dr. O'Connor, this gives us a lot of empowering to our optometric technicians to be a bigger part of that comprehensive exam. And the patients definitely have a wow factor, and they see that, and they enjoy hearing that feedback from patients and taking part into that more kind of important part of the eye exam. This data, of course, is in the last 2 years that I've used the equipment in seven of my locations at this point, is giving me accurate, reliable, consistent data that has allowed our practice to have a remake rate of less than 1%. That leads to very happy patients and is a very big practice builder because they refer their friends and family to come and see us. So this picture to me is really representing that ability to grow and scale our practices because of the reliable, accurate data that we get. And also the technicians too, they're able to learn how to operate this technology very fast because it is simple to use, and it has been really taking a lot of anxiety for me starting a new practice and training the new staff on how to get started fast.
So, I've spoken with each of you a little bit about kind of the labor market right now, right? We're in this funny time where we obviously have COVID and a huge disruption of our labor force, and it's had Starbucks lines are really long. You can't find waiters at restaurants, and technicians. The churn of techs seems to across the country, regardless of demography, et cetera. It's hard to keep a tech. Can you talk to me about your experience with? You talked a little bit about it's easier for a new tech or a technician to operate the instrumentation. What's your experience been in Chicago with turnover? And normally that would be crippling for a practice. You might have to train a technician for 3 months or 6 months to start refractions. What's your experience been with the instrumentation?
Refraction takes years to master for an optometrist. So for somebody who has not went through optometry school to understand the intricacies and that art of refraction is difficult. So to train anyone to do it takes time. I think the eye refract really reduces that need for time to get somebody on board really fast and produce those results that are something I trust quite a bit at this point after having the experience of using it for 2 years. Now, this technology obviously gives us a little bit of an edge to be competitive for the technicians that are looking for a job too, because we offer this technology to work with, and we perhaps look a bit more Star Warsy, and most of our patients are young professionals that have the latest iPhones, they have the latest technology, and they're seeking other businesses or places where they go to be something of that as well. So for us to get more patients and to have the staff that wants to be part of it does definitely put us at a little bit of a higher edge than some traditional practices that might be struggling perhaps a little bit more.
And I still don't see you in the picture. You're still back waiting for the data to come, and you just trust that it comes. That's really cool. Yes. I like that. Any other comments, guys, or should we go to the next picture? Great. Okay, Dr. O'Connor.
Yeah, this is a close-up slide of what I had mentioned earlier, my optometric technician Jennifer holding while conducting the eye refract system. And as powerful and as this technology is, and the wealth of information it creates, the elegance of the way it displays the information in such a simple and straightforward manner, I find very appealing. As I mentioned before, on the very top you see the information fed in from the VX40 lens analyzer. In between is the patient's distance PD, automatically calculated, brought over from the reading of the lens meter, and then below it, the PD that the iRefract system finds. So you've got the distance PD very accurately determined. The next level down is the wavefront refraction finding. And the August 2018 ARVO study found that wavefront aberrometry was just as precise as refraction done by expert optometrists, but actually more repeatable. So that is a very, very accurate finding. Below it is the manifest refraction that is rendered after the technician goes through the scripted step-by-step method that Luneau technology has built into the system. And then again on the bottom is the unaided acuity. And my technician can toggle among the different options and determine which of the four the patient prefers. Below it, we actually have the findings of visual acuity and the keratometry findings. The middle tab, measure, will actually show you, among other things, the Zernike coefficients. So if you have a patient that still, even though you've refracted them 20/20, feels they're not seeing as clearly as they feel they should, you can check the Zernike coefficients to see if maybe higher order aberrations are a factor. And then the third tab can also show you topography and things like that. So simple, elegant, and very informative.
So for all the Star Wars front-end design that people are wowed by, you're still getting information that you recognize,
Right.
that's easy to interpret,
Right.
and it's at your fingertips.
Yeah, and this is very familiar to most technicians. They'll come in with a little experience. So yeah, makes them feel comfortable.
Great. Great picture. Thank you. All right, Dr. Gerson, you're up. What is this colorful picture?
Yeah, so really what this is showing is on the tablet that I'm holding when I'm doing my refraction, the two different modes that I can use for actually doing the refraction. So what we're typically used to is using a manual phoropter and reaching up and turning and spinning things and doing it that way. And with this, it's a tablet that you can hold in your lap or on a desk, a counter, or whatever, and do the refraction from that. So someone mentioned social distance friendly testing. And so this makes it so refraction, you can be as close or as far away from your patient as you want because you're not hands-on the digital phoropter, you're hands-on the tablet that's controlling the digital phoropter and is controlling the eye chart as well. So the image on the left looks kind of like a regular phoropter with different colors indicating whether you just touch it to make a change or whether you have to drag it to make a change. But so, for us that are used to using a traditional phoropter when we go to digital, a lot of times we want to do something that feels similar to what we're used to doing. So this allows us to do our refraction digitally, but on something on the tablet that looks like a manual phoropter. So really easy to control, very comfortably. And, we haven't really talked at all yet about the ergonomics of what we do. And this is something that really helps take into consideration the ergonomics when you're doing your refraction from the tablet. Now the image on the right is a digital wave traditional phoropter. I call this a more analog method. We're choosing either this the buttons or the little dial on the bottom to change it by a quarter, or in this case it's by a quarter, or you can change that to a half or a full diopter change at a time. So it's just a different way to do the refraction. One of the things I like about this is my staff really like this. And so, yeah, the one on the right, because they find it to be more simple to do. And so the way that we utilize staff in our office is before I see a patient, they've had all the pre-testing that we've already discussed, and we don't use an iRefract, but my staff has already done a refraction using this. So they like the one on the right a little bit better. They find it to be simpler. And it's kind of easier to teach someone how to do a refraction on that versus the more traditional phoropter that we're used to. Everyone understands buttons. right? You press a button, it makes a number go up or makes it go down. But when you introduce all these different dials, then all of a sudden things are confusing. I think maybe we probably lose a little accuracy or some of the testing we can do with more dials. That's why often I'll use the dials and they'll use the buttons. The other two things real quick to point out are in the upper right of both these images is the eye chart as seen by the patient. So I can just be looking at the tablet. I don't have to be looking over at the diopter, then looking back here at the eye chart. I'm looking at one thing, and I have everything in the palm of my hands. And then on the bottom right are just different ways we can control the eye chart, whether we're using traditional letters or E's or pictures, or if we want to change the contrast or put up a red-green chart. You know, most of us are probably used to doing refractions with some sort of digital eye chart, and it brings so many more options. And again, all in one place. So that's why I like this. Again, the efficiency I use it brings by having it centralized in one hub, and that allows me to do things one way and a staff member to do it another way without having to make much change.
That's really cool. And how long have you been, you transitioned to digital phoropters? Do you remember?
Yeah, so I've been using a digital phoropter for probably 3-ish years now, maybe a little bit longer.
And now it's kind of standard practice.
Yeah, you know, we don't have them in all of our rooms yet. So, you know, when my text asks me which room do you prefer, well, a room with the digital phoropter. That's where I want to go. Yeah, easy decision.
Cool. All right, Jedi Hoff, what do you got?
Oh no, we're missing something. Click the button and see if it comes up.
You want me to? I think it's just automated. Do you want me to?
I don't know. Oh, there we go. There you go. Yeah, it had some animation left over from another talk. So this slide I chose because of problem solving. Problem solving can be a big issue for you and your staff. And one of the things is knowing how a lens is put together and how to diagnose it, but also how to take it apart. So I have a lecture that I give that's called Deconstructing Progressive Addition Lenses, and we pull progressive lenses apart into their DNA components or concepts, surfacing, design, aberration, drop, and then of course the power change or the corridor. And so if you have a patient who comes in and says, I'm having trouble with this lens, I don't understand why, or you have a patient that comes in with specific visual needs, you can talk to the patient, see what they're wearing, look and see how that lens is put together, diagnose it, take it apart, and then say, well, you know, maybe Mrs. Smith, because you're having trouble reading and going to your tablet and some of the other things, design. The patient based on the designed to the patients based on those lenses. You'll notice that the two circles on the left-hand image, those circles are very far apart. That means there's a very long corridor, and the patient's reading area is at the very bottom of the lens, so they're going to have a difficult time. They're going to do what I call the chicken dance. They're going to have to move their head up and down to find that sweet spot, but those images are closer together. Wider corridor and wider reading area, it's going to be a lot easier for them to get to where their reading level is, and it'll be a better visual experience. And as eye care professionals, you can do the best refraction in the world, but if you can't help them see with the device that they leave with, they're not going to be happy. And so to me, you know, this is the end result. This is the superpower right here. And it sets the stage for all your referrals and your patient satisfaction and the growth of your practice. So having this technology to educate yourself, your staff, and your patients is so invaluable.
And that's what one of the things I appreciate so much about your knowledge is our focus at Visionics, or what I've learned in my 3 short years in the industry, is so much time and attention is spent on the refractive process, on things, dry eye, myopia management, all of which are super important. But when it comes to delivering the product, your superpower, we end up sometimes saying, well, just give it another week. See if you get used to it. And you know, with your knowledge of the data that we provide, it really just is that last mile, which is the most important mile of a marathon. Is this the right delivery of the care that I've reflected or prescribed for you? And I think you just put it in such a great way. It's a really important topic and one that I really appreciate.
Well, what's really important is that, you know, these guys they're getting all the great data and they're making all the right decisions. They're getting good refractions and things. And then you're following it up with this technology. And like Dr. Russa said, she has very few remakes or redos or rechecks because of the technology that she's using in the exam room. And then having the staff and making those recommendations, those lens recommendations are very important from doctors in the exam room that follows it up with the staff in the optical, being able to troubleshoot, or it's maybe not even as much problem solving as there was before, but it's so much easier to problem solve when you have this type of information.
Great, thanks for that. All right, next up, we've got, didn't mean to jump. Hold on a second, did I jump? Sorry, I clicked too many times. Dr. Russa, this is you.
Yes, so once again, this is a lot of information on one screen, but what this screams to me is that I've changed the way I practice optometry, and I do encourage a lot of my colleagues to rethink the way they practice optometry. I'm no longer a data gatherer. I am here to consult, educate my patient from all the information that is presented to me. I can restructure my exam flow, that 30 minutes that I have with a patient, to spend a bulk of my time interpreting this data and educating them on their perceived and unperceived reasons for coming to see me yearly, by just having this at my fingertips before I even see the patient. So on the very left here, it gives me the information on the patient's uncorrected VAs, their VAs through the wavefront reading, their habitual RX, and also the suggested manifest refraction. I can put my logic together and already know what my final prescription will be for that patient and how successful they will be to see out of that final prescription. In the middle, we can see the front of the eye analysis here. In this particular case, I can see that the patient has pathology on their corneas, and I can already design a plan in my mind to talk to that patient ahead of time. On the very right side, we have a little bit more on the anterior segment. Let's say my patient is interested in LASIK. I can talk to them about their corneal thickness. I can talk to them about angles. Most of them don't even know they have anterior chamber angles in their eyes, so that's something new that they find out. Of course, any pathology on the lens, there might be some opacities. Maybe we want to talk about why they're not correctable to 20/20 vision. Maybe there is a start of a cataract. And then, of course, I can see some pathology in this case in the patient that we scan the retinal imaging here. So there's a lot of information here, and let's face it, the eye care world is changing. There's a lot of changes that are happening in optometry and how we approach eye care today versus what it was when I first became an optometrist 2 decades ago. Today, we have more patients. We are the primary eye care physicians. And in order to really practice to the best of our abilities, we really need to have all this information already here for us in order to spend that time with the patient, educating and consulting them.
Dr. O'Connor?
Well, Dan, you said the theme of our panel discussion today is a picture is worth 1,000 words. Well, when you look at some of the displays that Visionics technology creates, I like to think when I show one of these pictures to my patients is worth $1,000. And the reason is, on the left, you see the product of a wonderful anterior segment camera that really captures the tear meniscus, the lid margins, the lashes, everything in great detail. Then to the right of that is the Efron clinical grading scales. And you can show the patient in terms of the level of red eye, the level of dry eye, the amount of blepharitis they have, and meibomian gland dysfunction. And so when you tell them they have these problems and they can see where they are on the scale, then your recommendations are complied with on a much greater basis. And in our second location that we developed, we put in a full ocular pharmacy. So we sell all the products that we recommend to our patients. And just for convenience sake, they usually purchase them right there. They really want to come back then for the progress evaluation because they want to see how much they've improved. And all these conditions, remember, are chronic conditions. So once they return to your office out of convenience to run in and purchase the product that you recommended, they might see a sunglass they really like. They might make an appointment for a family member. So that's how I say this can really actually produce a lot of revenue down the road.
And I think I've heard that dry eye candidates may take the first course of medicine and then you don't see them again.
Yeah, very common.
It seems like this actually draws them back in so they can see their change over time history. Is that right?
Oh, absolutely. In Malibu, dry eye is a real issue. Maybe you know from the news the wildfires we have, how dry and windy Malibu can get. But it's also sort of a laid-back community where people go, dry eye. But when you show them this and you show them and tell them this is, if you don't do it at this level, you're going to go on to this level. And trust me, this is really an uncomfortable level. To your point, Dan, yeah, they get the message.
Motivation, right?
Motivation,
That's
you
cool.
bet.
Great, thanks for that. All right, Dr. Gerson, you're up. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, so what we're looking at here are some comparison maps that I can show my patients from the autorefracting unit. And so the one on the left is essentially how somebody sees uncorrected. So it shows an eye chart, and then it shows on the bottom right of each of them, it's supposed to just be a point of light, but it shows how they see or perceive that point of light. On the right is showing, well, through refraction and corrective lenses, this is what your vision should be in each eye. And this is also what a point of light should look like. And actually that point of light one actually resonates with a lot of people. We'll talk about that instead of, when you're driving at night, if your glasses aren't on or if they're not right, instead of seeing that point of light, that it's kind of a bunch of rays coming out. And that's something that surprisingly people can really kind of relate to. But again, I just like this because it's really showing people the benefit of having proper eyewear. It's also sometimes really useful with parents and kids that they'll say, well, gosh, I didn't know that do they really have an eye problem? Are they really not seeing very well? And obviously this is one where it's fairly dramatic, but even in ones where it's not this dramatic of correction, even if it's only a half a diopter or a diopter, it can really illustrate to somebody how much of a difference it can make if you have eyewear that corrects your refractive needs.
And so do you use this frequently with kids to help the parent understand what the kiddo actually sees?
Yeah, we do, just so that they can understand. And sometimes with some parents, and I think sometimes it's even a cultural thing, they'll want to delay glasses and say, well, I want to see what happens, or do they really need them? I want them to try to work their eyes.
It'll get better, right?
Right. And so by having something like this, it's able to show them, well, this is how you should be seeing something, and this is how they are seeing it.
Thanks for that. All right, Doctor, is there animation on this one, or?
Oh, click it and see.
There is.
Yeah, just keep clicking. Sorry, I didn't check my animation. Here we go.
I think that's it.
Right. Okay. So, we practice by evidence-based optometry, and I'm always looking for, something to support what I think or what I feel. And I think you mentioned, Dr. O'Connor, you mentioned a study that came out about wavefront refracting and how And so this study came out from Optometry and Vision Science, and they studied the comparison of progressive edition lenses for general use to personal computer lenses. And they sampled a bunch of people. I can't remember the exact number of it. I think it was like 85 or I don't know. But anyway, the subjects, 84% of the subjects preferred occupational lenses to general wear progressives when working on computer. Computer-specific lenses were statistically chosen higher. And it's interesting because the subjects said that only 14% of them were actually told about computer-specific lenses, but about 80% of them said, I wished I had known about it. And so, I guess the take-home message for me, and I'm shocked to say, is that, my colleagues are not talking to their patients about their visual needs and explaining these task-specific lenses. And so there's studies out there that support that, but then we can also use not only the marketing material, which you see on the right-hand side, but you can also use the imagery from your lens analyzer on the left-hand side to describe how these specialized task-specific lenses are going to work for the patients. And so I think it's really important that we keep asking those questions. How am I practicing and how can I support the way that I practice through evidence-based, through my industry leaders, and also through the instrumentation that I have in my office.
And end up supporting your patient's needs, right?
Absolutely.
If I'm on the computer all day, I want those.
Yeah, that means that 76% of the patients are not being offered task-specific lenses. Can you imagine having to use a progressive lens and work on your computer like that? The chicken dance. The chicken dance. Yeah, it's awful. It's awful.
Which is great at a wedding.
Yeah.
Right. All right. So our time is running short, so I'm going to click maybe more quickly. Finally, we get to see Dr. Ross's face because so far we've seen only data, and I'm so happy to hear you talk about why that is. What are we looking at?
Yes, so this image here, I have to tell a tiny bit of a backstory here. 5 years ago, when the idea was born to start Big City Optical, my partner and I, we brainstormed a model of optometry where we imagined a neighborhood optical that provided very high quality service and easy access to eye care. Today, we span 15 locations across Chicagoland area. 5 years later, part of it is through the pandemic. And ability for us to grow this way and to provide that high quality of care, obviously technology helped, and the ability to do the remote exams. With all of the description that I described of how I'm able to have the data at my fingertips while taking a look on EHR and everything already uploaded before I even see the patient. In this case, I'm seeing the patient through a HIPAA-compliant way via Zoom. I'm in the exam room with them, and we discuss the chief complaint. I pull up on the screen all the images that I have. I discuss with the patient my plan and the recommendations that I am making for them during that visit. The entire visit is about 30 minutes. Most patients we're very concerned about their time because we live in the fast-paced world, and this has allowed me to grow a cold start without the anxiety of the very high overhead cost before I'm able to hire a full-time optometrist to take care of the schedule once it starts to build up.
So at a cold start, you might have a technician running tests. You may be at a different location. The patient goes into the exam lane and whoop, you come up on the screen. That's great.
Yes, and this way I'm able to take care of multiple practices on a daily basis. I might be in one of my locations that is a mile away and take care of another location or perhaps two when we are only seeing about 5 patients per day at a cold start. This has really allowed us to grow at a rate that we have been.
Thank you for that. All right, next up, I think we've got one for Dr. O'Connor. What are we looking at?
Dan, what we're looking at here is a wonderful feature on the Visionix VX 120 Plus or 130. It shows you the retro illumination feature that displays any opacity of the optical media. And I would just like to editorialize for a second and say I'm a great admirer of Dr. Rasa. I really feel that she's a pioneer in the profession of optometry and showing how the independent optometrists can not only survive, but thrive. So I'm going to take lots of notes and follow Dr. Rasa's career. But to her point, and what I think we're trying to emphasize today, instead of just being data collectors, we need to be in a position to interpret as much data as we can and educate the patient about all their options. I think back 40 years, Dan, when I started practicing optometry, I think of the choices in spectacle lenses, basically glass lenses, standard flat top 28, 35 bifocals. Progressive edition lenses were just being introduced. CR39 lenses were just being introduced. In terms of contact lenses, PMMA lenses ruled the day. Soft lenses were just coming in. Well, today, think of all the options an eye doctor has to educate his patient or her patient about. First off, all the spectacle lens options, as Dr. Hoff has so carefully educated us about. This is important to educate the patients about. And then we have all the contact lens options today that we can help so many more patients with. We have all like vision therapy options if you have the right eye system. There's a lot of way we can help people now with binocular vision and traumatic brain disorder problems. You have all the refractive surgery options now. You, as a medical doctor, are making now medical decisions, and you have to explain to your patients the pros and cons of the different pharmacological choices that they have to address their issue. And then finally, you have nutritional options to educate your patients about. So your time should be spent analyzing what's presented to you for your patient data. Now, in the bottom slides there, those happen to be images of my eyes. And I think without this technology, myself, I'd had monovision LASIK 22 years ago. Dan and I'd seen beautifully all this stuff. About 6 months before this slide was taken, I knew something was different about my vision, but I'd refract myself and I still saw 20/20. So when Deidre Huff came to my location to train my staff and myself on this new technology, we discovered those are opacities, and those are the reason that I am not seeing the way I thought I used to be able to see. So subsequently, I've undergone successful cataract surgery and have had extended focus and multifocal implants, and I see beautifully. But this would be the type of thing that I think a busy eye doctor could easily miss and just say, you'll get used to it. You'll get used to your new glasses. The new prescription will make all the difference.
And if you're not screening for it, you're never going to find it.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. Great. That's a great story. Thanks for that. All right, 6 minutes, 4 slides. This one is one of my favorites.
Yes. So it's the reason it's your favorite, and you've teased me about it, is because I love to do a refraction with my feet propped up on a drawer.
You don't have repetitive stress on your ankles or anything?
No stress on my ankles. Because I mentioned ergonomics earlier, and I think it's great and important to be able to do things comfortably.
Yeah.
And so I think most of us, very few would argue that yes, it is comfortable to do a traditional refraction on our shoulders and our arms. And so I would tell you, I love to be able to hold the tablet in my lap, prop my feet up on a drawer, and do my refraction from there. And my assumption, of course, is the patient's looking at the eye chart and not taking a peek and seeing me propping my feet up. But it just makes work more enjoyable. I think anything that you enjoy, you're going to be better at.
Yeah.
And then once you're better, you also enjoy it more. They go hand in hand. So this is just kind of my way of being more comfortable and enjoying what I do more. And this wasn't just a staged photo once, one-time thing. This is what I do literally every day.
That's cool. That's a brilliant application of technology. I love it. Personalizes it.
Yep.
Dr. Hoff?
Okay, well, I'm going to use this as a spoiler alert or maybe a preview of coming attractions. This is kind of a lengthy description to this, but if you've been following what I've been saying about the types of lenses, and this is the delta cylinder maps that you get for the different types of lenses, you can describe, these are all my lenses, by the way, my general wear progressive, my full range near variable focus, my power boost, and my intermediate near variable focus lens. And there's a story behind each one and what I do with them, but I'm going to leave that for tomorrow at Friday between 1 and 2 over at the booth, I believe it is. We have, I could tell you a little bit more about that and how you can increase your multiple pairs prescribing using these types of slides and how you can learn from them as well. So, but I personally have every one of these lenses. I use them all on a daily basis, and I've learned so much based on this technology. So I will leave that as a teaser for Friday.
Good, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hoff, and to the entire panel for a meaningful discussion so far. I think that is our last picture. Let's see, it is. Do we have any audience question? Anybody have any burning questions?
So there we go. So thank you so much, panelists, for the great discussion at Expo, and I'm glad that we were able to record it and now show it to everyone here tonight. So we can go over a little bit of Q&A right now. So for everyone who's here, remember on the right side of your screen, you'll see a little box that says questions. Feel free to type into that question box, and then we can engage the panelists and they can answer any of the questions that you might have. As I mentioned before, Dr. Gerson isn't here, but the rest of the panelists are. So hello, panelists. How are you doing this evening?
Very well, thank you, Adam.
And by the way, we also have someone from Luno here tonight. We have Melissa Renfro, who's like the expert on all the actual technology. So if there are product-specific questions, we'll have her answer those. But the first question, and the one that I think a lot of people, it's on their minds, is sort of the ROI behind all of this, right? The cost of the products and so forth. And I think, Dr. Rossa, maybe we could point this one at you, since you're up to what, like office number 15 or something now?
Well, tomorrow I launch my 16th location.
Wow, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yikes. Well, so, with 16 locations, and that's over a very few number of years, it's kind of amazing. And so maybe you can speak to us a little bit about the costs of actually implementing these systems.
Absolutely. I'm sure that it's on everyone's mind when they start a practice or expand a practice. How do you justify that return on investment? For me, the biggest driver is to enhance the patient experience. For me, it justifies the practice building and also growing that brand name that I'm creating. So the technology would have to allow me to have a consistent, reliable, repeatable, and efficient way to gather these results. It has to take up a small footprint, and it has to have ease of use. So those are probably the biggest pointers.
And so one other question that I think that people have or have had, you mentioned actually in the panel that learning to refract can actually take quite a while, right? It's sort of what optometrists are best at, right? Out of all the professions, this is something that optometry almost has a monopoly on. And it's something that optometrists are really proud of. One question that we get constantly, or that people ask, is, if I implement one of these systems, am I going to get rusty? Am I going to forget the art of refraction? Is this something that goes away? What's it like on, sort of your daily experience with that?
No, I think this technology just gives you a supercharged power to be able to do it in a very efficient, consistent, and reliable way. So it gives you that ability to shrink the time of the refraction data that is being collected and actually give it to what I perceive is a more important part of the eye exam, which would be interpreting that data and consulting and educating our patients on the different options that are out there today versus previously. So this refraction gathering via the eye refract, to me, was the missing link that I was able to incorporate into the practice. Of course, we already used retinal imaging and OCTs and visual fields and all the different type of technology before, but the refraction part was still something that I had to rely on myself being able to do in office. Now, with the eye refract available, I can shift that to my pretest area. And you really don't forget refraction because, to be honest, not every single patient is going to be 100% okay with just the eye refract. I still use my traditional 4-opters for a lot of the binocular testing, or I actually do it on the eye refract as well because it gives me those options. So myself, I still do probably about 10 to 15% of the refractions within the practice because it is a little bit more intricate.
Right. Question here sort of about setup time. And I guess, Dr. Rossa, you're up to, office number 16, right? So you've been really pushing these things out relatively rapidly. How long does it take actually to get one of the systems implemented and then get the staff trained up?
So the staff training is very little actually, and with the problem of labor shortage and onboarding, we want that to be as easy as possible. So that's one of the reasons I went with this technology, is because like anything, when you incorporate technology, for example, most of us are most familiar with integrating EMR. Those systems they give us a lot of usage, but initially just to plug it in and start using it, you can do it and you keep learning over time. Same thing with the eye refract and VX650. You can plug it in, you can have the staff start and collect the data and learn over time. So there really is no downtime. You can start the day of them being introduced to that technology.
Right. And I think one other question that we had here, and we've been talking about it a lot, is telehealth. You have, with all those locations all around Chicago, you're obviously not in all of them every day, right? So you're able to sort of act at a distance. What's that been like for you once the system was implemented?
Yeah, so the patients have to have the ability to have easier access. In order for us to take care of the increased number of patients that are out there and give them the options, it really allows us to take care of more patients. And what I've noticed recently is maybe during the pandemic is they want different options. They want to be seen either right away, or they want to be seen evening hours or weekend hours. So the option for the remote exam allows us to do that. It may not be for every single patient, but for our practice, it has been a really great option for the patient to choose of where, when, and how they want to be seen.
Right. Oh, got an insurance question here if you guys are willing. So a question about retinal photography. We saw in discussing using retinal photography with these systems. Can you bill insurance when you make a medical diagnosis with the pictures that you take with the systems, and have you been billing for medical insurance? So Dr. Ross, if you want to jump in, or Dr. O'Connor, feel free.
Yes, I can answer to that one. So recently I've seen a patient who is type 1 diabetic. He's young and he just wanted to come in and get the contact lens updated. He was about to do it on some sort of online platform, and we were able to get him easily into our schedule, and he came in for a remote exam. I was looking over all the data gathered, and I've noticed that he is definitely experiencing diabetic retinopathy, and changing his contact lens prescription would not do, and it would not to give him the results he wanted. So we were able to right away put together our protocol to send these images to our retina specialist and have them evaluated and set up an appointment for him right away to be seen. Also, care coordination was put together for his primary care physician to be aware, and all of that is very simple when you have the EMR and all the technology available to do that. So yes, you can bill for these images to either medical or however you end up billing. Of course, for a patient like that, is follow-up care is needed. So there's going to be more visits that you can start medical type of billing.
Yep. And somebody actually just made a comment here. You know, that it sounds like, you know, teleoptometry is definitely here. Perhaps it's time for a national optometric license. So I agree, but that's for another talk. But yeah, so, you know, Dr. O'Connor, now, you know, your mode of practice is really different, right? You know, you have your 2 locations out in Malibu. And one question, you started talking a little bit about dry eye in the panel before, and I think you have the VX120 Plus dry eye. And I'm sure that we can go over sort of all the different kinds of models and stuff, but having the technology in your practice, did it really change sort of the way you manage your dry eye patients?
Absolutely. Historically, what we've had are like Schirmer tear tests and applying different dyes through strips and evaluating. Patients really, especially here in Malibu, don't like that. And so to have a totally non-invasive, easy, pleasant experience for the patient where you can really demonstrate with that Efron scale and show them pictures of their eye, it just makes dry eye management much easier for the patient and for the doctor. Once they see for themselves where they're at on that scale, you know, it really saves a lot of time. It's very difficult to try to explain dry eye to a patient or blepharitis to a patient, or especially meibomian gland dysfunction to a patient. That's why the pictures are so effective. And again, we try to make the treatment for it very accessible by having a full ocular pharmacy. We found, especially during the pandemic, a lot of our pharmacies, if people go in, we recommend an eye drop, we recommend this, or if it's prescription, the pharmacy doesn't have it. So we have it, and we make sure we have it all the time. And we, you know, so the patients love it. They love the convenience of being able to just come into our locations and get what they need to manage their dry eye, and then to monitor and see how successful they are. So yeah, it's totally changed my approach.
Right.
To the best patients, for sure.
Yep. And there was a comment here just quickly sort of about the pandemic as well and the incidence of dry eye. I think we're all kind of zoomed out at this point, right? Sort of being sitting in front of screens all day. And I don't know if you've actually seen it as well, sort of an uptick that other people are noting.
Well, that certainly sustained our practice through sort of, you know, when things are really shut down in Los Angeles. People were still, they were just, their eyes just dragged them into our locations because they were really hurting. So digital device, eye strain, and dry eye really was sort of the meat of our practice there for a while during the pandemic. And so, yeah, it's you know, and also the masks, wearing the masks, the mask-induced dry eye. That's a real issue too.
Right. And so a question here. So again, Dr. O'Connor, your mode of practice is a little bit different. You know, you had a practice that was already established where you then implemented this technology. And question about sort of staff pushback, right? So we all know that, you know, buying the piece of equipment is the easiest part of this, right? it's actually implementing it and using it and making sure nothing becomes a paperweight. So how did it go with your experienced employees, you know, who were already used to working in a certain way when you implemented the new tech?
Oh, they were thrilled. They loved it. And Deidre did such a beautiful job. She, you know, it was really, really fun. The training and everything. We made it very, very enjoyable. It really, there wasn't much. I mean, it's so straightforward, really. And the technology is so sophisticated. I mean, the technicians, you know, their minds were blown too at the amount of information that, you know, they now would be empowered to gather for the doctor. You know, I never liked that term pre-testing. What was that about? Pre-testing? It's like is that pretend testing? You know, it kind of is demeaning. Oh, you go do the pre-tests. I'll do the real tests. This is very serious information that they're gathering, and they can do it in a way they feel confident in doing it. The no technology makes it very straightforward for the technician to gather this information with confidence, and so it really builds the esteem of the technicians. So it really, there's no pushback coming from my staff at all.
Right, and Deidre was physically in the location as well, or do they do a lot of the training sort of on the internet as well?
Yeah, she was physically in the location for a couple of days.
Right. And then sort of
very
afterwards,
accessible after, you know, like, here's my cell phone. If you have any questions at all, don't hesitate. And we took advantage of that, and we didn't hesitate. And she answered immediately. It was, you know, so it was really, it was a joy to implement.
Yep. And again, these instruments are mostly are entirely internet connected too, right? So they can be addressed remotely if you're having issues.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which of course leads to another question that people are asking, of course, is what happens when the internet croaks, which, you know, for some of us, our internet is not as reliable as others. You know, I'm no stranger to this, actually, you know, having Comcast here. What happens if the internet dies? Does the equipment work? I mean, how does that work if something dies?
No, it's dead, you know, so, you know, fortunately, Malibu, people are used to it.
Right.
Okay, you know, we'll just come back another day or whatever. But we also have manual backup. I mean, we have, you know, manual instruments available to do, you know, at least the baseline exam for the patient. And then they can come back at a time where the internet's up for the rest of it.
Right. And again, sort of in the same vein, you know, we saw pictures of the interface, which is tablet based, right? We saw Dr. Gerson, right, with his feet up.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think we're all experienced now with iPads. We've used them long enough. We know that stuff happens, right? You know, I've probably dropped 3 of them so far in my life. How does that actually work in your office? Do you keep extras around, or do you tell your staff to be super careful? How does that work?
We keep extras around, absolutely.
Right, and so these are kind of like standard tablets. I know somebody mentioned Samsung, I think. So these are sort of off-the-shelf tablets that they just program to work with the system.
Correct.
Excellent. And let's see some other questions. So we already mentioned sort of EMR, but actually I'll ask that as well. So, you know, we heard about the EMR integration before. Was that like a huge to-do? I'm assuming that for most EMRs, you know, these integrations have been done before, so it's probably not that difficult. I don't know if Melissa's still around. Melissa Renfro, who's, you know, one of those great folks who walks people through setting the system up and helping them. What sort of EHRs do you work with? Or I guess you probably work with them all, right? So have you know, run across anything that's unusual, or is it pretty straightforward usually to do the integration?
Hi, Adam. Usually it's pretty straightforward. Most of the most common ones, iFinity, Crystal, Practice Management, some of the MD ones like NextGen, we work with all of them. I mean, sometimes takes just a little bit more if we haven't worked with them before. But our IT department will get on remotely and make sure that they've got everything set up, and then we just connect with their IT department. And between the doctor's IT and our IT, usually it's pretty seamless. So at this point, because we've connected to most of them, like you said.
Yep. Excellent. All right, so let's see if we have any other questions coming in here right now before we let you guys go. So we have a couple of VX40 questions. So, and again, this is probably the piece of equipment I think that people are least familiar with. Lensometers are, this is something completely different, right? People are used to the dusty old thing that they have in their office, but this is something very different that's high tech, right? The lens analyzer. And sort of questions for Dr. Hoff here, I guess specifically, since she's the self-proclaimed lens geek. So a question: why do certain prescriptions have more aberrations than others? I think you started talking about it a little bit in the presentation.
I did, yeah. So when we're working with variable power lenses, off-axis aberration is inherent in the lens design. And you can take a single vision lens and put it in the lens analyzer, and it's going to look completely kind of pink. Then you can take a aspheric lens, single vision, put it in there, and then you're going to see that as the periphery flattens out, you're going to get that off-axis aberration pattern going that's going to be kind of concentric circle-ish looking. With our variable power lenses, the beauty of that is you can see the pattern of the lens and distinguish a general wear from a near variable focus from a power boost. And that's really great because then you can check and see the characteristics and how much of that off-axis aberration or swim or blur that your patient's going to experience. So it's so much more, light years ahead, to go with our Star Wars analogy, of a manual lensometer, because with the manual lensometer, you're only looking at about 6 to 8 millimeters of the lens itself. And so you really can't understand how the lens is performing in 6 millimeters. And we don't, unless we have tunnel vision, we don't see in 6 millimeter, field of view. We have a much bigger field of view. So the lens analyzer, like I said, gives you about that 44 to 65 millimeter area on the lens that you're analyzing.
Right. And question here, does the VX40 measure prism?
I love that question. A lot of people will shy away from prism and go, oh, prism. But the answer is yes and no. So if you remember what prism redirects light, and prism is a relative, has to be relative to the optical center. So yes, there is a prism distribution map, and you're getting a moment in time or an area of analysis on that lens. And the lens does give you the optical center of the lens, which is that plus sign that I indicated in one of the slides that we looked at. And so yes, you can see where the optical center is, and you can see how the prism radiates out from that optical center. But remember, again, prism is relative, and it's relative to where the patient's looking on the lens. So if you know the interpolar distance and the patient's, well, not the interpolar distance of the lens, and you can actually input the patient's PD, which I think you can do in the single vision lens mode, you can kind of check the prismatic effect, and it does give you vertical imbalance. But at this point in time, the best way to measure prismatic effect is still with the manual lensometer. But that, like I say, that's just at this point in time. I know that there are going to be some advances, hopefully, in the future with the lens analyzer that lets you do a little bit better way, have a little better method of checking the prism, but not to put pressure on Leno to improve on that. But I mean, this instrument gives you so much more information, and this is just one little facet that we could probably make some improvement on. But in the long run, the idea that you can see the performance and characteristics of a progressive lens is mind-blowing.
Absolutely. Question here about how long it takes, and again with the VX40, since this is probably one of the instruments that most people are not familiar with. If I had to guess, and how it works and everything else, so I'm very glad, Michelle, you could sort of go over this with us. How long does it actually take to analyze a lens, and is it difficult for the staff to actually use the device properly?
Well, I mean, to physically analyze the lens is about 45 seconds for a pair of lenses. And I like to call it, not to be demeaning, but it's like a PhD. Push here, darling. Put the glasses in and push the button, and that's really all the training you need to get information. So that's really quick and easy. But then you can grow along with the instrument once you understand how it works and you have the knowledge of optics behind you. You understand lens and you understand optics. Then you can grow. The doctor can grow, the opticians can grow, the staff can grow, and learn more and more what lenses are and what they do. So it's a great instrument because it works for the new staff member who just walked in out of another occupation, and it also
Right. Talk. Someone was paying attention. The remake rates were down to 1%, I believe, was said somewhere in the presentation. The question is, of those remakes that are in the 1%, what's the usual reason? They're the most common reason now that remakes are required.
So I can jump in on this one. It's primarily adaptation. So depending on the design of the lens used, or as Dr. Hoff explained, you can produce the best prescription, but adaptation is usually where the patient may have a hard time, either a first-time progressive or a change in prescription that is taking time. So, for me, kind of took a long time to understand that the prescription, the most perfect prescription, has to have a great balance between comfortable and clear vision. You can make someone see super clear, and they may not be comfortable with that. So that balance is where sometimes we have to adjust and remake. But from ability to be able to see the best that the patient can, this equipment is definitely going to allow us to do that.
Right. Excellent. Well, it looks like we are just about out of time. I think we just about hit 90 minutes. This is actually pretty long for a webinar, but thank you to everybody for coming tonight, and thank you to our panelists. This webinar, an archive will be made available. So since there are more questions than we can answer here, when this webinar is over, this week you'll be getting an email with a URL that you can go to watch the presentation again and ask more questions. So again, panelists, thank you so much for being here tonight.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much for having me.
Have a great evening, everyone.
Okay. And that was Luno. Okay. Everybody here with me?
We're here.
All right.
Yes, us mice, yes.
Hope you guys had a good little break.
Yes, I was hungry, so I needed to find some food. I am, however, open to a nap.
Yes, I think what we're going to do is knock off early here today because there's really not much going on.
The lobby I was in 5 times, there's nothing going on as far as support, and the rooms are smooth as silk. The lectures are there, so what else can we have?
Yeah, I'm looking at.
We'll take it. Smooth sailing is a win.
Yep. Yeah, I'm looking at the counts right now. We actually have a bunch of people, so it looks like 370 people in one room, 290 in another, and 270 in the third.
Yep.
Wow.
So you can do the math. We're getting a bunch of people. The West Coast is obviously all here in force now, so yep, pretty nifty.
Yep.
And we're just waiting for Brent to show up from CCOP. So as you know, CCOP USA Buying Group, they are a sponsor of the conference, and we're going to hear from Brent, who runs the show there. Brent was actually with ABB before going off to CCOP, so he knows the US industry pretty well. And
Adam, should we go through the sponsors right now?
sure, one last time maybe. Get it all running here, show people. So thanks again to the sponsors of the conference this weekend and for all the weekends actually. So without them, it would be difficult to put the conference on. So we obviously appreciate them. And so we have Luno Technology / OptiView. So again, Luno acquired OptiView, I guess it was a few months ago now, right? At the end of last year. And so to give them full service, essentially they have all kinds of instruments now. OCT was the one piece they lacked. So they looked around, I'm sure, and thought, okay, who is one of the leaders? And OptiView was obvious, so they purchased them. And Luna's offering a deal right now with 0% financing for a limited time, 0% financing and $99 payments for the first 6 months on a wide variety of their instruments. Offer is over on March 31st. You can get it by going to lunotechusa.com/CEwire or visit them in the forum. Again, for the people who, I know people have heard it a million times already, but I'll show everyone again. All you do at CEwire2022.com, go to where it says forum right here. Oops. And you'll see that each vendor has their own little private discussion forum where they post things like discounts and so forth. And pick the one that you're interested in this case, I'll pick Luno. And then if you want to contact any folks here, usually you can just hover over them and click send private message, and then you can send them a private message and they'll get an email, and that's how you can get into contact with people. So I noticed that somebody made a post in one of these forum threads trying to have the sponsor respond to them right in the thread itself, like, hey, please email me here. Better way to do it is probably just to, again, hover over the person, click send private message, and directly send them an email. So, but then again, they're also reading the discussion thread, so they'll see anything that you post there too. So that is Luno and OptiView. MacuHealth, makers of supplements, and you can see MacuHealth, MacuHealth Plus, and Vision Edge. And Vision Edge, again, is a repackaged MacuHealth, so it's basically a marketing difference. So if you have younger folks or athletes, you can sort of sell this to them based on athletic performance, right? It can improve your athletic performance as opposed to MacuHealth, which typically you're just selling sort of for the health benefits. So, but the product itself is physically the same, just the label is different. And they also make an omega-3, and it's a small one, and it doesn't smell, which are the two critical factors, other than purity, obviously, but lack of a fishy odor and sort of the ability to swallow it is critically important, so it's not gigantic. So check those out. They have deals running today at the show. You can see them right here. And again, you can also go to the forum to contact Emily at MacuHealth. She'll get back to you really rapidly, because she always does. Oculus, makers of instruments, including the Karatograph and Pentagam. The Pentacam, as you know, is the Swiss Army knife of instruments. They have come out with a new model, the AXL Wave, if you haven't seen it. So you might want to check that one out too, with a bunch of new functions. Also, they're making this thing called the Myopia Master, which, if you haven't seen it, it's designed to measure axial length. So if you're doing any myopia management, you actually need an instrument that can measure axial length, or else you're not really doing myopia management. So check that out as well. The Myopia Master was years in coming and finally got FDA approval. So it's brand new and kind of cool. And we spoke with Oculus last time about the device and how a backlog will be growing almost certainly for this thing, since it is popular. So if you think you're interested in it, I would pounce on it sooner rather than later, sort of like buying a car, as we were discussing earlier. It's been kind of crazy out there with parts shortages and so forth. Yeah, like Rivera, makers of punctal plugs, you can see they have a bunch of discounts just for CEwire folks today. Again, go to the forum. You can reach Vicky from Lac Rivera there, and she can get you hooked up and get you started with the company. And finally, Vision Equipment Inc. This is Leo Hadley's company with refurbished equipment. Again, go to the forum because Leo's listing deals every day. And you can see, you know, just by looking at the stuff that he has, it's different every day. And you can get a sense that he gets a wide variety of equipment in all different segments. There you go. Whether you need an OCT or an edger, he basically does it all. So definitely go check that out. And I think Brent is here. I'm not gonna make him wait any longer. And Brent will be coming in, and it's funny because we were right up to CCOP anyway.
What excellent timing.
Yes.
Hi, Brent.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, Brent. How's it going?
Hey.
Excellent. How's everyone doing?
We are
good, real good.
We are doing well. Your timing is excellent because we were running through all the sponsors of the conference, and guess who we were right up to? So, so good timing.
Perfect. Hey, Adam, is there a phone number to call into, or is it just the video link?
It's just the link that you have right now. So yeah, everyone can hear you. You sound good, actually. So.
All right. Just my internet gets spotty sometimes, so it ends up pausing for like 10 seconds occasionally. So if that happens, just know it's not intentional.
So. We're ready for it, so no worries. Yeah, we've
Cool.
we've had our share of technical issues, so no worries there. So Brent, so how's everything been?
I think fantastic, man. Happy Sunday to you. How's the conference going this weekend?
It's going incredibly well. You know, the last one went well, and it was the sort of the maiden voyage for the new software. This week's gone even better, actually. This past couple of days, we've worked on the software in the interim, and it's been really smooth. So knock on some wood. Yeah, it's been great. So in fact, right now we have how many people in the rooms? Over 1,000. So
over 1,000, yeah. Wow. And different 1,000 unique visits because the California ones go on now, or West Coast, and the East ones are now out playing golf or something.
Yep. Yep. So anyway, so Brent, why don't you give everybody an overview of CCOP, because I always try and I always fail, and I know that you can do it better than I can for sure, since you probably go through this 10 times a day.
Yeah. So CCOP is really affiliated with the global company that started back in over 25 years ago over in Europe. And what happened was a couple of years ago, they decided to enter the United States market. They did that as a joint venture with a guy who lives in Boca Raton near Dr. Silverberg, right, in terms of where we're at. And it's a 50-50 joint venture between the European entity and then what we're doing here in the United States market. So we have the benefit of being linked to that global community of overall, it's 8,000 some odd practices that are out there. And in addition to that, though, we have a couple thousand here because we acquired the combined buying group and the alliance buying group, and then we're evolving those into much, much more. And so a few different things that we have rocking on that front to really propel that evolution. And one thing to know in terms of our brand, we're very committed to no membership fees. So it doesn't cost anything for anyone to join us. We do have different services that people have optional that we can subsidize, et cetera. But we really pride ourselves on taking care of the issues that a lot of the practices have sometimes, whether it's a vendor issue or a credit or fighting for, some product challenge. And so we resolve 95% of any issues they have within 48 hours. And so a lot of times a practitioner can feel alone on an island out there. And we really try to have their back in every way. So in addition to that, we do 140 plus vendors. Some of them, best in class discounts. You can't get better discounts through anyone else. And then we also try to simplify running a practice to be able to have consolidated billing. So instead of getting 50 different invoices from a bunch of different players, they can get one invoice from us that consolidates it and keeps it really simple for them. And so we have various different benefits like that. But in addition to that, we're also now developing, and Adam, this stuff is new for you, and it's not even reflected on the website. Website's about to go live with a new version before Vision Expo. But what we are doing is really focusing on the challenges people have and how we can help with people, how we can help with the growth, and how we can help with with the profits in a practice. And so along the people's line, we actually started an entire new website in conjunction with VSP partnership that we're doing, where we're developing some proprietary content for staff training, because we've done a lot of market research. We've had a lot of conversations, and staffing and labor challenges are one of the tough things nowadays. And so now we have a whole program. It's launching. It's an Optical 101. So you can take a restaurant employee and pull him into a practice and run him through this online course, and they can basically become certified in the basics of running or being at an optical practice and get them up to speed. right? And so we're leaning in, and all that stuff is free. There's so many free offerings that we now have, from a free marketing software, a free KPI analytics dashboard, a free marketing, campaign scheduling, as well as just the free online training. So various different things. And I got to send you, man, I'd love to be able to send you my new brochure. Can you have access to that?
Yeah, shoot it, bring it on over, and we can put it up on the website as well, so people can see it.
Yeah, let me send this to you right now, and you can bring this up, because we changed the whole thing up a little bit too, because we're trying to help bring some of these benefits from $1, right? So that people, if they spend $1 with us, they get all this stuff for free. But in addition to that, we're starting to give away, it's called growth rewards. And so, at the lower tier level, you get a 1/4 point of growth points and growth incentives, so that they could use that to pay for different services to grow their practice, or even practice incentives to be able to give gift cards out to their employees. So in a way, we're funding some of these programs to help practices grow. In addition to that, by just someone bringing their business over to us, from $1, they get a 1/2 point rebate on any lab business they end up throwing our way. And once they get up to a 75K in frame and or lab business, they get actually a full percentage point on everything, and then a 1/2 point of growth rewards. And so we're doing as much as we can to financially put incentives out there, in addition to putting all these programs around people, growth, and profits. Vision Expo East is coming up. We have a big booth at Vision Expo East, and we're helping to sponsor this section called Techify, which is a collaboration of a bunch of different vendors that have technology solutions to be able to help practices. And so we're actually serving drinks. And so anyone who wants to come check us out, just ask us for a drink ticket. You can get beer, wine, or a cup of coffee in the morning time, and we'll be there at Vision Expo East. So if anyone wants anything, that's great. We're also giving away, we have a prize wheel, so we're giving away various different benefits, from $100 off on our printing portal, where people can go buy all the marketing materials they need to be able to grow their business, or even all the way to our practice growth program. We're giving away 1 month of that for free, so that's worth $99. And that practice growth program ends up helping with social media posts, online reputation and management tools, as well as marketing consultation. And we now have layered in a Google My Business site overhaul, so people can really have more of a mastery of that whole internet space, where really nowadays, a lot of times that's the first impression that any of the patients have, because they go online to see, hey, who am I doing business with? And in addition to that, we're also layering in what we call a retail pricing analysis. And so that's all part of this practice growth program that someone can get for $99 a month. We're giving them a month away that for free if anyone wants to try. That's going to be at Vision Expo East.
Excellent.
Right?
So yeah, I have the growth program up on the screen right now, so people can take a look and see all the features. And what I'll do is I'll actually pop this file as well into the forum, so people can download a copy themselves. So
perfect. All right, thanks, man.
Yeah.
And then the other one that's really cool, Adam, I was kind of stoked about this. We found a company that we've partnered with that is helping to save a practice on their credit card processing fees. So anytime a patient comes in and uses their credit card, Visa and MasterCard and Amex, they all get paid a ton of money, right? But what happens typically is most of those companies, they say, all right, give me your statements and we'll analyze and we'll try to switch you to someone else. Well, this company we're partnered with, they already have the leverage and connection with all the companies. And so you don't have to switch vendors. You don't have to change equipment. You don't have to do anything. You just get savings immediately, right? And so from anywhere from $100 to $500 a month, just almost instant savings of being a part of that program. So, which is cool. So, and really how it works behind the scenes is that company actually saves more money. And so they are incentivized because they get paid on the savings. And so that $100 to $500 a month is the net portion that ends up going over to the practice.
Right. And in fact, one of the interesting things is I think that doctors' offices in general are pretty good risks for these credit card companies. So you should be getting a lower rate. But a lot of times when you go with credit card providers, they don't actually offer it to you. So I'm sure that's where they're picking up some of the savings as well. Yeah. The chargebacks are low.
And it's leveraging that. And truth is a lot of the doctors and opticians, they don't really have time to sit and nail all the negotiations and take
Right.
care of all that stuff because they're freaking frazzled,
Right.
right? They're trying to juggle running a business and everything else. And so it ends up, being nice where they could join a group like ours, an association like ours, and we can help them with all those things that they may not have the time for.
Yep. So Doug, if somebody wants to get started with you to just dip their toes in the water, what should they do? What's the first step that they should take?
They can, I'll give them my cell phone, right? So seriously, I don't mind sharing my cell phone. I'll do it on air here. So it's 901-428-2196. I spent most of my life in Memphis, Tennessee, even though I live in South Florida now. But the reality is we have an email address. It's engagement@CECOPUSA.com. So you can send that. You can go to our website, click join now. There's no obligation. There's no contract, like long-term contract, as well as there's no membership fees. And so really the cost of joining is nothing, right? In terms of being involved. And I know for a fact that we have a ton of different vendors that collectively we can probably get people at least some deal with one of our vendors that's better than what they're doing now, right? Now some different groups and some different players, maybe they have a little bit better deal direct here and we have a little bit better deal direct there. But we're launching a lot of this stuff. Like, for example, we have a great relationship with several of the distributors on the contact lens side, ABB Optical and eDoctor and OGP and so forth. But in addition to that, a lot of the movement nowadays is going direct, right? And people are trying to save money. And so I'm not trying to take business away from ABB or anyone else, but if a doctor is already doing business direct to J&J, we now have J&J. And so people could steer their J&J business through us. If they're already going direct with J&J, they can steer it through us. And then they get all these other benefits to be able to be part of our group. And it's direct pricing. So they can get those rewards, those growth rewards to be able to spend back on other things. And they get J&J direct pricing. So that contract really starts into effect on April 1st. So if someone wanted to join us, they can do that. Another one that's missing here is Eyewear Designs. And we just put in together a launch of a partnership with them that we can actually give better than direct pricing with Eyewear Designs. And there's no other group out there that has what we're going to have with them. And so several of these that we're leaning in with to be able to ultimately help them with their profits, because that's the name of the game, help them succeed.
Right.
Adam, you've heard me talk about it before, but there's a lot of threats in the industry, from private equity consolidators to the Warby Parkers of the world and Zenni and so forth. And we are absolutely committed to helping an independent practice stay independent. And I think the threats as they exist are, if that practitioner is freaking frazzled and stressed out and really burning out, and they're not making enough money, then as soon as someone comes knocking on their door and say, hey, do you want to get out? They're going to like, dude, take the keys. Right. And so our job is, how do we help them not be frazzled? How do we reduce their stress? How do we improve their quality of life? And how do we improve their bottom line profit? And that's what our entire mission is dedicated to do, is to be able to help practitioners be even more successful so they can focus on patient eye care. Right. We want to make sure that we're helping the patients and helping them help the patients. So we're excited about it all.
And in fact, I've noticed actually, as I'm running down the list of vendors that you have all the major contact lens companies in addition to ABB. So it's not like if somebody joins, they're going to even feel cramped or restricted, right? You could probably hit most of their major vendors that they already have. At the very least, they could see what working through you, how much they're actually saving straight away.
That, Adam, when you're in a practice, and Brent could address this, sometimes you can get a lens quicker from J&J directly than from ABB, and the patient needs it. So you can play one against the other. And if you have both, it's the best of both worlds.
And as you guys know, I spent many years at ABB. So, and we know we had a lot of great relationships with different practitioners that are out there, and it's fantastic. But inevitably, some of them still had a J&J. Occasionally, they would go buy some stuff from J&J, even if they did business with ABB, because there's a bunch of benefits for them doing business with ABB as well. And so really it's up to the practitioner. But we all know it's a penny game too. And a lot of times they're, especially coming through the pandemic, they're looking at, hey, how do I optimize my cash flow for my practice? And that's what we're here to help. And ABB's bringing in various programs like ABB Verify and various different programs like that to help really a practice grow. So it's not just about the contact lens business, which quite honestly for us is like so skinny. We, you know, from a profit margin or anything, there's really no juice in the squeeze, so to speak, in the contact lens business. But you know, there is for a practitioner, because they can actually make some decent money as a bolt-on to have specialty lenses, contact lenses, and even stock ophthalmic stuff where they're doing some edging themselves to be able to, you know, grow their profit margins.
Right, and I suppose the European history of the company is one of the reasons that you have so many vendor relationships there. Like I pulled it up again so people can look, but sort of all the major European the frame companies, right, and the lenses you can see here, you guys already have these relationships in place.
And that's what people don't necessarily realize is we have that global footprint. We're the only group that has a global presence, right? We're in Italy and France and you know, working on conversations in Germany and Brazil, and we're in Brazil and Portugal and a lot of these different places that really we're able to come to the table. When I go to Vision Expo East, a lot of times I'm in meetings with a lot of the big companies, and they recognize us because of our global footprint. And so we get to sit down with all the right people to try to get the best deal structures that are possible.
Yep. Yeah, in fact,
I'll certainly visit. Did you talk out?
Yeah, I was going to say Vision Expo East. You're bringing that up, and I just know that upper floor on Expo East. Whenever I go, I actually feel overwhelmed, and I kind of wonder, you know, if you're a clinician in practice, how the heck do people even deal with it? Right? I mean, I can almost understand the lower floor. I understand the science, and I can kind of get my head around every product that's down there. But the other part of the practice, how do people even deal with that? There's the diversity of the number of vendors upstairs and all the different frames and all the different lenses. It just seems overwhelming at times.
I could say, Adam, as a practitioner, you tend to visit the booths that you do business with and try to cut a better deal at Vision Expo. It's hard to, unless something really impresses you, it's hard to establish a new relationship there for frames and ophthalmics, etc. So you tend to go to the people you know and hopefully get a better deal than you get in your practice alone. I'll be there, and I'll certainly visit your booth, and I'll buy you a drink of wine and beer at your booth. Just kidding.
Yeah. And there's different things that if someone comes like by our booth, we've worked out some show specials, for example, with West Group, right? And so West Group is putting out some show specials with us and several different vendors. And so they can come around and talk. I'm pretty methodical. When I go, I like going through the expo hall and almost go one row at a time methodically and see what's out there, because you never know what's the latest and greatest that's out there.
Right.
And sometimes, especially nowadays, people are latching on to some independent eyewear brands, to some unique offerings, because they're trying to differentiate themselves versus a lot of the mass retailers.
Right.
And so I feel like Vision Expo is pretty good place to do some stuff and actually examine what's available on the technology side, like through the Techify type of experience, where they're going to be talking about all different sorts of great solutions. And in addition to that, just going to the different booths and seeing and asking them, hey, do you have any show specials? Not even just our booth, you ask them, do you have any show specials? Because there may be something that is intriguing for a practitioner that could just put some extra money in their pocket.
Yep.
Now, would you consider yourself, there are buying groups and there are doctor alliances. Would you consider yourself A, B, or a hybrid of both? Because you have to get the word out. It's a great deal. I mean, I would bet if you ask 10 ODs, 1/10 out of 10 will know who you are at this point. It's great having presence here and at Vision Expo, etc. But as you get the word out, you're going to do better and better, obviously, because your product is great. But answering my question, are you an alliance where doctors can do other things, or a buying group, or both, or a hybrid of both?
So my language lately is more of an association, right? Because buying group has loaded perceptions, and a alliance has a loaded perception. So I've been languaging it with lingo of, hey, we're an association of doctors that come together for certain benefits. A lot of times I'll also talk about it, if you think about the group out there that has really a strong culture. If you think about Vision Source, they have a pretty strong culture. They do a lot of stuff together. They can actually leverage some of their buying power together, et cetera. but there's royalty fees. There's all sorts of other stuff, and they have to sign a franchise agreement. And so my background, I actually spent a lot of time in franchising as well. And I like to think that we are kind of like a franchisor without a franchise agreement and without the royalty payments. And so we're trying to bring all the support to help a practice be successful, but without the bureaucratic ties and the contracts and all that sort of stuff that they're going to get locked into, and enables them to have some freedom. Even our logo, Adam, can you bring up our logo for a sec?
Sure.
All right, so if you see that logo, that C in the front of it, obviously it represents the C in CECOP, but it was specifically designed to represent the independent optical location, eye care practice. The dot in the middle represents the independent. The red is us surrounding them with support, but it's open so that in this, it symbolizes freedom. They have the freedom to make choices, the freedom to come and go, freedom to do whatever they want. And so that's really the culture and our heritage in terms of where we're coming from.
Nice. Excellent.
You do things like integrate with the ER record of the doctor to be able to say, well, look, you're not doing as much as this that you should be doing. Do you analyze things to that level of detail by looking at the stats, looking at their products, looking at their services and what they're, let's say, not at industry standards, etc.?
So that's a mixed question, right? The reality is a lot of doctors are squeamish about anyone looking at their data, right? They're very nervous about someone seeing their data. And so we are not integrated with an EHR system where we're looking at every single thing in their data. When they buy through us, we actually get the invoices, we get all that sort of stuff, but I'm not looking at the data to say, all right, what can we do and how do we help you? It's more of a consultative approach to identifying, hey, what's going on, doc? What are your biggest challenges? Some practices, they don't really want to grow. Some practices, they're comfortable with where they're at, and it's more of a quality of life issue. So it just really depends. We do have an analytics dashboard that does latch into some of that software. And with that, there are KPIs and there's things that we can pull out to be able to be consultative, but it's entirely optional. And I know from experience that some people are cool with that because they're like, yeah, bring it on. Help me transform my business. Help me grow it. Others are like, I don't want anyone knowing any of my business. And we're flexible either way.
Cool. Yeah, and I'm actually looking here about the different stuff that you have. If I could pull it up just so, because your website is so broad at this point, looking through everything that you guys offer. The one thing that caught my eye, though, was this idea, the dynamic labs. Maybe you could just speak to that for a second, because that seems pretty neat as well.
Yeah, so partnership with Dynamic Labs, which is a great company, right? We now have special ordering and special discounts with Dynamic Labs so people can get their optical supplies straight through our website. And basically that ends up coming and being billed back through us. And so Stephen over there has been a great partner in terms of getting this stuff up and running. And so we have this website that I'm really stoked about that people can get really some great discounts on stuff from gloves to masks to like anti-fogging solutions to whatever supplies someone may end up needing.
Do you ever tend to do things that the other groups do and have meetings? Because it'd be great for your clientele to be in one place, maybe do continuing education, but also be able to like really hone in on what they could get from your company. Because it's hard to do when you're talking and they even get a brochure. Is that something you're planning for the future?
Yeah. So I can tell you in this quarter alone, right, what we're doing is we're doing all sorts of events. So next week, I'm going to be in Columbus, Ohio, having a dinner up there. And then I'm going all the way to Puerto Rico by the end of the week. We have 25, 26 different dinners that we're doing all across the country.
Whoa.
And these dinners are in conjunction with different sponsors. And we call them dinner, drinks, and optometry, where we're inviting people out, whether they are members or not. We're inviting them out to talk about the industry, talk about the challenges, and bring together solutions, not just from our education and wisdom, but really the peer-to-peer help. Hey, what's working for you? What's working for you? And say, all right, how can we end up thriving together as a community? Because I think part of the challenge in this industry is people are kind of on an island. They really are feeling, I guess lonely might be an exaggeration, but some of them are almost lonely. They feel they're working really hard. They don't know what to do to be able to move the needle and change things up. And it's by exposing ourselves to extra people and allowing that networking to happen and the cross-pollination of ideas to happen, that people are able to help continue to make progress and almost level up. So yeah, we're definitely doing lots of engagement events.
Great. Where are you in Boca, by the way?
I'm actually right next to Boca. I'm in Parkland, Florida. So.
Okay, it's the next town over. I'm off of 441 in Glades or Palmetto, whichever you choose.
Yeah,
small world.
You're like close. I'm the Scoutmaster for that's the other thing. I'm a Scoutmaster for Loggers Run Middle School. That's right.
Oh,
that
literally is a quarter of a mile from me.
Yeah, exactly.
You play golf?
I don't play golf. I like golf, but I suck at golf. So
let's play for Monday then.
Do never ever play Steve at golf. This is a pro tip.
I'll just go ahead, if we're betting, I'll just go ahead and give you my money up front.
No.
Right?
But it'd be my pleasure to treat you to a round of golf at my place, low key, just have fun.
Perfect.
So
that sounds like
anytime
fun.
you want, and you know where I am. So you can't find me.
Just remember, just don't put any money down if you're playing with them, Brent. I'm
I'll just hand it
you
over to
advice.
him in advance. So.
I could hit a 7-iron and hit Lagos Run from here. It was literally that close.
Oh, cool.
That's funny.
Well, whatever you need, I'm happy to be of service and help support and do whatever. So that'd be awesome.
Well, so hopefully, people will if they're not going to Expo, at least click on the Join Now button on your website, or call your cell phone, or just contact you at that email address you gave, engagement@ccopusa.com. But hopefully people are going to New York as well, and maybe we'll all hook up. We'll get to see you there.
Perfect. That sounds good.
All right.
So any questions or anything? How's your dad doing? Is he sleeping over there? Or?
I don't think he came back after the break. I think he's like out of here.
That's frozen. I don't know if he did come back.
Oh,
No, he's there. He's there.
Is he there?
Oh, yeah.
There he is.
Okay.
Is he asleep?
Wave hello, Paul.
Maybe his audio's not working.
It's good to see everyone. Gretchen, thanks for joining as well. Appreciate it. And
of course.
Thanks. Any questions or anything that's come up new in the industry? Hot topics or trends that you're talking about lately?
Well, we were talking earlier about attendance at Vision Expo East and attendance at CECO, just how pandemic is affecting things and what we're going to see moving forward with other meetings. So I guess it'll just remain to be seen how things shake out, especially given the surge in cases in the UK and Europe, which is likely going to make its way over here. So fingers crossed.
Yep, fingers crossed. Hopefully everything doesn't get shut back down. I think that Americans in general, and probably the world in general, they're just friggin' tired of pandemic.
Yeah.
They're tired of masks. They're tired of being cooped up. They're tired of having all the challenges and problems. So I think a lot of people are just burnt out, and they want this whole thing to just go away in a nice way, not necessarily, ostrich head in the sand, but really just kind of subside. So I think a lot of people are just burnt out on it.
Yeah, and then we're at an awkward point right now where people do want to start traveling again, but it's like you're like stuttering forward. Like, do I do it? Like, Expo is a good example. I live on the other side of the country. I want to go to Expo East, but I'm like, do I book this now only to have to cancel it? I don't know. It's going to be tough. So we will see.
We'll see. Maybe Expo will be a super spreader event because, as you know, they eliminated vaccines and masks. Brent.
Right. There is no COVID at Expo East this year.
Right. I think Brent froze. I saw him lock up. I don't know if he's still there.
I told him no vaccines. I think it shocked him.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go.
Oh, there we go.
Sorry, the internet. I had that funky internet thing finally. So.
Oh, yeah. All right. Well, Brent, thanks for being here today, and we will keep pushing your stuff, and hopefully we'll see you in New York.
I hope to get the word out.
Would love to. So thanks, everyone. Have a blessed day. And I really appreciate everyone doing this. I think it's an awesome service that you guys are doing.
Oh, thanks. All right. Have a great day.
Thanks, Brent. Have a good afternoon.
All right. Take care. Bye. You too.
And that was Brent at CCOP. I'll put up their info again so you can all see it. He actually gave you his cell phone number, which I think is crazy. Although I've done it too, actually. I shouldn't say that. My cell phone number is actually on people's certificates for this conference. So who am I to talk? So engagement at ccopusa.com, or just click on Join Now.
I mean, it's best kept secret. I think they'll do great, especially when there's just no obligations on people's part.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're just getting started right now, which is why people they haven't heard about them too much. But I think we have to help, we'll help push them, and we'll see how they. But I mean, the combined buying group has been around forever, right? That's why they're in Florida, I would assume, right? That's one of the reasons. That's where I believe that's where they were headquartered.
ABB
before.
was in Florida and
right in Miami.
New England.
Yep.
And Massachusetts, I think, also.
Yeah, and I think they're headquartered in Miami. I think that's where Angel Alvarez lived, of ABB fame. So, cool. All right. Well, it's 12:30 Pacific time right now. I guess I am looking and seeing that things are actually going okay. Nothing is blown up.
There is a whole lot of nothing going on in the chat, and it's 3:30 Eastern.
Yep.
And we just had the start of our afternoon class talking about common billing and documentation errors, looking at lab and imaging studies, and diagnosing and treating patients who are in pain. So for room 3, that's a 2-hour class. That's the next to last class in that room. We've got one more. In room 1, all of these are 2-hour classes, and we've got another hour class and a 2-hour. And then we're going to room 2. We've got 2 more 2-hour classes after that. So it's a whole block of 2-hour classes. So with everything already started and
no complaints at all. No questions yet.
And I apologize too for Dr. Rapuano's class being squished in there like a sandwich, but between the 2-hour classes, he wanted that time.
Yes,
so
he likes that time.
I put it there. He loves that time. He likes it to be the same time every time. He likes consistency in his world. So happy to do it. He's very much a surgeon, I guess.
Well, he's also was Friedberg's partner at Wills. He was anterior segment, so he always wants to beat him and finish last, have the last word.
So yeah, his talks are actually really good too, and he's got a really interesting and different one this time, right? Conversations with patients. Now, you don't usually think about that when it comes to a surgeon, the idea of actually talking to a patient about, these particular diagnoses, but he faces them enough that he's got good verbiage in place, and methods to reassure patients. So.
What's amazing, the two of them really have a similar approach. They're simplistic in a complex field, and they can explain things really well to anybody. It could be a layman in the street. It could be a PhD from Harvard. And so they're really great, both of them.
Yep.
And that's why they wrote the book together. Should we move to that book, Gretchen? Will's Eye Manual for Emergency Care? It's pretty much that's the Bible that everybody has at their desk. It's been reiterated and edited 40 times over, but that was the original one that I have a signed copy, and I'm going to sell it on eBay for $1.95.
Yeah, and it's interesting looking here. We still in each of the rooms have about 300 people, even at this late hour. So people are definitely hanging in there. So very good.
That's with the Final Four, and we always try to get away from Super Bowl, etc. But I forgot about the Final Four.
Yeah, I forgot about the Final Four. And as we heard from Richard Hom earlier, that California was running their own thing today as well, where they're sucking up some of our West Coast people who are stuck in there today. So,
but I bet you if you wanted to, or if Kyler is really desperate to do something instead of just sit here and watch a whole lot of nothing go on, we can find out how many California docs are in classes right now. And that'll be interesting to see if California docs are watching basketball, hanging out here, or hanging out at their state meeting.
Yeah, good question.
That's interesting, yeah. Well, they could have come here first at 6 a.m. and gotten a few hours in before, but who knows if they did that.
And someone I'm seeing has a problem getting into one of the rooms. I will help her in the chat here.
Okay, good. I was about to jump back in.
Yeah, so sometimes if that happens, they just need to refresh the page or go to where it says rooms and then just click on the precise room. So in this case, it's room 3. So I just gave her that.
Did you get that email about that particular person who thought he took more courses and he put the list out at him?
I did actually, and I sent that on to Kyler. So that's one of those things where I'm like, okay, did somebody leave a tab open somewhere? And yeah, send it on over.
He's my personal puppy dog. I've been on the phone with him 5 times last time. This time I gave out my phone number and that was a mistake. So, and he's IT challenged, so it makes it more difficult to answer his questions when the questions don't get answered properly. So good. I told him that they're handling it.
Yeah, so I mean, the nice part about having Kyler watching all this so closely, because this is only the second time we're really doing this, is being able to look at a real post-mortem and actually pulling up the logs, the actual logs, to see precisely what it is that happened instead of hand waving. So we'll know one way or the other. And we're doing it for every single support case that we're getting. We're not messing around.
That's crazy,
Because I want to know, right? Kyler wants to know too, is there something systemic going on? Or is this something a user's doing wrong? And are similar users falling into the same trap? And if they are, can we do something to prevent it from happening in the future? So we need to know. And that's why Kyler's doing all of this extra work.
Maybe eventually we'll get one of those phone systems where if you can't get logged in or you're getting you can't get press one, and
Right.
and they'll finally get Kyler on the 5th iteration because most of them will be solved by a computer voice.
So what's been gratifying about this though is most people have followed the advice about going to the lobby, because again we made the lobby public so that even if they're not logged in properly they can get in here. And so I think that's really been the fastest way to get support help. And people have been taking advantage of it. So a few people have emailed me, but a lot of people are actually just going straight in.
It's great. When they get in the lobby, they also can see the courses and decide whether they want to join up.
Yep. Yeah, and in fact, so if you actually clicked login, if you were just randomly running across, CEwire and you click login, what happens is, first of all, it checks to see if you're an ODwire member and you're logged in. If you're not, it bounces you out straight away. It's like, I don't know who you are. But if you're an ODwire person and you're not registered for the conference, it'll actually let you into the lobby, right? That's why you're seeing people who are saying, oh my God, I can't get into the classes, but we can actually see their posts in the lobby. Those people are logged into ODwire already with some account. And so once we have that, we know enough about them to be able to fix stuff for them. So much
Very
easier.
How's your shoulder, by the way?
My shoulder is horrific. Thank you for asking.
Time for happy pills.
Yeah, so maybe soon. I may be ending this early and we'll just, I mean, the steroids, they take a few days to start working. So I only got injected on Friday. So, hopefully by tomorrow I'll notice a real difference, but we'll see.
And often they work for a week and then it kind of tapers off. You'll see whether it's a permanent cure or not.
Right. So that's the thing. He, my ortho was like, just take it easy so we'll know one way or the other if I actually hit the right spot.
How long does steroid last?
It depends. So sometimes if you can get the inflammation down to nothing, your body just naturally heals itself and then you're good and you're done. If sometimes though the inflammation continues, the steroids will start to peter out after a few weeks, then you're really up a creek because you can't continuously take a joint, right, or take a tendon or a ligament. You can't keep injecting it because what will happen is it'll start to atrophy and then you'll rip it and then you're really screwed. So,
2 or 3 maybe is it. That's it.
Yeah, so hopefully he hit the right spot and I won't have to worry about it after this, but I guess we'll find out.
When are you leaving?
When am I leaving? Tomorrow. So, yeah.
3 days and you're back?
And then I'm back on Saturday, yeah.
And then you got to decide about...
Expo, yeah. So, I mean, who knows what's going to happen, right? If New York starts spiking with their cases, then I'm definitely not going anywhere. I can decide to go, though. That's the one nice part about New York. I can decide right up to the last minute because at least even from Portland, unbelievable number of flights to New York and hotel rooms are almost limitless there, right?
But won't they be $1 million, those flights at the last minute?
Well, not really, though. I mean, Alaska has a certain upper bound, and I have a ton of credits with them from before the pandemic when everything collapsed. So I'll spend a little extra if I have to fly at the last minute. Alaska's a very nice airline, by the way, about that.
Are you more susceptible to having cortisone in your system?
Yeah, probably. So I just don't know if I want to go. I mean, there's a million reasons not to go.
You don't have
I'll be there.
That's right.
Yeah.
You haven't set up any meetings.
No, I mean, there are people that I do want to meet with, though, who are going to be there. But I'll know more this week. I mean, I'm just going to fire off emails to a bunch of different people and see if anybody's going to be there. I know of a lot of people who will not be there, surprisingly. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do.
I already have 3 meetings set up, Paul, with Novartis, Avellino, and Sun Pharmaceuticals.
I mean, a lot of people who are usually there are absolutely avoiding it. I mean, if I pull up the Vision Expo website. Since we have
You're gonna
nothing
see
better
sm-
to do.
You're going to see smaller booths also, not the elaborate $2 million booths with plush carpeting.
Right.
And by the way, I don't want to break his bubble, but you're supposed to not allow it to serve alcohol on the floor, right, Gretchen, at Vision Expo? But if he's doing it, fine.
Kind of dicey with that. I mean, I think they like to reserve that for receptions that are sponsored to bring people in, but sometimes, you know, things happen on the down low.
Let's say you're there to buy frames and you sit down with a group. They'll pull out their champagne or their wine and keep on feeding you so that the more you drink, the more you buy.
Yep. But check it out. Like, this is so much smaller than Vision Expo usually is. Each Expo East usually has 1,200 vendors, give or take. So this is bad.
Well, you're going to lose a lot of these foreign frame manufacturers.
That's what I said. A lot of the
Europe,
Italian or French or Chinese frame and lens manufacturers.
Hong Kong has a big spike. They're not coming.
So how many are there, Adam?
Looks like, 130 something it was?
No.
Wait, let's look.
That's just eyewear. You have to add everybody up.
But eyewear has a lot of these small little tiny booths that are like hole in the walls.
Yeah, you have to add all those up.
Well, as an example, Visus, which is in the pipeline for the presbyopic drugs, they were at other conventions. They're not there. They told me they don't have a drug that's...
So eyewear 139, then look at medical diagnostic 45. This is way smaller than it usually is.
Wow.
Lens processing, that's that scary area in the back with all those huge scary machines that smell bad, like only 25 vendors.
Wow.
That's how I divide this up mentally. So
You mean Gober Kerber and Santinelli, those people?
Yeah, and so they're just, it's so much smaller than usual. So it says 408 total. Yeah. Again, 1,200 is usually the number, each before the pandemic anyway.
Wow.
So.
And they're not going to anymore. Nobody can build a booth that quickly.
Right. And even like Alcon, you know, we work a lot with Alcon, but so many of the people that I know there are not traveling. They're just not going to be there. So.
Is Marco going to be there? Because they weren't at the last big one. They weren't at Vision. Was it Vision Expo West or? Yeah. So Marco is actually called Advancing Eye Care. I don't know if they separate themselves out. So it's Marco Lombard. Yeah. You can they might just scale down and have their 2-3 reps there with a couple of machines rather than instruments, rather than the elaborate setups they have. I might only be there for 2 days. There's a big party Friday night till 12 midnight at one of the hotels, but I have to convince my wife to go there. So there's CECOP. And there's a person who has a very big Facebook page that normally has a big party, and he's not having a party this year. Oh, really? Yeah.
There's a different party.
Yes, but he's not sponsoring it.
Correct.
So check it out. So I mean, I'm looking down here. I'm trying to see if Marco is here anywhere. So there's some companies that I would absolutely be happy to go see here, but so many of the people that I know are not going to be there. I don't know if they're hedging their bets on thinking they might go to the AOA instead as their next big meeting.
Let me close the door here.
It's funny watching you do that with your screen on or with your background. Also, when you walk backwards, it looks like take this the right way because it's just the way it looks. The Monument of Vowel Cleveland. It looks like you're tall, you're towering over all the buildings, and you're like going through it. Really, do it now so we can see. Well, this is actually Philly. I know, but you're tall in the building, so it looks like you're like attacking. See what I mean? Yeah.
Let's see. So J&J will be there.
That's an impressive background that Paul put in.
Yeah, okay. It is.
Nice.
Lombard. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't see.
Unless they have a small presence in the other part of Marco.
Yeah, did you see? Oh, no, Lombard's there. Okay, so, yeah.
I could barely say, yeah. And you're maximized. Well, I'll have fun anyway. I always meet friends there. I'm from New York, New Jersey, so I always meet people. My invitation for lunch is still out, Gretchen, but you're not coming, so.
Well,
I'm
it's
not-
not definite that I'm not coming. It's
Okay.
looking likely that I'm not, but
Right.
we haven't decided for sure.
So Thursday and Friday are definitely the days I'll be there. Wednesday, I don't even think the exhibit hall's open. It might be just classes and stuff. And
Yeah.
Saturday, I have an obligation up north, so I can't go Saturday. And Sunday, people are looking to pack up their boots.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, even Saturday morning, I mean, I'm noticing with a bunch of meetings now that people are now getting out late Friday afternoons, early Friday evenings, where they used to be staying Friday nights and getting out early Saturday morning.
Yeah.
Now they've backed that up.
It's front loaded for two reasons. One, when you go on an airplane, you don't take a weekend, it's cheaper, and the hotels aren't as expensive during the week. So that might be two of the reasons why. That I think we did that several years at the Academy meetings where we stayed, and then we were honored at a couple of Academy meetings. So one of us had to stay for Saturday to get the applause and the photo op, but we rotated that. We're looking forward to the Academy this year because I'm gonna make it into a vacation / business. I've never been to San Diego, so it should be fun.
How could you have not been to San Diego with all the meetings we've had there?
I just never got a chance to go. I've been to every country in Europe. I've been to Australia. I've been to every Caribbean part you can want, Hawaii, but I just never had. I've been to LA, San Francisco. I just never got a chance.
San Diego is kind of, I will be there tomorrow, but I will tell you it's kind of boring.
Really?
No, I like San Diego. There's a great zoo.
It's
There's a beach there. There's good restaurants.
It's okay. It is just like its weather. It's like room temperature. It's just fine.
You are so hard to please.
I am. I mean, no, San Diego, don't get me wrong. It would be, of all the cities in California to live, it's probably the best in terms of quality of life.
And weather, like I said.
Yeah, I mean, it's always room temperature there, year round. So
how long a drive is it to LA from there?
From San Diego,
it depends on what time you leave.
Exactly, it depends on the traffic, but it's not
7 hours or 2 hours. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Closer to 2.
Yeah, it's around a 2-hour drive.
Okay, because our niece is in LA or Burbank.
So my in-laws live there, and you know, you could easily, if you wanted to go take in like an Angels game in Orange County, the drive is maybe 90 minutes if you don't have traffic. So,
well, isn't the Academy in October? So the Angels might not be playing.
if you're a betting man, yeah. But yeah, it's a good place to take in a baseball game though. If you're in San Diego during the summertime, the Padres, the stadium's actually right downtown, and it's kind of an incredible place to watch a ball game because the whole thing opens up to the city, so it's kind of cool.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Well, definitely be there.
All right, so I don't.
When you meet clients, what do? I'm not really clear what your function is now. You're no longer an editor. What?
Oh, me?
What do you do for work? Yeah.
I am Director of Clinical Content and Strategy at a boutique firm called RHMM. It's all focused on eye care. So I'm doing a bunch of work with advisory boards for our clients. So I help to create their decks and what they should be asking. I sit in on the advisory board, then I write a report afterwards. I'm helping with PR efforts and earned media, social media, all of that sort of stuff. And I am still creating content. We're in the midst of a rebrand and we're going to be relaunching our website. So that's when I'll have more content up there. But I've got lots of ideas of stuff to do because I can't stop thinking of content ideas after how many years of doing it.
So you basically deal with like drug companies or
everybody
companies or all?
Yep, it's all eye care, and a lot of our clients are on the newer end that at least at this point right now, we're not dealing with the larger, more established companies, the ones that are giant and been around for 1 million years. So yeah, you've got that website there, Adam, and it's a great looking website, but it really needs to be updated with what we're doing. because that client list those are clients that we have worked with, and we're not working with all of them currently.
Right.
Like Shire is not really in the eye field anymore.
Well, right. That was during the launch of Xiidra. So RHMM was behind a lot of the launch of Xiidra. And that's when Xiidra was Shire.
Then it became Tanaka, the Japanese company, and then Novartis.
So that picture you're showing there, Adam, that's me and my colleague, Carrie, who is also in Philly. And when we went to New Orleans, we found out we were on the same flight going down. And I am talking with somebody else in the biz who was in the Philly area. And I had boarded already, and we're sitting there on the plane. And then I had to move my jacket that was on the seat next to me as the passengers were coming down the aisle, and somebody stopped there. And I said, "Oh, sorry, let me move my jacket." And I look up, and it's my colleague, Carrie. I said, "Are you kidding me?" I said, "Are you right here?" She said, "Yes." So we ended up sitting next to each other on that flight. And if we had wanted to do that, if we needed to talk about work or collaborate on something, we couldn't have booked seats next to each other had we tried. But it happened purely by chance, which we thought was really funny, and we had to capture it with a picture. So that's us at 7:30 in the morning, the Wednesday of first day of CECO, because the first the only really valid direct flight from Philly to New Orleans was an 8 a.m. because there weren't that many directs. So anyway, we just thought that was hysterically funny.
And we have a first interview for next time in May. Russ Beach turned off his email for a couple of days to take a rest.
And in fact, I just emailed him. I said, if you want to talk to us right now, Russ, like literally right this second, I'll send you the Zoom information. So
great minds think alike.
So I don't know if he's going to want to do it, but so Russ Beach, and I'm always happy to, talk up a friend. So he runs this company where eye doctors can make investments in a real estate endeavor. And I'll pull it up actually. Let me get this pulled up here. I doubt he's going to want to actually come online with us, but I'll pull up the site anyway.
And it's large. You're pooling your money together to buy large buildings, etc. So it's not small potatoes, but his track record is to make people a lot of money.
Right. And so Gretchen, you'll recognize these two folks probably.
I have my thing really small, so hang on, let me make it bigger. Yes.
Yep. So I'd love for Russ or Walter, whoever, to come on here and talk to us a little bit about what they do and how they're doing it.
Well, if not, he said he'll do it next time.
Yeah. So, and in fact, if he wants to reach the CEwire folks as well, I can just add him to the sponsor list and then get him in there, post everything up, because I'm sending out an email to everybody about our sponsors today anyway. So that might be fun.
And they're still working, at least Russ is pretty much full-time as an OD, and he does this with his team in spare time.
Yep.
What a good gig, doing something in your spare time like that.
I think eventually he won't be an OD if this continues, because he's been doing very well.
That's a good problem to have, huh?
Yep.
You need, I asked him about that. You need 50K to start playing the game with them.
And you're not going to see return on your money for a while, though, Paul. It's not like flipping a small home or something.
Real estate, sure. But I assume there are some tax benefits almost immediately.
Yep.
That counts.
Yeah, so it's interesting the places he's actually invested in.
When he opens up an opportunity, it closes like in a day. So he's got a lot of people interested.
Yep.
Good gig to have, man.
What could have been my father was a small-time real estate investor in slum apartments in New York. And boy, he only had one good house, but my brother sold it with him in partnership prematurely on 27th Street on the east side. That could have been a major hit, but the rest of them, wow. he left me. He had after he had a stroke, because he tried to fight off a mugger in his butcher shop.
Oh no!
Oh yeah, you got to read the memoirs. Anyway, he left me. Said that I just opened up the Bronx practice, and became my responsibility to take care of the apartment on Intervale Avenue in the South Bronx, which was a totally Puerto Rican, really, really slum area where people didn't pay their rent. And my father used to go collect the rent every month. The people go in. So that became my job.
Take your life in your hands.
I worry about practice. I had to go to the rent. And there was one lady that just didn't want to pay her rent. And I said, "What's the matter?" She says, "Come, I'm going to show you." And she went into the bathroom, and she had an old time toilet where the water comes in from the top, you know, and she had to pull down. She said, "Look at this leak. Every time I'm on the toilet, I have to use an umbrella." So,
Oh no!
Yep.
So why didn't she complain to you? You were the landlord. Why didn't she complain to you?
He's the super.
The house was lost. We gave it back to the city because we couldn't pay you couldn't increase the rent, and the taxes kept going up. That was rent control in New York.
And people paid you cash. They didn't have checking accounts, right?
Sorry, say it again.
People paid cash because they didn't have checking accounts.
Yeah. If they paid it all, because they waited for their welfare check. We were last on the list, so it was bad, and there was no tax deductions because there was no income. My father wasn't working anymore. There was no benefit, so that was our venture in real estate.
So I haven't heard back from Russ. He probably won't want to do it, but what I will do is get him on the site for CEwire, and then just let everyone know via an e-blast, because it's hard for him to advertise this because as a financial product, he can't just go around giving the offers to the general public. So Paul alluded to it before. You have to be a qualified investor to learn a lot of these details. Right. And so he just can't, shout it from the rooftop. So it's a little bit more complicated than most things, because the capital requirements are so high.
Right, but he can give the experience of certain projects he's done.
Yeah.
Is he going to be at Vision Expo, by the way? Did you see his company?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't see anything that indicates it, but we can ask him.
And by the way, Gretchen, his investors, I think almost 100% are ODs.
Yep.
It's not general public, yeah.
Yeah.
It could do a lot better if it was MDs, but that's.
Well, he's taking a big risk here, right? He's taking a big risk, right? He obviously feels confident that this is going to work, right? Because you don't want to alienate all the people in your industry. It's a small field, so yeah, it's interesting. So we will see.
All quiet on the site. It's 4 o'clock Eastern. And we haven't had anything except that one user who had trouble, and prior to that, it's been
nobody's having trouble in the
2
rooms
hours since we had something else.
Yep,
we'll take it, man.
People on the automatic pilot.
Yeah, I mean, to have 1,000 people taking classes and have very little trouble is remarkable. So I'm happy.
Other people being giving opinions? Are they being encouraged to write opinions?
Yeah, so it's the different classes have different degrees of interactivity, I've noticed. Like, for instance, the one that was just about different, like, progressive lenses or whatever, people didn't really interact too much, but something like Friedberg's lecture on retinal lesions, people were interacting a lot. So I'm not sure if it has to do with the person giving the talk or the topic itself, but the degree of interaction is really different depending on the talk.
Definitely the topic, and definitely the person giving it. This is interesting. I'm going back and forth, the one that Nellie does on lab work, because I used to order a lot of lab work, but I would venture to say, what percentage of ODs order MRIs and CTs, would you guess?
It's got to be under 1%.
Yeah.
It's got to be.
And
right?
Now, if I saw an optic nerve that was swollen, this person came in with pain, and they're a 30-year-old female, I could refer to a neurologist, sure.
Right.
Okay. But why not do the imaging study first, and then when they go to the neurologist, he'll be able to say you have MS, or because that's what I was referring to. The point I'm saving them a step of hassling of going to an office that's a 3-week appointment, and he's going to do the same test anyway.
So I guess the only rationale for why you wouldn't would be there would be a cost argument that if everybody's ordering head CTs with contrast, so those cost, give or take, about $2,500 or more, depending on where you are. So
I just gave you a history of a 30-year-old female with pain and a swollen nerve.
I agree. I'm just saying that might be one argument is the cost argument, that if we ordered MRIs with contrast on all people like that straight away, I don't know. And so I know that for a lot of MRIs like that, of course, you need prior authorization, right?
Sure,
so
yes.
You have the insurance companies who are going to be like, I don't know about this.
You don't order it for headaches, like you
Right.
say. But when it's something that you suspect, but it saves the system money because you save an office visit to the doctor, time and agita on the part of the patient. And more times than not, it was the correct diagnosis.
Right.
When
So
you get that.
Yeah. I mean, so that's a really good question. And I don't know how many people are ordering more
But he's
advanced.
going over all and the blood work. I mean, you've seen the blood work that Kerry Gelb does. I mean, he's a vampire.
I mean, the thing about blood work, though, is that for the most part, unless you start ordering really exotic tests, it's relatively inexpensive and relatively risk-free, right? I mean, there's just the pain element and the annoyance of having to actually get your blood drawn. So I could see doing a lot more of that, and I'm surprised people haven't started doing more blood work.
And just, it's a way of the perception of your practice, the perception of optometry. If you're doing it, it's one-stop shopping. You don't have to go to an endocrinologist if you suspect, somebody. Certainly, you'll kick them to them anyway, but at least you'll get some starting point for them to go by.
Right. Yeah. So I think the blood work is probably a valid thing. The MRI is an interesting thing, though. So if you order one, it's not going to happen immediately no matter what. You refer them to neurology, which in most places also is not going to happen immediately no matter what. So the question is, you're in a race then, right? So if the neurologist doesn't want it, are they going to see the patient before they get the scan? Or can they, hear, oh yeah, the scan's been ordered, and nix it before the patient comes in if they don't want it? Maybe that would be the most efficient way to do it. I don't know.
Because like if somebody has a bitemporal field defect and blurry vision, and again, you're going to look for a pituitary tumor. And more often than not, it was. And again, you save the person time and maybe even time for surgery at that point. Because to get to the point with a neurologist could be 6 weeks.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's amazing. One thing I got out of this, seeing all the stuff in the Ukraine, people look so uniformly healthy. That when you see the kids and the adults, they all seem very, very, even though they're refugees, are all well dressed and look healthy.
It's a first world country.
It's a European country, Dad. I mean, it was.
Yeah, but if we had our population where we had to vacate,
right,
would our population look as healthy as that group?
Yeah.
I think it depends on where, right?
Yeah. They don't have a lot of immigrants into the country, so you don't have that aspect. So it's a pretty racially pure one. Not that that's good, but they're going to be pretty much all the same. And they had, I think they're the 4th biggest wheat producer in the world, and the same thing with corn. So that it was a good economy.
Yep. So, all right. Well, I don't think Russ is going to get back to me, so I think we're going to have to nix that interview. And I think, what time is it? It's already past 1 o'clock here on the West Coast, and I don't think anything's happening here.
I think it's.
We like that there's no complications.
So I think we should just call it quits here, actually. And I could just run some movies while I stick around and answer any questions that come in. But nothing's really happening here.
I'll stick around for support. Also, make sure that the docs are in the classes, as has been 100% today.
Oh, great. And it was 100% yesterday, other than a couple minutes when people forgot or they had trouble getting on. So yeah, so great. So everyone's remembering.
That's, boy, winner, chicken dinner.
Yeah.
And they get a month break this year. It's in May, and it'll be the week after Mother's Day. So.
Yep.
What's the most popular show you're going to put up this afternoon?
I'm not putting up anything that's super popular, but it's, you know, we have these webinars that we
Way
did
to
for,
sell it there,
for Luno.
Adam.
I mean, I'm not putting up one of like Friedberg's old talk, which I probably should because his are like, you know.
Great interview yesterday morning, right?
Which thing?
Oh, I forgot his name. All right.
I'm not putting up any interviews. You think I had time last night to edit the interviews that we did? The last thing I wanted to do with my free time was actually spend any more time in this room. I look around these walls. It's almost like a prison cell at this point. You know, when we're done here, I have to just immediately just get out because you know it's funny. Like it's been raining. I had no idea. The sun came out. I had no idea.
I'm looking out the window now. It's cloudy. It's overcast. There it is.
So yeah. So I have no idea what time of day it is. It's completely, yeah.
Yeah, that's a windowless little spot. I mean, your whole downstairs is that way.
Yeah.
Except for that one area, and it's cloudy anyway, or it's dark because of your deck. So in your downstairs, it could be midnight or 3 in the afternoon. You would not know.
I have no idea. It's like being in Vegas. It's great. I just don't know what's going on down here. So, so yeah. So nothing else is really happening. So I think that we should just kind of sign off and just say thank you to everyone for showing up and.
We'll
Thanks
see you
to
in May.
Identio for a great interface and for helping out.
And they're making it too boring. They're too good.
Yeah, what the hell, man?
Well, and that's
We've got
the
no
funny thing.
problem.
Like, so I didn't really want to line up any interviews again for this one because I'm like, oh man, you know, what's going to happen this time? Are we going to have any problems? But the reality is, at our next one, I should line up a bunch because I don't think we're going to have real issues at this point, unless there's a systemic issue that we missed and the credits are all being miscounted or something. Like, I don't know.
Don't jinx yourself, man.
Yeah.
Don't say that stuff.
Or an EMP from Russia over the U.S.
Right.
Oh my
like,
God.
But other than that, I mean, like this really has been running reliably. So I think next time around we definitely should set up some interviews. It's going to be probably the very last time we do this under Arbo's old rules before everything changes. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but we can try to get as many people through this program as we can next time before the rules change.
Yep.
Absolutely.
All right, cool. Well, thanks
Okey-doke.
for being here, guys. And I guess I will see you guys maybe in New York, maybe not, or I don't know. Parts unknown. So
At worst, we'll FaceTime you.
Yep, exactly. All right. Have a great day, guys.
All right.
Have a good
So long,
afternoon.
CEwire2022. We'll see you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hey everyone, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another ODwire webinar. And now tonight, before we get started, I just want to remind everyone, as the presentation unfolds tonight, you can ask questions. I will take your questions and hold them aside, and at the very end, we'll have a Q&A with our guest tonight. So again, find that question box on the right side of the screen. You can type into it. Those will come straight to me. And then we'll have a little verbal Q&A at the very end. And the other question I know people are going to ask, obviously we had our little giveaway today for the Starbucks gift card, and we will be emailing those out to you guys tomorrow. So check your email box and always remember to check your spam folder, which is what I remind people to do, because occasionally Starbucks emails do end up in your spam folder, but it is not spam. It is real, it is caffeine, and it is for you. So anyway, thank you for being here tonight. And tonight we have a really cool and interesting show for you. You know, I think most of the people who sign up for these events, you know, like me, you're small business people, right? You run your own practice, and you know how difficult it can be to actually manage things and to get things started. And tonight's story is a really interesting one, talking all about telehealth and using it to extend your reach. And our guest tonight, Dr. Rasa, did something sort of extraordinary. You've heard her before, but I think that it bears repeating. In a span of 5 years, she went from opening her single location 5 years ago. She just opened her 16th location, and this is around the Chicagoland area. So in a highly competitive market, she went from nothing to 16 offices in 5 years. And tonight's all about how she was able to pull this off. and we're going to just sort of discuss sort of her secret formula and how she was able to do it. And technology plays a huge part, right? Because you can imagine, managing one location is hard, 2 is even more difficult, 16 is incredible. And we're going to hear from her today. Dr. Rasa actually is in Mexico, and so we're going to have her on for the Q&A portion, but we recorded her talk actually earlier because we wanted to make sure that she'd have good connectivity, and we couldn't guarantee it in Mexico. So I'm going to start up her talk right now, and at the very end, we're going to do some live Q&A with Dr. Rasa. She did make it here, and she does sound good. So I'm going to get it started, and I hope you enjoy it.
Thank you so much for having me here today, Adam. I really appreciate it. I'd like to share my knowledge of what I have built with my business in hopes that it can help others. So today I will be covering a few things on how to launch an on-demand optometric practice, how to redefine the role of the optometrist in today's need for patients, and also introducing how to be able to increase access to care in a very flexible way for the patient. Of course, we'll have a little bit of time for questions and answers afterwards, and I look forward to them. So a little bit about myself. I am an optometrist who graduated from Illinois College of Optometry in 2004. I have been practicing for nearly 2 decades, and for the most part of it has always been as an independent optometrist and also as a private practice owner. About 5 years ago, my partner and I, we started a company called Big City Optical, which is a full scope optometric practice with the retail component. Today, 5 years later, we span 16 locations across Chicagoland area. When I first started Big City Optical, it was quite humbling to go back to those days that I recall being a student. I needed to get as much business knowledge to succeed in this endeavor. So I surrounded myself with experts in many fields. I talked to equipment vendors, retail consultants, technology companies, clinical care experts to get as much as I can, like a sponge. So when you start a cold practice, or in general start a private practice, the biggest thing weighing on you is the return on investment. How do you invest in technology? What are the things that you're spending your money on to just get started? So for me, I think when I was approaching this question, thinking 5 years back now, the biggest problem I was trying to solve for was how to maximize patient exam availability. In the sense, how, where, and when the patient wanted to receive care from me. I wanted to become convenient and to offer options to patients in that on-demand type of service. So that was the idea of starting this practice. And as you know, there were certain circumstances of the pandemic getting in the way. And that idea of the business model actually helped for me to practice and expand during the pandemic. So today, 5 years later, we are spanning about 30-mile radius from north to south across the very congested, high-density Chicagoland neighborhoods, and we became nestled in those neighborhoods as the community eye care office. As you can see, the average rating on Google and Yelp is 4.8, which outvests the national optical retail chains that are my competition in the area, but is also on par with the private practice practitioners who are single doctor owner offices. From what this obviously is encouraging me is that the patients see value in the care that they receive at Big City Optical. And by providing that great care, great customer service, we gain more patients. Today, we are about 35,000 active charts in our EMR, counting up. So here I'd like to give you a glimpse on how I selected this technology to fit this model in my mind to succeed. So the technology selection, to me, there were a few important things that I had to stick to. One, I had to make sure that it was easy to use. Onboarding new technicians, new employees, it had to take no downtime to teach them how to use this technology and to gather this data for me. Two, it had to really yield accurate, reliable, and repeatable results that I could trust. And three, probably the most important one for me, is that this technology aggregates so much valuable info that I was able to focus more on educating and answering questions instead of gathering the data myself. What you see here on this slide is a typical pretest area in my office, and Chicagoland obviously is a quite expensive real estate, so my offices are relatively small, so footprint is of course important. Here the patient just swivels from one side to the other and is able to get a lot of data collected within about 6 minutes. Right here from what you can see. On the right, we have the Visionix iRefract and the lens analyzer. And on the left, we have the VX650 that gives us a lot of health gathered information that I can see uploaded on EMR within those 6 minutes of collecting the data all together before I even see the patient. So the important thing here also to note, and I'd like to pause and explain this, is that the optometry field is changing. And the optometrist role, in my opinion, needs to be slightly redefined. And that was one thing I took up as I'm building Big City Optical. The art of refraction has been previously oversimplified as the role of the optometrist. Now today, we are eye care physicians that play a critical role in patients' healthcare, more medical than refractive. These statistics are scary. It is estimated that the number of people in the United States who are blind or visually impaired by 2030 will be doubled. So we have to be ready to really take on those aging patients that are having conditions that could impair their vision significantly. So here I'll walk you through some of the pieces of technology that actually give me that data that I can see before I see the patient and evaluate everything as if I'm all-knowing. So this is a piece of technology called the Visionix iRefract that I have been using now for 2 years. The main reason of picking this device initially was to move the refraction process, collecting the refractive data outside of the exam room, and give me more chair time with the patient to concentrate on consulting and educating and addressing the chief complaints. Now, this obviously gave me way more than just that. This data that is collected, as you can see here at the top, is giving me lensometry readings. It's giving me the wavefront readings. It's giving me the recommended manifest refraction. All of it comes with the PDs collected by the technology and the VAs through the lensometry final prescription and the wavefront readings, and also uncorrected VAs. All of that data is very important for me, especially with the patient coming in with their complaints that they are coming in with I can't see, and also the unperceived type of complaints that I can actually discuss with them. So for example, I love stories, so I love to share that with actual clinical type exposure that I get in my practice. I had a patient recently who was a police officer, and he had LASIK not too long ago. Unfortunately, it wasn't fully correcting his nearsightedness. So when he came in, he already had a pair of glasses that was made for him elsewhere. And it gave him 20/20 vision, but his main complaint said, I cannot see at night. when I ran him through this technology, it indicated to me that the lower order aberrations for this patient with scotopic conditions, his vision was about a diopter difference for correcting his vision to 20/20. So I can screen that and see this and have conversations that I can bring up with a patient just from gathering this data in lighting conditions that are different than just doing traditional refraction. It also really captures a great wavefront readings for patients that have strong accommodation, my younger patients or latent hyperopes, and allows me to be a lot more accurate and a lot more successful than I previously have been with refraction in a traditional way with the 4-Raptor. That, as we all know, that piece of technology is many, many, many years old. So this new way of doing refraction not only is impressive to patients to see, but it yields these great results. Now, so great that my remake rate when integrating this technology for the last 2 years, company-wide, is less than 1% remake rate on the glasses. And so that leads to happy patients when they don't have to come back and tell me they can't see out of their new glasses. Here it shows you another piece of technology that that has allowed me to be able to practice remotely. The ability to see the anterior segment and to see more than just traditional way here with these digital slit lamp that has video capability, myopography integrated in it. It allows me to have conversations with the patient about Demodex, for example, and to be able to show it to them so they can take and engage into their own eye health and treatment options that I set up. The pictures really give you a lot of great tools to educate and enforce certain treatment plans to the patient that would be a lot more compliant than just talking about it. Same thing goes for dry eye treatment. Most of us spend many hours in front of screens. Blinking rate is decreased. Also, the aging population, naturally, those meibomian glands start to drop out. And before the patient has significant symptoms, you can see the count of these meibomian glands and what is happening to really give them a better treatment plan and to approach it in more preventative ways than when it's already happening and perhaps there's not much you can do. It also assists me in toric contact lens fits. I can see the conjunctival drag with the video capabilities, and I can see where the mark for the toric lens is settling. I can talk about different conjunctival injection and talk about changes with pigmentation that would enforce more of a coverage for UV protection. So there's a lot of conversation that I can bring up with the patient once they see these images themselves. This right here is a summary sheet of the VX650 that I'm able to have before, again, even seeing the patient. So there's a lot of data here that you can see on the summary sheet. On the top, there are wavefront readings in, again, photopic and scotopic conditions with the size of the pupil indicated for us on the left, and the patient's wavefront readings, which I have to say are quite accurate, and there's very little deviation I need to make in order to really combine the patient's habitual RX to the wavefront readings to finalize my prescriptions for best results. Next, we see the topography readings. How many times have patients asked you, well, what is the astigmatism? I know about it, but please explain it to me. So here on the topography readings, you can really easily explain them to me about the curvature changes and what that astigmatism really is for them. Also gives you great keratometry readings to fix any kind of complexities of more advanced contact lenses. and also the front section of the eye. Now, the anterior segment, we see a gross image of the front of the eye that can become a really baseline reading to track over time any pigmentation or changes that you may pick up on the patient, but also a cross section of the front of the eye. Here it gives me pachymetry readings to answer those questions. Well, doctor, am I a right candidate for LASIK? You already have that before they even think of asking that question. Also, the rule out any kind of narrow angle to avoid sudden loss of vision due to angle closure glaucoma. Of course, we have a beautiful wide view of the retina to really screen, make sure there's nothing to do with changes in vision due to their macular changes or anything to suspect like glaucoma on the optic nerve or more serious conditions like optic neuritis. Also gives you very reliable non-contact tonometry readings. This puff is very gentle, and most of my patients don't mind it at the end. On the bottom of the screen, you can also see here that I have it highlighted as a summary page, but I can dig in a little bit deeper to really understand the individual readings that are here for cornea, anterior segment, cataract analysis. It can even give you simulation of what the vision would look like with and without correction, especially for parents who are faced with the first pair of glasses for their child. They may not know how the child sees, and you can simulate that and show it to them. For the fundus images, I can break it up to grayscale to really understand any kind of issues that may be missed by looking in color, such as retinal hemorrhage. Here, it really, these normative data is collected, and it actually highlights problems if this data is not within the range of what everyone is as far as the data collected. And it really allows me to practice in a supercharged way. So having this data that is collected and compare over time is really the key to collecting it and explaining it to the patient why they need to come to me next year. Yes, I have normal data that they can see, but what if things are changing? We can pick up those changes so much sooner than if we didn't have them and a different doctor was looking at them next time. Here you can see one of those specific items on the cataract analysis. So here, without me being in front of the patient, I can actually see the cortical changes, the posterior cataract, the nuclear sclerosis grading. All of this can also be utilized in monitoring this cataract from an earlier stage every 6 months or so. If you're really a numbers person, you can really go deep into the higher order aberrations and how this vision affects. Even though you can refract the patient to 20/20, they may not see very clear, and that can really indicate to you why. And when you show this to the patient, it's much easier to really set up those treatment plans to educate them further on it. So here, anterior segment, it can rule out different conditions that may be missed if you did not have such a piece of technology to do your exam. As far as the corneal changes here is indicating the pellucid marginal degeneration. This patient just knows that they have a very high astigmatism and didn't really know maybe why, but this really facilitates in contact lens fitting for me and being able to utilize topography, which can be broken down in axial and tangential version when fitting, for example, ortho case or scleral lenses. The patient really loves seeing these images, as you know, and it's of course a wow factor, but for me it really allows me to not only detect, but also to practice in a way where it can give you options to expand your practice in areas that you really love. Let it be myopia control or dry eye treatment or whatever else it may be. Here you can see another patient that, and here I love stories, so I'm going to go ahead and tie it into a story. This is a patient that I saw, and he called. He's early 20s and contact lens wearer, and was a bit hesitant on scheduling an appointment if there was a wait. But because we were able to easily integrate him into our schedule that same day, he came in to use his insurance benefits to update his contact lens prescription. Now, he could have easily went on some sort of online platform and renewed his prescription that way. But because we made it so convenient and easy to access our office, he stepped in. So when we ran the screenings, here the normative data highlighted for me right away that there is a problem. So I had the technician run a few more readings here on the retina, and the patient did indicate he's a type 1 diabetic, and that after discussing with the patient afterwards, his sugar levels were a bit out of control. So here I can definitely easily see retinal hemorrhaging that is obviously causing the changes in his vision, which made it so easy and so fast for me to initiate that care coordination in order to really communicate with the PCP and the retina specialist and provide them these pieces of information to better assist the patient. Very unfortunate if the patient did go on some sort of online platform to just bump up his contact lens prescription a little bit, he could have went blind. These type of technology, it really allows us to see and detect serious conditions and help the patients, assist them in the best, most efficient and highest care that we can possibly get them. So the flexible access to quality care is the key here for me. And that was one of the things that really kind of resonated with me when I thought about building this business model. Increasing access to care is very important nowadays because there are more patients. Unfortunately, I think that some practices have long waiting lines in order to get them in, and today's patient wants options. They don't want to be on that waiting list. They want everything right away. So here is a kind of a busy chart, but I can go ahead and explain what I am trying to show here. So to simplify it, it demonstrates 3 ways I practice. On the top, you will see the asynchronous method. The right below it is the synchronous exam, and on the right hand side is me in person seeing a patient. So to kind of expand a little bit on each, the asynchronous is the definition of it is really you store and forward the information collected to the doctor. So the technician is able to have the patient come in and run the test, let it be a visual field, let it be a pressure reading, retinal images, cataract analysis, dry eye assessment, post-treatment, many number of things where the patient does not need to wait in line to see me. They can come in, run these tests, and then I can evaluate it later that day or the next day and get in touch with the patient to make the right assessment on how their treatment is going and if we need to adjust anything. So the second way of doing it is really the remote doctor experience that I provide for the patients. In other words, the synchronous telemedicine, where the patient and the doctor are separated by a distance, but interact in real time. And all of that is facilitated by video conferencing, which is the medical grade Zoom. Basically, the patient comes in. We already have their intake form in the EMR. The technician collects all of the data that you have seen me talk in this webinar just now. And as the patient is being transitioned to the exam room, the doctor already has their medical history and all the results in front of them, reviewing and kind of assessing it in their mind, how they're going to approach the chief complaint, the perceived and unperceived reason of coming in to see them, and what recommendations we need to make to this patient. The third version of me seeing patients in person, which is of course very important, this can be really set aside for patients that are the right patient for that. For example, if the patient already was seen in a remote manner and I picked up something that had abnormal results and we needed to bring the patient back for, let's say, dilation or anything in particular to address. ER visits, my preference, I always see these patients in person. More complex refractions like binocular vision refractions. And many other conditions that I could think of. But the ability to give the option to patient is really the key here. If the in-person visits were all of these, then we definitely would be backed up for weeks, months, and some practices, I'm sure they don't have any availability because the doctor is involved in every single version of these exams in person. This really gives a great option to patient without diminishing any care and being able to see the doctor on their terms, let it be evening, weekends, walk-in appointments. So really delegating this care and really making myself available for those more complex visits allows me to take care as many patients as possible and give access to care to more of that modern day patient who wants everything in a very modern way with the highest technology to be able to combine the expertise of the doctor. And we have a team of doctors in our practice. There's 12 full-time doctors that are seeing patients and also remotely as well. So if, for example, there was a situation where there was a patient that came in for a remote visit and that day we needed to see that patient for dilation because we suspect a retinal detachment, because my practices are so close by, that continuity of care is to have that patient follow up within that day to a doctor that is nearby. This allows me to really practice in a way that is very responsible for the patient's care, where they have the remote capability to come in on demand, but also to be in person if needed. And also these doctors are someone that these patients already have seen year after year, and successfully provide the continuity of care for that patient remotely as well. So the key things to kind of recap here, really the message is that the demands of the patient are changing, and we have more patients. They need more medical care and early screenings with the aging population. The ability to take on that increased number of patients and really to provide the access of care to the patient. This model of optometry, where it really puts together the technology and the expertise of the doctor, to me is a win-win for the patient. The patient feedback is that I can access whenever I need care, that high quality care. And for the doctor, the win is I'm more confident making these decisions because I have all this data in front of me that previously wasn't really utilized for screenings. It was more for in-depth evaluations like OCT for glaucoma suspects or whatnot. So the ability to integrate the expertise of the doctor and the technology, the doctor really practices at the top of their license with the full scope. So to kind of wrap it up here, my story, the benefits to patients, of course, are visible with the reviews that they provide for us, but it really gives them the fast, convenient results, easy access, no waiting list, the possibility of detecting pathology at a very early stage is there because of the technology that we use. And comparing this data year after year, I think it's always great to have baseline readings. Patients appreciate that. And it builds loyalty in high quality, in this modern, in a modern way that the patient wants to accept their care from us.
All righty, and that was Dr. Rasa. So, and Dr. Rasa, are you still there?
I am still here, Adam.
Excellent. Yes. So as I mentioned to everyone before, you're in Mexico, so we wanted to take no chances, so we pre-recorded that. But thank you for making it out here tonight. So I guess we have a million questions here now coming in, and I'm going to try to work my way through them for you. So I guess we'll go from top to bottom, I guess, in terms of when they came in. So question here for you. First and foremost, you have 16 locations, and one question is here about scheduling. Physically, where are you when you're, on a daily basis? How do you actually work your practice? Did you stay in one location usually? Do you go to a bunch of different ones? How does it work?
So I am in a different location, but because we are building out these practices, and I usually locate myself in the newest practice, that is a cold start, and it's relatively slow. If you ever started a cold start, you know that you're not seeing that many patients per day, but each patient is very important because they're going to be your established patient next year. So I don't want to take any chances to not give access to any of them. So when I'm in that slower location, I'm able to take care of patients in other locations, usually maybe 2 or 3 locations if needed. And if another doctor calls in sick or there's vacation time and we didn't find somebody to fill in, the locations where we would have a doctor full-time, we still don't have to call the patients and cancel appointments. We can still take care of them. So I'm usually in one of my offices only about a mile or 3 away when seeing the patient remotely.
Right. And another question here sort of about the remote exams. When you schedule patients, do they know that they're going to be seeing you remotely? How does that actually work?
They do, yes. So most of our patients can schedule themselves online. I review my online scheduler, and each morning there's 100 new appointments that weren't there yesterday. So we, when we call to collect the information on the insurance, confirm their benefits, we triage to make sure that they're feeling healthy still to come in for the safe environment. We do let them know how the information will be gathered and how the patient will talk to the doctor. And we're very transparent. And some patients, chose still to be in person, and which is fine. But most patients are absolutely fine with this option, even though it is relatively new. So sometimes they're a little puzzled, but when they actually are okay with having the step exam, and at the end of it, they say that this was the most thorough, best exam they have received.
It's interesting. You actually started setting up these offices before the pandemic hit, and I wonder if patients before were a little bit more confused and befuddled, but now are more accepting of it just because it's what they've lived through for the past couple of years.
Absolutely, Adam. I think the entire healthcare system has integrated telehealth in some way or another. Optometry, I think, is kind of slower because our components are a little bit different. The patient does need to be in the office in order for a very full evaluation. They cannot be at home. And I know in some cases, optometry does have an option to take care of somebody calling in. But for me, I feel like having this technology and being able to collect all this data really gives me a really full understanding, comprehensive understanding on their overall eye and medical health when they are in office. So for me, it really just facilitated the patient's kind of acceptance that they are already aware that their primary care doctor wants to see them remotely, or psychology has used this for way before the pandemic. But every department in healthcare is utilizing it in some way. And the other thing that I would say made it really easy too is that patients are able to use Zoom. That is something that, maybe not everybody used it as much during the pandemic, but during that time, they talked on a personal level with their family members that they couldn't see, and they had to work remotely using Zoom. So when I Zoom into the office and I'm there on full screen in front of the patient talking to them, it's very natural for them. It's not anything new. And I believe the pandemic has really kind of helped with that as well.
Right. The question here just around costs. Do you have a sense of, maybe you could just sort of share like ballpark what it costs to actually set up a location with the technology?
There's a lot of moving parts when setting up an office. There is definitely a cost associated to it. The way I break it down in my mind is that I know what my lease payment is, and I can justify that by not turning away any patient. So if it allows me to see the patient, even though the doctor is not physically in the office, to me that justifies the return on investment immediately, because I can have 6 or 7 days of open doctor time. So I kind of break it down in that monthly payment of what the lease would be for me in my mind.
Right. And I guess with 16 locations, you probably gotten pretty good about keeping the expenses in line, right? I guess the first one was probably a learning experience, and then each time you learn a little bit more.
My first practice was the most expensive practice. And then I learned all the different ways that I can negotiate with landlords, negotiate with vendors, negotiate with many different companies, let it be contact lenses or frames or whatnot. And there's so much to learn. And I'm sure that if you're part of certain groups, there's a consulting part that is available to you. And I think it's very valuable no matter which group you will pick to align yourself with. But doing your own research and learning from your own mistakes, I know for me, the first one was very big learning experience.
Right. Interesting question here. You mentioned you now have 16 locations in around a 30-mile radius. Did you do any market research to decide where to put down those offices, or did just the right opportunity come along?
There's definitely demographics that you research, and you research how high density these neighborhoods are. For me also, because I work heavily with vision plans too, it's very important for me to understand where these patients are located. Where am I on the kind of listing on the providers, in which kind of number on the list am I? So a lot of things go into deciding where that new location will be. But because we are a very neighborhood type of office, and there's a lot of great neighborhoods with a lot of identity in Chicagoland area, we are in a high traffic, foot traffic areas. So I always find a place that, patient would be able to walk up to the office.
Right. A question here, just I guess more nuts and bolts. What system do you use for the slit lamp remote?
So I use a slit lamp called Firefly, and to me, it has provided great optics, great video, and I'm able to screen share with the technician to really understand how the movement of contact lenses look and anterior chamber if I need to. Some technicians have obviously better training than others, but we work together very closely to really understand that anterior segment using that Firefly, and it gave me very good success so far.
Right. A question here: how often do you actually have to manually refine the refractions that the devices are spitting out? I mean, I know most people probably have some familiarity with autorefractors at some level. What's the experience like with your systems in terms of having to sort of modify what it gives you?
So the Visionics iRefract is definitely way more than an autorefractor. It has a wavefront technology to really give you a lot of information on that refractive status. So because the technology is such that I really don't have to modify it too much, because when I take into consideration and put my logic of what is the habitual Rx, what is the vision through it, what is that wavefront reading, what is that modified a portion that is recommended for the manifest refraction after the technician gives the patient a few subjective questions. So really it's right on. If I am ever in doubt, this technology, I'm able to tune into the office and control it remotely if I wanted to be a team viewer, but I actually don't use that option much. So if I really needed to, I trial frame. So I have the technician pull my old trial frames and plug it in and have the patient take a few steps to make sure that that amount of cylinder power is not going to make them feel like they're in a little fishbowl. But it really kind of narrows down the ability, that very fine tuning between comfortable and clear vision. The technology is going to give you very, very clear vision, but the comfort is the one that I probably put a little bit of logic to really understand it. And in some case, I would trial frame. But again, the success is really good with that model that I put together for myself. Like I said, it's less than 1% remake rate.
Right. And I guess the other question that people ask is, obviously you're going to have staff running a lot of these machines. You're not doing it yourself physically, or in fact, not even there a lot of the time. What was the experience sort of getting the staff up and running? I know we usually have Melissa Renfro here, who's helped out a lot in getting offices set up, but I guess from the clinician side of things, what was it like for you to experience this and getting the new locations up and running? Did the staff have any particular difficulty?
No. So these machines are very intuitive the way they are operated. It makes it very easy for somebody with very little refractive knowledge. And that was one of the reasons I chose this technology, because unfortunately, there is turnover in our labor force, and in general, labor force is not amazing nowadays for anyone, including me. So onboarding new help, they have to be able to at least right away be able to gather this data. And some technicians are faster than others at picking up certain skills, but I would say that some can do it within a few hours of using it, and some I never seen it more than a couple of days to really navigate through this. Of course, like any technology, and probably the one that I always refer to because everyone nowadays is very knowledgeable in, is EMR. So when you first get it, yes, you can navigate through the first day probably when you hook it up and set it up, but you keep learning about it as you use it more and more, different features. But just the initial onboarding and starting to use this technology right away to assist me is pretty minimum downtime.
Right. Oh, speaking of EHR, somebody wrote in with a question. Which one do you use in your practices?
So I use Eyefinity EPM and Eyefinity EHR. But I believe that there are many, many platforms that can connect very easily with Visionics and OptoView equipment. I utilize both of them in my practice, OptoView and the Visionics, and it's easy integration. There's no issues, and other platforms like Revolution, like OfficeMate, like Crystal, I think they can all do that.
Yeah, I believe Melissa's told us that if you're using sort of a mainstream eye care platform, they've probably done the integration already, so it's not a big deal to actually set up an additional one. So, Interesting question here. So how do you deal with dry eye with patients who have a refraction that might be bouncing all over the place, especially when you're not there in front of the patient? How do you deal with that dry eye patient?
Yeah, so I mean, if I see that the results are a little bit fluctuating and something doesn't make sense to me, of course, we'll use the anterior segment information, and the Visionics equipment has the ability to do a non-contact tear breakup time that gives you a pretty nice grading of how far advanced is this dry eye. So I can see it remotely, and not just from gathering this data, but also from the chief complaint. As I start talking to the patient right away, my first questions are, well, do you need to blink to clear your vision? Are you sometimes feeling something in your eyes, scratchy, gritty feeling, or whatnot it may be? And how many hours are you staring at the screen or the road for driving? So there's certain questions that I prep myself when I start to see some data that looks a little bit off. And initiating dry eye treatment is easier when you can show that on the screen. If anybody has dry eye clinics set up, and I can't say that I'm very advanced in setting up a one of those tear labs, but it's a very big portion of our patients that need our help with this, and being able to have myopography, and we utilize BluffX and tear care. You can set up these as follow-ups, as medical visits, or let it be really kind of self-pay type of visits for patients after you already filter them through some remote exam or in-person exam that you see that they need more help. So it really kind of helps you generate other avenues, like dry eye treatment, or let it be myopia control or LASIK co-management, easier with this technology.
Right. And question here, what happens if you lose the internet? And I'm sure with 16 locations, it does happen from time to time.
So I've gotten smarter. I have backup internet, and I've never had an issue where I was just lost. And if it does come offline for a little bit, the technology itself does not need internet. You can still gather all the data. The problem is uploading into EMR for me to see it remotely. So, but I've never had it go down that long where I couldn't take care of anybody. And if we are, obviously when we first turn on the lights, and the first thing the technician does, their routine is to make sure that everything is properly functioning. And if something is not working, we would address it before we even expect the first patient to show up. But for something to happen where we just had to tell the patient, I'm sorry, you have to come back another time, I really have not had that. And maybe Chicagoland area has really good internet, but also we prep by having safeties, by having backup.
Right, and I will actually add, since I have this problem here, since we do run a lot of tech on ODwire, these days cell connections have gotten so fast with 5G that it's worthwhile to actually invest in a router that can automatically route to the cell network if it needs to, if your primary cable connection or DSL or whatever you're using goes down. It's become much more affordable, whereas years ago it was thousands of dollars to do it. Now it's very cheap, so it's something to think about. And let's see, I'm trying to see how many other more interesting questions that we have here. And interesting question here. Are you limited by vision plans or medical plans when you bill for an encounter that's not actually face-to-face?
I mean, there are certain regulations, and I would say not enough, because AOA has not really taken a big stance on this yet, and every state has their own kind of regulations on what can and cannot be done. So everyone should take a look at their state rules and understand that before they start something like this. For me, I dissected it inside out, and I'm doing everything that the state of Illinois permits. But the vision plans and medical plans themselves, some do have a little bit of kind of guidelines on that, but still this is a pretty kind of green area where like there isn't a lot yet. So does it limit me? No, it does not.
Right. And so when you're actually setting up an appointment, you usually know what kind of exam it's going to be, correct? So you can actually sort of probe the patient's benefits before you
Yes.
even see the patient.
And when you code the exam, there's modifiers that you use to identify that this exam took place in a remote type of setting, synchronous setting, like I would be providing. So the provider, or not the provider, but the medical or the vision plan, they are aware of it.
Yep. And you, in terms of documentation, I know this was an issue, at least when the pandemic started, where there wasn't the need for, great documentation, right, using Zoom, because the tool obviously didn't have it built in. Have you seen any sort of a trend towards, more thoroughly documenting these telehealth visits?
The EMR that I have, I mean, once I document everything fully, kind of guides you. Yes, you collected all these pieces of information in order for it to be coded in such and such way. So I think that depends on what type of platform you use. But for me, Affinity really guides me in really not leaving anything behind. So it's a nice way to really know that I've collected everything and I noted everything in order for this visit to be coded in a proper way.
Great. And we're just about out of time. We had one more question here. If you could repeat the name of the slit lamp product that you used, I believe it was Firefly.
Yes, Firefly, and also the anterior segment on the Visionix 650 has a lot of information. So does the Visionix 120 Plus dry eye. They both are kind of like multi facet devices that give you a lot of anterior segment data, but the standalone slit lamp is the Firefly.
Great. All right. Well, Rasa, thank you so much for doing this today. We're going to be putting an archive of this talk up on ODwire, and I'm sure we're going to have a bunch more questions, and I hope you come on the site and maybe can answer a few more.
Great. Thank you so much. Have a great evening, everyone.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another ODwire webinar. Now tonight, before we get started, let me just lay down some ground rules here for everyone. First and foremost, I know everyone here is asking themselves, where's my Starbucks card? And well, congratulations on making it out tonight, and that will be emailed to you tomorrow, so be on the lookout for it, and thank you for being here. Second thing, tonight, before we get started, I want to remind everyone that this is an interactive session. And you'll see on the right side of your screen, there's a questions box. Feel free to type into that question box. I will take your questions and hold them aside. And then at the very end of the presentation tonight, we're going to have a little Q&A with the panelists who are here. And speaking of the panelists, let's just dive right into this. So tonight's lecture is all about, as you can see on the screen, growing and scaling your practice with wavefront-based technology. Now, it feels kind of strange, actually, because of the pandemic. I know most of us are not traveling, right? And it almost feels like we've been in timeout for the last couple of years. But, you know, despite the fact that we're not going anywhere, technology has moved on, right? And new products are coming out all the time. And in this past year, we actually started returning to conferences. A few of us, anyway, we dipped our toes in the water. And so at these conferences, there have been panels and a lot of really interesting talks that have been given that unfortunately many people haven't seen, right? Because so few people are traveling. But fortunately, through the miracle of technology, a lot of these have been filmed. And tonight what we're going to show you is one of these panels that was actually done at Vision Expo West, all about growing your practice with wavefront-based technology. The folks at Luno Technology recorded it. And it was a panel with some folks that I think everybody here at ODwire knows very well. We have Dr. Rasa, Dr. O'Connor, Dr. Gerson, and Dr. Hoff. You've all seen them before in other ODwire shows, and they're here on the panel, and then we're going to do a Q&A at the end. And I just have to let everyone know that unfortunately Dr. Gerson can't be here with us tonight, but you'll see him in the video. So we'll go over some more introductions in the video itself. And again, if you have any questions, just use the question box. I'll hold your question aside, and then at the very end, we'll have a pretty spirited Q&A.
Welcome, everybody, to our presentation. My name is Dan McNulty. I'm president of Luno Technology North America. Our company has brought wavefront technology to the U.S. market way back in 1994. I'm excited to have on stage with me four clinical excellence leaders, each of whom use Luno Technology products in unique and innovative ways. I'll go ahead and ask maybe the panel to start introductions. Dr. Ross, you want to introduce yourself?
Sure, I'm Dr. Rasa. I am the owner of Big City Optical from the Chicagoland area.
And I'm Greg O'Connor, and I've been in private practice in Malibu, California for 41 years.
Jeff Gerson, and I'm in practice in Kansas City.
My name is Michelle Hoff, and I'm a clinical instructor at UC Berkeley School of Optometry, where I just recently retired after 30 years.
I'm going to breeze through our introduction slides because I forgot. So there's Dr. Rasa. We met Dr. O'Connor. And if you see anything that you want to cover that we missed, because I missed the slide, go for it. Anything you want to cover, shall I move?
You can move.
We'll move. Dr. Gerson and Dr. Hoff. Okay, so what we decided as our theme for today is pictures are worth 1,000 words. And each one of our users up here have submitted a range of pictures or images that incorporate our technology into their practice. So we thought we'd walk through different images that they provided and ask the particular person to speak to their image. Whose image is this one? Is this a Dr. Rasa? You want to speak to kind of why this image? What are we looking at?
Absolutely. So this image, as you said, is worth 1,000 words. And the way this is presenting is a typical pre-test area in my practice, downtown Chicago, where footprint is very expensive, and we want a small space and to be able to accomplish a lot in it. The way the setup works is that the patient checks in, they already filled out their medical history in the portal, or when they came in, that is already visible in my EHR. They're escorted to this pre-testing area. They're first analyzed with the lens analyzer, their habitual RX. Their wavefront is ran with the eye refract, which compacts the information from me on their refractive status as far as their uncorrected VAs, the patient's VAs with the habitual erects, and also the VAs with the eye refract wavefront information. With several subjective options given by the artificial intelligence and geared by my technician. We also have the prescription that is the manifest reflection suggestion. Then the patient turns around and we run the big part of the items that are required on the comprehensive exam, which analyzes the anterior segment. It gives us the idea of the patient's wavefront once more to verify what we just received. Also gives me the pachymetry, topography, anterior chamber angles. It gives me any opacities that might be visible on the lens, and also gives me the posterior segment wide field image of the back of the eye. And also the NCT readings that are recorded at the same time. All of this information is uploaded into my EHR within seconds. And at that point, before even meeting my patient, I already have a lot of data to review and to design in my mind the plan that how I'm going to address their chief complaint, the recommendations that I will make, answer their perceived problems coming in, and also discuss unperceived reasons of me seeing the patient, especially with the health information that is collected, and to make the right recommendations and consultation for the patient. All of this that you see here in this setup is taking less than 10 minutes to gather and be ready for me to review on my EHR.
That's kind of amazing. That's 1,000 words. One thing I noticed about this picture, there's one chair, right? I mean, you have a lot of instrumentation. The information that you just provided is extensive. And the patient is really, they're not moving. They're just swiveling.
Yes.
Which is really, really neat. And you're not in the picture. You're just getting the information from the cloud.
It is very socially distance friendly because the technician is able to direct the entire flow of this data gathering, stepping away 6 feet with the handheld Samsung iPad.
Impressive. All right. I think you got your work cut out for you, Dr. O'Connor. Is this your picture?
This is my picture.
What are we looking at?
What we're looking at is photographs taken from the two of my exam rooms in my second location in Malibu, which I opened about a year ago. I opened it to be more technician-driven and oriented toward a younger demographic, and Luno technology fit what I needed perfectly. What you see in the photograph on the left is in the foreground, that is the Visionix VX40 lens analyzer. And it's a very simple instrument for your technicians to learn and to use every day. They simply insert the glasses into the instrument and press a button, and the instrument takes over and does the rest. It has an amazing optical display that tells you everything about the lens optically, and it's just a wonderful technology for troubleshooting, particularly progressive edition lenses. Behind the instrument is the Visionix 120 Plus with the dry eye module. And as Dr. Rasa was saying, in Malibu, we as well have very high overhead. So you can see how compact all these instruments are. And in fact, the Visionix 120 Plus is basically 8 diagnostic instruments in one. So that is a tremendous space saver. In the photograph on the right is basically the eye refract system itself. My wonderful optometric technician, Jennifer, is holding the Samsung iPad that controls the entire operation. The patient has her head in the eye refract instrument itself, and she's looking into the compact digital eye chart that is very versatile. It can produce a number of different displays, including cute little videos for children to keep their attention. And all the technology is, again, done automatically. From the finding from the lens analyzer is fed in to the tablet that Jennifer is holding. She enters the age, presses a button, and the rest just happens. And then she conducts the manifest refraction based on the wavefront aberrometry in a scripted step-by-step method that results in very accurate refractive finding. And then the display has lensometry at the top, the wavefront aberrometry reading next, and the manifest refraction finding underneath it. And then unaided, if the patient comes in not wearing any prescription, and Jennifer can toggle among the different three and ask the patient what they prefer, and then she makes me aware of what they've chosen. This has really been a wonderful experience for Jennifer. She was my optometric technician before Luno technology, but you can really see her self-esteem build as she uses this really, I think, beyond state-of-the-art technology. And she feels so empowered that she's gathering so much powerful diagnostic data from the patient. And often the patients actually think that she's the doctor, and I don't really let on otherwise.
One of the things that really impresses me about you in particular is, look, you've been in the industry or in OD for more than 40 years.
Yeah.
Yet you're employing technology that's cutting edge,
right,
empowering your staff. What is the response of your patients to this? Do they question the results? Are they uncomfortable, or how do they respond to the technology?
We've had it a year now, and we haven't had a single incidence of that. The patients feel very comfortable with Jennifer conducting all the diagnostic data gathering. They're very impressed by the technology. Dan and I were having a conversation before, and the genius who created all this actually did work on the Star Wars program for the Reagan administration way back when. And I said to Dan, wow, it's amazing how many of my patients, after they experience this, go, wow, this is like Star Wars. So no, they don't miss me at all. Doesn't bother me.
You're just in the back,
well,
waiting for the data, right?
Yeah, and I love it because, as Dr. Rasa was saying, it's all the presentation anymore. That's what's important. You have so many options now to tell your patients about that I think for you to be well prepared to give the presentation is where your time and energy should be focused.
I love that. Thanks for sharing. That was great. Next up, I think we have Dr. Gerson. This is your image. Why did you pick this one, and what are we looking at?
Yeah, so luckily in Kansas City, we're not quite as space confined as you guys are, but it's obviously still an issue. But kind of along the same lines as use of space, really, for me, a really important term is efficiency. And how can we create efficiencies in our office, whether it's with our space or it's with our time or our technicians' time. And so what I really like about this picture is it shows my technician Kira that she's using the lens analyzer that you described to read someone's glasses at the same time while someone's having their autorefraction done and the eight instruments in one. And so getting all those tests done at once with one instrument, with one press of the button, takes about 90 seconds or less. And so within 90 seconds, I have autorefraction, topography, Ks, pachymetry, and some anterior segment data, lens opacity data, NCT if I want it. And at the same time, Kira is reading the patient's glasses. So right away, we have all that information in less than 2 minutes. And so to me, this really what this picture shows is just a model of efficiency. How much information can we gather in how little time? And as we've already heard, having it all put into our electronic medical record so that when I enter the exam room with the patient and I pull up on the tablet, I already have all this information. And it makes doing the digital refraction that I do so much easier, because not only do I already have a starting point, I essentially already have my ending point before we ever start. So that's why I like this, just because of the efficiency that it really provides.
And I want to tease a future picture that you have with the digital refraction, but I won't because I think it's too good. But let's keep in mind efficiency and Dr. Gerson. So now this is an interesting one. Dr. Hoff, everybody knows a lens analyzer is a lens analyzer is a lens analyzer. They're boring and not that important. That's not true.
That's not true.
Right.
You're right. You're right. I do have to say I bring a little bit something different to the panel here. I am a lens geek, and I am happy to say I am a lens geek. I've been in the vision care industry for over 30 years. I started in vision care in 1984. And I just love anything that has to do with vision correction, and specifically lenses. By the way, this is my superpower. Glasses are my superpower, and I've had my superpower since I was 4 years old. And so I love to share anything I can about lenses and how lenses are made and what they do. And so when I got my VX40 lens analyzer at the university, I mainly bought it because we were putting lenses on a manual lensometer 6 millimeters apart and looking at what happened to the prescription 6 millimeters apart, spaced along. And I found this instrument and I was blown away. So a lens analyzer is not the same as a lensometer. As many of you know, manual lensometers require a high level of skill and training to get reliable information. Automated lensometers, same thing. It's a little more convenient because you can push the button and you might get a printout. It might send the information to your autorefractor or your autophoropter. But the wavefront lens analyzer that Luneau has, the VX40, is by far light years, to use the Star Wars analogy, light years ahead of itself. Wavefront is, you can measure a much larger area. As you can see, it's a 44 by 65 millimeter swatch of the lens. It's got a point matrix to it, and it's super fast. So again, you get the convenience of information in about 45 seconds. The beauty is there are 3 different maps. So you can see here that you can change the display excuse me, to see 3 different maps. The first map that you see, which is on the upper left, is the power distribution map, and that shows you the power along the lens from the distance prescription, which is in the green circle at the top there. That's the distance reference circle. The cross that's just below that is the optical center, or position of 0 prismatic effect. And then the blue circle at the bottom is the near reference circle, or where the optimal or greatest add power is located. So having those landmarks is very important, and I'll talk to you a little bit more about those later. But the next map over from that is the cylinder map. We call it the delta sil because it's the change in cylinder from the actual prescription, what's happening on the lens. So that map to me is worth its weight in gold. I've learned so much about lens design and lens performance and lens characteristics from that. The scale that's over there on the left hand or the right hand side, the delta sil scale, if you think about it in terms of colors, pink, purple, and coral are really friendly colors because they're the areas of clear, comfortable vision for your patients. So if your patient's looking through pink, purple, or coral, they will have a good visual outcome. The other colors, the yellow, the orange, and the green, I call those cautionary colors. And those are where your patients are going to have symptoms of blur or swim. And so you want to stay away from, or you can predict what their visual experience is going to be if they're looking through those areas. The particular shape of the map I'll talk to you about in a couple slides later on is really important. But also the distance between the top circle and the bottom circle tells you the length and position of the corridor of the lens itself. And lastly, the bottom map is your prism distribution map. that tells you what the prism is doing away from the optical center of the lens. And so, for example, the point-by-point distribution, you can actually touch anywhere on that screen and see what's happening optically on there. And so if I have a patient who has prism at near, I can touch that and see, are they seeing the prism at near? Or I can check the power all along the corridor and see how is that power or rate of change happening along that corridor. So not only is this instrument very easy to train your staff with, you could put somebody, who came from a different industry into your office and say, here, put these glasses in there, measure them. But your staff could grow along in knowledge as they learn how to read these maps. And that's kind of what we do. I mentioned that I retired from Berkeley, but I'm retired but working. I guess that's what we say. I'm retired but working. I work with some other lens geeks at Sightline Ophthalmic Consulting, and that's what we do is we teach people how to use the technology of this instrument to its fullest extent.
So Dr. Hoff is an optical Jedi, to continue the Star Wars analogy. Yeah, exactly. We have clinical application specialists at Luneau, some of whom are fairly well tenured, and after a 10 or 20-minute discussion with Dr. Hoff, their mouths are agape and they go, I never knew all that, So thank you for your knowledge. I look forward to some more slides.
You're welcome.
More pictures coming up. Let's advance, and I think next up is again a Dr. Rasa. Dr. Rasa, what are we looking at here?
So this is another picture displaying my practice and how two of my optometric technicians are displaying how to perform the eye refract readings. One thing that I have to really agree with Dr. O'Connor, this gives us a lot of empowering to our optometric technicians to be a bigger part of that comprehensive exam. And the patients definitely have a wow factor, and they see that and they enjoy hearing that feedback from patients and taking part into that more kind of important part of the eye exam. This data, of course, is in the last 2 years that I've used the equipment in seven of my locations at this point, is giving me accurate, reliable, consistent data that has allowed our practice to have a remake rate of less than 1%. That leads to very happy patients and is a very big practice builder because they refer their friends and family to come and see us. So this picture to me is really representing that ability to grow and scale our practices because of the reliable, accurate data that we get. And also the technicians too, they're able to learn how to operate this technology very fast because it is simple to use, and it has been really taking a lot of anxiety for me starting a new practice and training the new staff on how to get started fast.
I've spoken with each of you a little bit about kind of the labor market right now, right? We're in this funny time where we obviously have COVID and a huge disruption of our labor force, and it's had Starbucks lines are really long. You can't find waiters at restaurants, and technicians, the churn of techs seems to across the country, regardless of demography, et cetera, it's hard to keep a tech. Can you talk to me about your experience with, you talked a little bit about it's easier for a new tech or a technician to operate the instrumentation. What's your experience been in Chicago with turnover? And normally that would be crippling for a practice. You might have to train a technician for 3 months or 6 months to start refractions. What's your experience been with the instrumentation?
Refraction takes years to master for an optometrist. So for somebody who has not went through optometry school to understand the intricacies and that art of refraction is difficult. So to train anyone to do it takes time. I think the eye refract really reduces that need for time to get somebody on board really fast and produce those results that are something I trust quite a bit at this point after having the experience of using it for 2 years. Now, this technology obviously gives us a little bit of an edge to be competitive for the technicians that are looking for a job too, because we offer this technology to work with, and we perhaps look a bit more Star Warsy, and most of our patients are young professionals that have the latest iPhones, they have the latest technology, and they're seeking other businesses or places where they go to be something of that as well. So for us to get more patients and to have the staff that wants to be part of it does definitely put us at a little bit of a higher edge than some traditional practices that might be struggling perhaps a little bit more.
And I still don't see you in the picture. You're still back waiting for the data to come, and you just trust that it comes. That's really cool. Yes. I like that. Any other comments, guys, or should we go to the next picture? Great. Okay, Dr. O'Connor.
Yeah, this is a close-up slide of what I had mentioned earlier, my optometric technician Jennifer holding while conducting the eye refract system. And as powerful and as this technology is, and the wealth of information it creates, the elegance of the way it displays the information in such a simple and straightforward manner, I find very appealing. As I mentioned before, on the very top, you see the information fed in from the VX40 lens analyzer. In between is the patient's distance PD, automatically calculated, brought over from the reading of the lens meter, and then below it, the PD that the eye refract system finds. So you've got the distance PD very accurately determined. The next level down is the wavefront refraction finding. And the August 2018 ARVO study found that wavefront aberrometry was just as precise as refraction done by expert optometrists, but actually more repeatable. So that is a very, very accurate finding. Below it is the manifest refraction that is rendered after the technician goes through the scripted step-by-step method that Luneau technology has built into the system. And then again on the bottom is the unaided acuity. And my technician can toggle among the different options and determine which of the four the patient prefers. Below it, we actually have the findings of visual acuity and the keratometry findings. The middle tab, measure, will actually show you, among other things, the Zernike coefficients. So if you have a patient that still, even though you've refracted them 20/20, feels they're not seeing as clearly as they feel they should, you can check the Zernike coefficients to see if maybe higher order aberrations are a factor. And then the third tab can also show you topography and things like that. So simple, elegant, and very informative.
So for all the Star Wars front-end design that people are wowed by, you're still getting information that you recognize,
Right.
that's easy to interpret,
Right.
and it's at your fingertips.
Yeah, and this is very familiar to most technicians. They'll come in with a little experience, so yeah, makes them feel comfortable.
Great. Great picture. Thank you. All right, Dr. Gerson, you're up. What is this colorful picture?
Yeah, so really what this is showing is on the tablet that I'm holding when I'm doing my refraction, the two different modes that I can use for actually doing the refraction. So what we're typically used to is using a manual phoropter and reaching up and turning and spinning things and doing it that way. And with this, it's a tablet that you can hold in your lap or on a desk, a counter, whatever, and do the refraction from that. So someone mentioned social distance friendly testing. And so this makes it so refraction, you can be as close or as far away from your patient as you want, because you're not hands-on the digital phoropter, you're hands-on the tablet that's controlling the digital phoropter and is controlling the eye chart as well. So the image on the left looks kind of like a regular phoropter with different colors indicating whether you just touch it to make a change or whether you have to drag it to make a change. But so, for us that are used to using a traditional phoropter when we go to digital, a lot of times we want to do something that feels similar to what we're used to doing. So this allows us to do our refraction digitally, but on something on the tablet that looks like a manual phoropter. So really easy to control, very comfortably. And we haven't really talked at all yet about the ergonomics of what we do. And this is something that really helps take into consideration the ergonomics when you're doing your refraction from the tablet. Now the image on the right is a different way of refracting. So instead of using what looks like a traditional phoropter, I call this a more analog method, where we're choosing either the sphere, the cylinder, or the axis in either eye or both, and then using the buttons or the little dial on the bottom to change it by a quarter, or in this case it's by a quarter, or we can change that to a half or a full diopter change at a time. So it's just a different way to do the refraction. One of the things I like about this is my staff really like this. And so, yeah, the one on the right. And because they find it to be more simple to do. And so the way that we utilize staff in our office is before I see a patient, they've had all the pre-testing that we've already discussed, and we don't use an eye refract, but my staff has already done a refraction using this. So they like the one on the right a little bit better. They find it to be simpler. And it's kind of easier to teach someone how to do a refraction on that versus the more traditional phoropter that we're used to. Everyone understands buttons, right? You press a button, it makes a number go up or makes it go down. But when you introduce all these different dials, then all of a sudden things are confusing. I think maybe we probably lose a little accuracy or some of the testing we can do with some of the more dials. But that's why oftentimes I'll use the dials and they'll use the buttons. The other two things real quick to point out are in the upper right of both these images is the eye chart as seen by the patient. So I can just be looking at the tablet. I don't have to be looking over here at the phoropter, then looking back here at the eye chart. I'm looking at one thing, and I have everything in the palm of my hands. And then on the bottom right are just different ways we can control the eye chart, whether we're using traditional letters or E's or pictures, or if we want to change the contrast or put up a red-green chart. Most of us are probably used to doing refractions with some sort of digital eye chart, and it brings so many more options. And again, all in one place. So that's why I like this. Again, the efficiency, I use that word over and over, that it brings by having everything kind of centralized in one hub, and that allows me to do things one way and a staff member to do it another way without having to make much change.
That's really cool. And how long have you been, or when did you transition to digital phoropters? Do you remember?
Yeah, so I've been using a digital phoropter for probably 3-ish years now, maybe a little bit longer.
And now it's your kind of standard practice.
Yeah, we don't have them in all of our rooms yet. So, when my text asks me, which room do you prefer? Well, a room with the digital phoropter. That's where I want to go. Yeah. Easy decision.
Cool. All right, Jedi Hoff, what do you got?
Oh no, we're missing something. Click the button and see if it comes up.
You want me to? I think it's just automated. Do you want me to?
I don't know. Oh, there we go. There you go. Yeah, it had some animation left over from another talk. So this slide I chose because of problem solving. Problem solving can be a big issue for you and your staff. And one of the things is knowing how a lens is put together and how to diagnose it, but also how to take it apart. So I have a lecture that I give that's called Deconstructing Progressive Edition Lenses, and we pull progressive lenses apart into their DNA components or concepts, surfacing, design, aberration, drop, and then of course the power change or the corridor. And so if you have a patient who comes in and says, I'm having trouble with this lens, I don't understand why, or you have a patient that comes in with specific visual needs, you can talk to the patient, see what they're wearing, look and see how that lens is put together, diagnose it, take it apart, and then say, well, maybe Mrs. Smith, because you're having trouble reading and getting to your tablet and some of the other things, I'm going to recommend a shorter corridor lens design that's going to give you a wider field of view for your distance, but it also gives you a wider field of view for your reading. And you can show the patient that based on the color chart. You just explain the color chart to them, say, look at where all the pink is. Pink and purple are your clear visible colors, and then the yellow colors are where you're going to have not the greatest experience. You could show them how that change is going to occur and recommend specific lens designs to the patients based on those lenses. You'll notice that the two circles on the left-hand image, those circles are very far apart. That means there's a very long corridor, and the patient's reading area is at the very bottom of the lens, so they're going to have a difficult time. They're going to do what I call the chicken dance. They're going to have to move their head up and down to find that sweet spot. But the lens on the right, you can see those images are closer together, wider corridor, and wider reading area. It's going to be a lot easier for them to get to where their reading level is, and it'll be a better visual experience. And as eye care professionals, you can do the best refraction in the world, but if you can't help them see with the device that they leave with, they're not going to be happy. And so to me, this is the end result. This is the superpower right here. And it sets the stage for all your referrals and your patient satisfaction and the growth of your practice. So having this technology to educate yourself, your staff, and your patients is so invaluable.
And that's what one of the things I appreciate so much about your knowledge is our focus at Visionics, or what I've learned in my 3 short years in the industry, is so much time and attention is spent on the refractive process, on things, dry eye, myopia management, all of which are super important. But when it comes to delivering the product, your superpower, we end up sometimes saying, well, just give it another week. See if you get used to it. And with your knowledge of the data that we provide, it really just is that last mile, which is the most important mile of a marathon. Is this the right delivery of the care that I've reflected or prescribed for you? And I think you just put it in such a great way. It's a really important topic, and one that I really appreciate.
Well, what's really important is that, these guys they're getting all the great data, and they're making all the right decisions. They're getting good refractions and things. And then you're following it up with this technology. And like Dr. Russa said, she has very few remakes or redos or rechecks because of the technology that she's using in the exam room. And then having the staff and making those recommendations, those lens recommendations are very important from doctors in the exam room, that follows it up with the staff in the optical, being able to troubleshoot, or it's maybe not even as much problem solving as there was before, but it's so much easier to problem solve when you have this type of information.
Great, thanks for that. All right, next up, we've got, didn't mean to jump. Hold on a second, did I jump? Sorry, I clicked too many times. Dr. Russa, this is you.
Yes, so once again, this is a lot of information on one screen, but what this screams to me is that I've changed the way I practice optometry, and I do encourage a lot of my colleagues to rethink the way they practice optometry. I'm no longer a data gatherer. I am here to consult, educate my patient from all the information that is presented to me. I can restructure my exam flow, that 30 minutes that I have with a patient, to spend a bulk of my time interpreting this data and educating them on their perceived and unperceived reasons for coming to see me yearly, by just having this at my fingertips before I even see the patient. So on the very left here, it gives me the information on the patient's uncorrected VAs, their VAs through the wavefront reading, their habitual RX, and also the suggested manifest refraction. I can put my logic together and already know what my final prescription will be for that patient and how successful they will be to see out of that final prescription. In the middle, we can see the front of the eye analysis here. In this particular case, I can see that the patient has pathology on their corneas, and I can already design a plan in my mind to talk to that patient ahead of time. On the very right side, we have a little bit more on the anterior segment. Let's say my patient is interested in LASIK. I can talk to them about their corneal thickness. I can talk to them about angles. Most of them don't even know they have anterior chamber angles in their eyes, so that's something new that they find out. Of course, any pathology on the lens, there might be some opacities. Maybe we want to talk about why they're not correctable to 20/20 vision. Maybe there is a start of a cataract. And then, of course, I can see some pathology in this case in the patient that we scan the retinal imaging here. So there's a lot of information here, and let's face it, the eye care world is changing. There's a lot of changes that are happening in optometry and how we approach eye care today versus what it was when I first became an optometrist 2 decades ago. Today, we have more patients. We are the primary eye care physicians. And in order to really practice to the best of our abilities, we really need to have all this information already here for us in order to spend that time with the patient, educating and consulting them.
Dr. O'Connor?
Well, Dan, you said the theme of our panel discussion today is a picture is worth 1,000 words. Well, when you look at some of the displays that Visionix technology creates, I like to think when I show one of these pictures to my patients, it's worth $1,000. And the reason is, on the left, you see the product of a wonderful anterior segment camera that really captures the tear meniscus, the lid margins, the lashes, everything in great detail. Then to the right of that is the Efron clinical grading scales. And you can show the patient in terms of the level of red eye, the level of dry eye, the amount of blepharitis they have, and meibomian gland dysfunction. And so when you tell them they have these problems and they can see where they are on the scale, then your recommendations are complied with on a much greater basis. And in our second location that we developed, we put in a full ocular pharmacy. So we sell all the products that we recommend to our patients. And just for convenience sake, they usually purchase them right there. They really want to come back then for the progress evaluation because they want to see how much they've improved. And all these conditions, remember, are chronic conditions. So once they return to your office out of convenience to run in and purchase the product that you recommended, they might see a sunglass they really like. They might make an appointment for a family member. So that's how I say this can really actually produce a lot of revenue down the road.
And I think I've heard that dry eye candidates may take the first course of medicine and then you don't see them again.
Yeah, very common.
It seems like this actually draws them back in so they can see their change over time history. Is that right?
Oh, absolutely. In Malibu, dry eye is a real issue. Maybe you know from the news the wildfires we have, how dry and windy Malibu can get. But it's also sort of a laid-back community where people go, dry eye. But when you show them this and you show them and tell them this is, if you don't do it at this level, you're going to go on to this level. And trust me, this is really an uncomfortable level. To your point, Dan, yeah, they get the message.
Motivation, right?
Motivation,
That's
you
cool.
bet.
Great, thanks for that. All right, Dr. Gerson, you're up. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, so what we're looking at here are some comparison maps that I can show my patients from the autorefracting unit. And so the one on the left is essentially how somebody sees uncorrected. So it shows an eye chart, and then it shows on the bottom right of each of them, it's supposed to just be a point of light, but it shows how they see or perceive that point of light. On the right is showing, well, through refraction and corrective lenses, this is what your vision should be in each eye. And this is also what a point of light should look like. And And actually, that point of light one actually resonates with a lot of people. People talk about that instead of, when you're driving at night, if your glasses aren't on or if they're not right, instead of seeing that point of light, that it's kind of a bunch of rays coming out. And that's something that surprisingly people can really kind of relate to. But again, I just like this because it's really showing people the benefit of having proper eyewear. It's also sometimes really useful with parents and kids that they'll say, well, gosh, I didn't know that they, do they really have an eye problem? Are they really not seeing very well? And obviously this is one where it's fairly dramatic. But even in ones where it's not this dramatic of correction, even if it's only a half a diopter or a diopter, it can really illustrate to somebody how much of a difference it can make if you have eyewear that corrects your refractive needs.
And so do you use this frequently with kids to help the parent understand what the kiddo actually sees?
Yeah, we do, just so that they can understand. And sometimes with some parents, I think sometimes it's even a cultural thing, they'll want to delay glasses and say, well, I want to see what happens, or do they really need them? I want them to try to work their eyes.
It'll get better, right?
Right. And so by having something like this, it's able to show them, well, this is how you should be seeing something, and this is how they are seeing it.
Thanks for that. All right, Dr. Is there animation on this one? Or?
Oh, click it and see.
Ah, there is.
Yeah, just keep clicking. Sorry, I didn't check my animation. Here we go.
I think that's it.
Right. Okay. So, we practice by evidence-based optometry, and I'm always looking for, something to support what I think or what I feel. And I think you mentioned, Dr. O'Connor, you mentioned a study that came out about wavefront refracting and how. And so this study came out from Optometry and Vision Science, and they studied the comparison of progressive edition lenses for general use to personal computer lenses. And they sampled a bunch of people. I can't remember the exact number of it. I think it was like 85 or I don't know. But anyway, the subjects, 84% of the subjects preferred occupational lenses to general wear progressives when working on computer-specific lenses were statistically chosen higher. And it's interesting because the subject said that only 14% of them were actually told about computer-specific lenses, but about 80% of them said, I wished I had known about it. And so, I guess the take-home message for me, and I'm shocked to say, is that, my colleagues are not talking to their patients about their visual needs and explaining these task-specific lenses. And so there's studies out there that support that, but then we can also use not only the marketing material, which you see on the right-hand side, but you can also use the imagery from your lens analyzer on the left-hand side to describe how these specialized task-specific lenses are going to work for the patients. And so I think it's really important that we keep asking those questions. How am I practicing and how can I support the way that I practice through evidence-based, through my industry leaders, and also through the instrumentation that I have in my office.
And end up supporting your patient's needs, right?
Absolutely.
If I'm on the computer all day, I want those.
Yeah, that means that 76% of the patients are not being offered task-specific lenses. Can you imagine having to use a progressive lens and work on your computer like that? The chicken dance. Yeah, it's awful. It's awful.
Which is great at a wedding.
Yeah.
Right. All right. So our time is running short, so I'm going to click maybe more quickly. Finally, we get to see Dr. Ross's face because so far we've seen only data, and I'm so happy to hear you talk about why that is. What are we looking at?
Yeah, so this image here, I have to tell a tiny bit of a backstory here. 5 years ago, when the idea was born to start Big City Optical, my partner and I, we brainstormed a model of optometry where we imagined a neighborhood optical that provided very high quality service and easy access to eye care. Today, we span 15 locations across Chicagoland area. 5 years later, part of it is through the pandemic. And ability for us to grow this way and to provide that high quality of care, obviously technology helped. and the ability to do the remote exams. With all of the description that I described of how I'm able to have the data at my fingertips while taking a look on EHR and everything already uploaded before I even see the patient. In this case, I'm seeing the patient through a HIPAA-compliant way via Zoom. I'm in the exam room with them, and we discuss the chief complaint. I pull up on the screen all the images that I have. I discuss with the patient my plan and the recommendations that I am making for them during that visit. The entire visit is about 30 minutes. Most patients we're very concerned about their time because we live in the fast-paced world, and this has allowed me to grow a cold start without the anxiety of the very high overhead cost before I'm able to hire a full-time optometrist to take care of the schedule once it starts to build up.
So at a cold start, you might have a technician running tests. You may be at a different location. The patient goes into the exam lane and boop, you come up on the screen. That's great.
Yes, in this way, I'm able to take care of multiple practices on a daily basis. I might be in one of my locations that is a mile away and take care of another location or perhaps two. When we are only seeing about 5 patients per day at a cold start, this has really allowed us to grow at a rate that we have been.
Thank you for that. All right, next up, I think we've got one for Dr. O'Connor. What are we looking at?
Dan, what we're looking at here is a wonderful feature on the Visionix VX 120 Plus or 130. It shows you the retro illumination feature that displays any opacity of the optical media. And I would just like to editorialize for a second and say I'm a great admirer of Dr. Rasa. I really feel that she's a pioneer in the profession of optometry and showing how the independent optometrist can not only survive, but thrive. So I'm going to take lots of notes and follow Dr. Rasa's career. But to her point, and what I think we're trying to emphasize today, instead of just being data collectors, we need to be in a position to interpret as much data as we can and educate the patient about all their options. I think back 40 years, Dan, when I started practicing optometry, I think of the choices in spectacle lenses, basically glass lenses, standard flat top 28, 35 bifocals. Progressive edition lenses were just being introduced. CR39 lenses were just being introduced. In terms of contact lenses, PMMA lenses ruled the day. Soft lenses were just coming in. Well, today, think of all the options an eye doctor has to educate his patient or her patient about. First off, all the spectacle lens options, as Dr. Hoff has so carefully educated us about. This is important to educate the patients about. And then we have all the contact lens options today that we can help so many more patients with. We have all like vision therapy options if you have the right eye system. There's a lot of way we can help people now with binocular vision and traumatic brain disorder problems. You have all the refractive surgery options now. You, as a medical doctor, are making now medical decisions, and you have to explain to your patients the pros and cons of the different pharmacological choices that they have to address their issue. And then finally, you have nutritional options to educate your patients about. So your time should be spent analyzing what's presented to you and preparing a presentation for your patient than just collecting this data. Now, in the bottom slides there, those happen to be images of my eyes. And I think without this technology, even myself, I'd had monovision LASIK 22 years ago. Dan and I'd seen beautifully all this time, but about 6 months before this slide was taken, I knew something was different about my vision, but I'd refract myself, and I still saw 20/20. So when Deidre Huff came to my location to train my staff and myself on this new technology, we discovered those are opacities, and those are the reason that I am not seeing the way I thought I used to be able to see. So subsequently, I've undergone successful cataract surgery and have had extended focus and multifocal implants, and I see beautifully. But this would be the type of thing that I think a busy eye doctor could easily miss and just say, you'll get used to it. You'll get used to your new glasses. The new prescription will make all the difference.
And if you're not screening for it, you're never going to find it.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. Great. That's a great story. Thanks for that. All right. 6 minutes, 4 slides. This one is one of my favorites.
Yes. So it's the reason it's your favorite, and you've teased me about it, is because I love to do a refraction with my feet propped up on a drawer.
You don't have repetitive stress on your ankles or anything?
No stress on my ankles. Because I mentioned ergonomics earlier, and I think it's great and important to be able to do things comfortably.
Yeah.
And so I think most of us, very few would argue that yes, it is comfortable to do a traditional refraction on our shoulders and our arms. And so I would tell you, I love to be able to hold the tablet in my lap, prop my feet up on a drawer, and do my refraction from there. And my assumption, of course, is the patient's looking at the eye chart, not taking a peek and seeing me propping my feet up. But it just makes work more enjoyable. I think anything that you enjoy, you're going to be better at. Yeah. And then once you're better, you also enjoy it more. They go hand in hand. So this is just kind of my way of being more comfortable and enjoying what I do more. And this wasn't just a staged photo once, one-time thing. This is what I do literally every day.
That's cool. That's a brilliant application of technology. I love it. Personalizes it.
Yep.
Dr. Hoff?
Okay, well, I'm going to use this as a spoiler alert or maybe a preview of coming attractions. This is kind of a lengthy description to this, but if you've been following what I've been saying about the types of lenses, and this is the delta cylinder maps that you get for the different types of lenses, you can describe, these are all my lenses, by the way, my general wear progressive, my full range near variable focus, my power boost, and my intermediate near variable focus lens. And there's a story behind each one and what I do with them, but I'm going to leave that for tomorrow at Friday between 1 and 2 over at the booth, I believe it is. We have, I could tell you a little bit more about that and how you can increase your multiple pairs prescribing using these types of slides and how you can learn from them as well. So, but I personally have every one of these lenses. I use them all on a daily basis, and I've learned so much based on this technology. So I will leave that as a teaser for Friday.
Good, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hoff, and to the entire panel for a meaningful discussion so far. I think that is our last picture. Let's see, it is. Do we have any audience question? Anybody have any burning questions?
So there we go. So thank you so much, panelists, for the great discussion at Expo, and I'm glad that we were able to record it and now show it to everyone here tonight. So we can go over a little bit of Q&A right now. So for everyone who's here, remember on the right side of your screen, you'll see a little box that says questions. Feel free to type into that question box, and then we can engage the panelists and they can answer any of the questions that you might have. As I mentioned before, Dr. Gerson isn't here, but the rest of the panelists are. So hello, panelists. How are you doing this evening?
Very well, thank you, Adam.
And by the way, we also have someone from Luno here tonight. We have Melissa Renfro, who's like the expert on all the actual technology. So if there are product-specific questions, we'll have her answer those. But the first question, and the one that I think a lot of people, it's on their minds, is sort of the ROI behind all of this, right? The cost of the products and so forth. And I think, Dr. Rossa, maybe we could point this one at you, since you're up to what, like office number 15 or something now?
Well, tomorrow I launch my 16th location.
Wow, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yikes. Well, so, with 16 locations, and that's over a very few number of years, it's kind of amazing. And so maybe you can speak to us a little bit about the costs of actually implementing these systems.
Absolutely. I'm sure that it's on everyone's mind when they start a practice or expand a practice. How do you justify that return on investment? For me, the biggest driver is to enhance the patient experience. For me, it justifies the practice building and also growing that brand name that I'm creating. So the technology would have to allow me to have a consistent, reliable, repeatable, and efficient way to gather these results. It has to take up a small footprint, and it has to have ease of use. So those are probably the biggest pointers.
And so one other question that I think that people have or have had, you mentioned actually in the panel that learning to refract can actually take quite a while, right? It's sort of what optometrists are best at, right? Out of all the professions, this is something that optometry almost has a monopoly on. And it's something that optometrists are really proud of. One question that we get constantly, or that people ask, is, if I implement one of these systems, am I going to get rusty? Am I going to forget the art of refraction? Is this something that goes away? What's it like on, sort of your daily experience with that?
No, I think this technology just gives you a supercharged power to be able to do it in a very efficient, consistent, and reliable way. So it gives you that ability to shrink the time of the refraction data that is being collected and actually give it to what I perceive as a more important part of the eye exam, which would be interpreting that data and consulting and educating our patients on the different options that are out there today versus previously. So this refraction gathering via the eye refract, to me, was the missing link that I was able to incorporate into the practice. Of course, we already used retinal imaging and OCTs and visual fields and all the different type of technology before, but the refraction part was still something that I had to rely on myself being able to do in office. Now, with the eye refract available, I can shift that to my pretest area. And you really don't forget refraction because, to be honest, not every single patient is going to be 100% okay with just the eye refract. I still use my traditional 4-opters for a lot of the binocular testing, or I actually do it on the eye refract as well because it gives me those options. So myself, I still do probably about 10 to 15% of the refractions within the practice because it is a little bit more intricate.
Right. Question here sort of about setup time. And I guess, Dr. Rossa, you're up to, office number 16, right? So you've been really pushing these things out relatively rapidly. How long does it take actually to get one of the systems implemented and then get the staff trained up?
So the staff training is very little actually, and with the problem of labor shortage and onboarding, we want that to be as easy as possible. So that's one of the reasons I went with this technology, is because like anything, when you incorporate technology, for example, most of us are most familiar with integrating EMR. Those systems they give us a lot of usage, but initially just to plug it in and start using it, you can do it and you keep learning over time. Same thing with the eye refract and VX650. You can plug it in, you can have the staff start and collect the data and learn over time. So there really is no downtime. You can start the day of them being introduced to that technology.
Right. And I think one other question that we had here, and we've been talking about it a lot, is telehealth. You have, with all those locations all around Chicago, you're obviously not in all of them every day, right? So you're able to sort of act at a distance. What's that been like for you once the system was implemented?
Yeah, so the patients have to have the ability to have easier access. In order for us to take care of the increased number of patients that are out there and give them the options, it really allows us to take care of more patients. And what I've noticed recently is maybe during the pandemic is they want different options. They want to be seen either right away, or they want to be seen evening hours or weekend hours. So the option for the remote exam allows us to do that. You know, it may not be for every single patient, but for our practice, it has been a really great option for the patient to choose of where, when, and how they want to be seen.
Right. Oh, got an insurance question here if you guys are willing. So a question about retinal photography. You know, we saw in discussing using retinal photography with these systems. Can you bill insurance when you make a medical diagnosis with the pictures that you take with the systems, and have you been billing for medical insurance? So Dr. Ross, if you want to jump in, or Dr. O'Connor, you know, feel free.
Yes, I can answer to that one. So recently I've seen a patient who is type 1 diabetic. He's young and he just wanted to come in and get the contact lens updated. He was about to do it on some sort of online platform, and we were able to get him easily into our schedule, and he came in for a remote exam. I was looking over all the data gathered, and I've noticed that he is definitely experiencing diabetic retinopathy, and changing his contact lens prescription would not do, and it would not give him the results he wanted. So we were able to right away put together our protocol to send these images to our retina specialist and have them evaluated and set up an appointment for him right away to be seen. Also, care coordination was put together for his primary care physician to be aware, and all of that is very simple when you have the EMR and all the technology available to do that. So yes, you can bill for these images to either medical or however you end up billing. Of course, for a patient like that, follow-up care is needed. So there's going to be more visits that you can start medical type of billing.
Yep. And somebody actually just made a comment here. You know, that it sounds like, you know, teleoptometry is definitely here. Perhaps it's time for a national optometric license. So I agree, but that's for another talk. But yeah, so you know, Dr. O'Connor, now you know your mode of practice is really different, right? You know, you have your 2 locations out in Malibu. And one question, you started talking a little bit about dry eye in the panel before, and I think you have the VX120 Plus dry eye. And I'm sure that we can go over sort of all the different kinds of models and stuff, but having the technology in your practice, did it really change sort of the way you manage your dry eye patients?
Absolutely. Historically, what we've had are like Schirmer tear tests and applying different dyes through strips and evaluating. Patients really, especially here in Malibu, don't like that. And so to have a totally non-invasive, easy, pleasant experience for the patient where you can really demonstrate with that Efron scale and show them pictures of their eye, it just makes dry eye management much easier for the patient and for the doctor. Once they see for themselves where they're at on that scale, you know, it really saves a lot of time. It's very difficult to try to explain dry eye to a patient or blepharitis to a patient, or especially meibomian gland dysfunction to a patient. That's why the pictures are so effective. And again, we try to make the treatment for it very accessible by having a full ocular pharmacy. We found, especially during the pandemic, a lot of our pharmacies, if people go in, we recommend an eye drop, we recommend this, or if it's prescription, The pharmacy doesn't have it. So we have it, and we make sure we have it all the time. And we, so the patients love it. They love the convenience of being able to just come into our locations and get what they need to manage their dry eye, and then to monitor and see how successful they are. So yeah, it's totally changed my approach.
Right.
To the best of patients, for sure.
Yep. And there was a comment here just quickly sort of about the pandemic as well and the incidence of dry eye. I think we're all kind of zoomed out at this point, right? Sort of being sitting in front of screens all day. And I don't know if you've actually seen it as well, sort of an uptick that other people are noting.
Well, yeah, that certainly sustained our practice through sort of, when things were really shut down in Los Angeles. People were still, their eyes just dragged them into our locations because they were really hurting. So digital device, eye strain, and dry eye really was sort of the meat of our practice there for a while during the pandemic. And so, yeah, it's and also the masks, wearing the masks, the mask-induced dry eye. That's a real issue too.
Right. And so a question here. So again, Dr. O'Connor, your mode of practice is a little bit different. You had a practice that was already established where you then implemented this technology. And question about sort of staff pushback, right? So we all know that, buying the piece of equipment is the easiest part of this, right? It's actually implementing it and using it and making sure nothing becomes a paperweight. So how did it go with your experienced employees, who were already used to working in a certain way when you implemented the new tech?
Oh, they were thrilled. They loved it. And Deidre did such a beautiful job. She it was really, really fun. The training and everything, we made it very, very enjoyable. It really, there wasn't much. I mean, it's so straightforward, really. And the technology is so sophisticated. I mean, the technicians, their minds were blown too at the amount of information that they now would be empowered to gather for the doctor. I never liked that term pre-testing. What was that about? Pre-testing? It's like is that pretend testing? It kind of is demeaning. Oh, you go do the pre-tests. I'll do the real tests. This is very serious information that they're gathering, and they can do it in a way they feel confident in doing it. The no technology makes it very straightforward for the technician to gather this information with confidence, and so it really builds the esteem of the technicians. So there's no pushback coming from my staff at all.
Right. And Deidre was physically in the location as well, or did they do a lot of the training sort of on the internet as well?
Yeah, she was physically in the location for a couple of days.
Right. And then sort of
very accessible after, like, here's my cell phone. If you have any questions at all, don't hesitate. And we took advantage of that, and we didn't hesitate. And she answered immediately. It was, so it was really, it was a joy to implement.
Yep. And again, these instruments are mostly are entirely internet connected too, right? So they can be addressed remotely if you're having issues.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which of course leads to another question that people are asking, of course, is what happens when the internet croaks, which, for some of us, our internet is not as reliable as others. I'm no stranger to this, actually, having Comcast here. What happens if the internet dies? Does the equipment work? I mean, how does that work if something dies?
No, it's dead, so, fortunately, Malibu, people are used to it.
Right.
Okay, we'll just come back another day or whatever. But we also have manual backup. I mean, we have, manual instruments available to do, at least the baseline exam for the patient. And then they can come back at a time where the internet's up for the rest of it.
Right. And again, sort of in the same vein, you know, we saw pictures of the interface, which is tablet based, right? We saw Dr. Gerson, right, with his feet up.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think we're all experienced now with iPads. We've used them long enough. We know that stuff happens, right? You know, I've probably
Yeah.
dropped 3 of them so far in my life. How
Yeah.
does that actually work in your office? Do you keep extras around, or do you tell your staff to be super careful? How does that work?
We keep extras around, absolutely.
Right. And so these are kind of like standard tablets. I know somebody mentioned Samsung, I think. So these are sort of off the shelf tablets that they just program to work with the system.
Correct.
Excellent. And let's see some other questions. So we already mentioned sort of EMR, but actually I'll ask that as well. So, you know, we heard about the EMR integration before. Was that like a huge to-do? I'm assuming that for most EMRs, you know, these integrations have been done before, so it's probably not that difficult. I don't know if Melissa's still around. Melissa Renfro, who's, you know, one of those great folks who walks people through setting the system up and helping them. What sort of EHRs do you work with? Or I guess you probably work with them all, right? So have you run across anything that's unusual, or is it pretty straightforward usually to do the integration?
Hi, Adam. Usually it's pretty straightforward. Most of the most common ones, Eyefinity, Crystal, Practice Management, some of the MD ones like NextGen. We work with all of them. I mean, sometimes it takes just a little bit more if we haven't worked with them before, but our IT department will get on remotely and make sure that they've got everything set up, and then we just connect with their IT department. And between, you know, the doctor's IT and our IT, usually it's pretty seamless. So at this point, because we've connected to most of them, like you said.
Yep. Excellent. All right, so let's see if we have any other questions coming in here right now before we let you guys go. So we have a couple of VX40 questions. So, and again, this is probably the piece of equipment I think that people are least familiar with. You know, lensometers are, you know, this is something completely different, right? People are used to the dusty old thing that they have in their office, but this is something very different that's high tech, right? The lens analyzer. And sort of questions for Dr. Hoff here, I guess specifically, since she's the self-proclaimed lens geek. So a question: why do certain prescriptions have more aberrations than others? I think you started talking about it a little bit in the presentation.
I did, yeah. So when we're working with variable power lenses, off-axis aberration is inherent in the lens design. And you can take a single vision lens and put it in the lens analyzer, and it's going to look completely kind of pink. Then you can take a aspheric lens, single vision, put it in there, and then you're going to see that as the periphery flattens out, you're going to get that off-axis aberration pattern going that's going to be kind of concentric circle-ish looking. With our variable power lenses, the beauty of that is you can see the pattern of the lens and distinguish a general wear from a near variable focus from a power boost. And that's really great because then you can check and see the characteristics and how much of that off-axis aberration or swim or blur that your patient's going to experience. So it's, you know, it's so much more, you know, light years ahead, to go with our Star Wars analogy, of a manual lensometer, because with the manual lensometer, you're only looking at about 6 to 8 millimeters of the lens itself. And so you really can't understand how the lens is performing in 6 millimeters. And we don't, unless we have tunnel vision, we don't see in 6 millimeter, you know, field of view. We have a much bigger field of view. So the lens analyzer, like I said, gives you about that 44 to 65 millimeter area on the lens that you're analyzing.
Right. And question here, does the VX40 measure prism?
I love that question. A lot of people will shy away from prism and go, oh, prism. But the answer is yes and no. So if you remember what prism is, prism redirects light. And Prism is a relative, has to be relative to the optical center. So yes, there is a prism distribution map, and you're getting a moment in time or an area of analysis on that lens. And the lens does give you the optical center of the lens, which is that plus sign that I indicated in one of the slides that we looked at. And so yes, you can see where the optical center is, and you can see how the prism radiates out from that optical center. But remember, again, prism is relative, and it's relative to where the patient's looking on the lens. So if you know the interpolar distance and the patient's, well, not the interpolar distance of the lens, and you can actually input the patient's PD, which I think you can do in the single vision lens mode, you can kind of check the prismatic effect, and it does give you vertical imbalance. But at this point in time, the best way to measure prismatic effect is still with the manual lensometer. But that, like I say, that's just at this point in time. I know that there are going to be some advances, hopefully, in the future with the lens analyzer that lets you do a little bit better way, have a little better method of checking the prism, but not to put pressure on Leno to improve on that. But I mean, this instrument gives you so much more information, and you know, this is just one little facet that we could probably make some improvement on. But in the long run, the idea that you can see the performance and characteristics of a progressive lens is mind-blowing.
Absolutely. Question here about how long it takes, and again with the VX40, since you know, this is probably one of the instruments that most people are not familiar with. If I had to guess, you know, and how it works and everything else. So I'm very glad, Michelle, you could sort of go over this with us. How long does it actually take to analyze a lens, and is it difficult for the staff to actually use the device properly?
Well, I mean, to physically analyze the lens is about 45 seconds for a pair of lenses. And I like to call it, not to be demeaning, but it's like a PhD. Push here, darling. Put the glasses in and push the button, and that's really all the training you need to get information. So that's really quick and easy. But then you can grow along with the instrument once you understand how it works and you have the knowledge of optics behind you. You understand lens prescription and you understand optics, then you can grow. The doctor can grow, the opticians can grow, the staff can grow, and learn more and more and more about what these lenses are and what they do. So it's a great instrument because it works for the new staff member who just walked in out of another occupation, and it also helps that staff member grow in their professional career.
Right. This is kind of a funny question. So in the talk, someone was paying attention. The remake rates were down to 1%, I believe, was said somewhere in the presentation. The question is, of those remakes that are in the 1%, what's the usual reason? They're the most common reason now that remakes are required.
So I can jump in on this one. It's primarily adaptation. So depending on the design of the lens used, or as Dr. Hoff explained, you can produce the best prescription, but adaptation is usually where the patient may have a hard time, either first-time progressive or a change in prescription that is taking time. So, you know, for me, kind of took a long time to understand that the prescription, the most perfect prescription, has to have a great balance between comfortable and clear vision. You could make someone see super clear, and they may not be comfortable with that. So that balance is where sometimes we have to adjust and remake. But from ability to be able to see the best that the patient can, this equipment is definitely going to allow us to do that.
Right. Excellent. Well, it looks like we are just about out of time. I think we just about hit 90 minutes. This is actually pretty long for a webinar, but thank you to everybody for coming tonight, and thank you to our panelists. This webinar, an archive will be made available. So since there are more questions than we can answer here, when this webinar is over, this week you'll be getting an email with a URL you can go to watch the presentation again and ask more questions. So again, panelists, thank you so much for being here tonight.
My pleasure.
Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for having me.
Have a great evening, everyone.